he knew he shouldn't have said anything aloud. He kept forgetting she could see inside of him, in a place he thought was well hidden, the one that's still worried about children whose lives had been shattered. "I'll watch him," she said quietly. "No worries." He winced. She was making it very clear she didn't need his help with the children. He'd said he was taking her to the farm and leaving her there. He'd rejected her offer to stay with her. She wasn't going to make it again, and he couldn't blame her, nor did he know what he'd do or say if she did. To distract her, he pulled out some empty darts and showed her how to load them in the small dart gun. He made a small circular target and hung it on the cupboard. They're light, but the velocity coming out of the gun keeps them from dropping too fast. You're a good shot with a pistol, so you should be good here. She raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to play for points? We've got killers waiting outside." She shrugged. "If they come in, you have the advantage, and they know it. Right now, they can't just spray the room with bullets because they'll hit Theodotus as well as me, and their own men. We've got time, unless you're too chicken to lose to a woman. I won't lose. I hear you talk, but talk is cheap, buddy. I happen to be the champion dart player 4 years running at my school. No one could beat me." He rolled his shoulders, loaded a smaller dart gun with empty darts, and indicated the target. "You first. Let's see what you've got." She stood up gingerly, but there was determination on her face. She lifted the gun and squeezed off 3 shots rapidly. It was a good grouping, and he was impressed. There was no recoil on the small dart gun the way there was on a pistol, and she had a steady hand, a good eye, and true aim. He had no doubt that she'd hit what she was aiming at. Maxim stepped back, crowding her so she couldn't accuse him of having any advantage. Her hand slid up the back of his thigh to his buttocks, the lightest of brushes, but it nearly stopped his heart. His focus wavered, and he barely managed to stay his shot. The woman was one hell of a distraction. He'd spent months learning to condition his body against just such things, and she blew his training out of the water. Training was everything. That was so unfair. "I'm helping you," Airiana said, her smile just a little too complacent. "I wouldn't want anything to distract you when we're out on the deck fighting for our lives. I noticed you sometimes get a little sidetracked." "You did you?" He turned fully to her, allowing his gaze to fall into hers. Distractions were bad in most cases, he'd learned that, but sometimes one just had to go with the flow. He wrapped his free arm around her and dragged her into his body, his hand sliding down her back, pressing her close. She just seemed to melt until he wasn't certain where he began and she left off. They desired a deeper connection. He brought his mouth down hard on hers, wanting to consume the moment. There was such a brightness in her. She made him feel alive. Worse, happiness had found him. There was a part of him that was alarmed over her hold on him. She was making him more vulnerable by the moment. When he kissed her, he never wanted to let her go. He kept kissing her, over and over, until neither of them could find air to draw into their lungs. Only then did he lift his head and look down at her face. She reached up with one hand, trembling fingers tracing his lips. "I don't want you to die, Maxim," she said softly. "I know you've accepted death, but don't let it happen here, or after you bring me home and go on your way. I think you're a good man, and the world needs you. Don't throw your life away because someone powerful decrees you're of no more use to them. Is that what you think I'm doing?" She nodded slowly. "I don't think it's a conscious decision, but in your mind, you want to protect the people you love. In order to do that, you think you have to die. They made you believe that, right from the beginning. They separated you from your family and then held them over your head. To this day, after all that training, they're still doing it. All of you are lethal, and yet, to protect one another, you stay away from each other. Don't let them dictate to you anymore." He studied her face. She believed what she said, and there was truth to her statement. He couldn't pretend there wasn't. He followed orders to keep his brother safe. He refused to even consider the idea of staying with her in Sea Haven, no matter how strong the lure was, because he didn't want her in danger. "Just please think about what I've said," Airiana asked. "I will. You know when I go home, this Evan Shackler Gratzos will send someone else after me, don't you?" He'd thought of that, but Lev and Stefan were there. They'd be alert to the danger now. He knew no one would get onto that farm without their knowledge. Still, if he was there as well, it would guarantee that no one would get to her. And there were the children. I've been giving that some thought. Staying until the threat has passed would also allow me to help you with those kids, he said. She shook her head. That's not what I was trying to say, Maxim. All 4 of those children have fixated on you as their safety net. If you come back to the farm and stay, even for a few days, they'll count on you more than ever. They've lost their parents and their sister. They've been abused and traumatized. I don't know if the best thing for them would be to think you'll always be there for them and then to lose you too. She was basically telling him once he delivered her to the farm, he could leave. That anger, always buried deep, surged through him. She had awakened something in him he thought long dead, left him naked and vulnerable, and now she was going to decide whether or not he could be around her. I don't think you have a say in the matter of whether I decide to stay or not, he snapped and turned away from her. Airiana watched Maxim slam the loaded darts into the small dart gun before handing it to her. She could feel his anger seething just below the surface, but she knew he would never let it out. Still, she was right. The children had been through so much already, and if he stayed for a few days, even if it was to protect her, they would cling to him rather than transferring their dependence and trust to her. I have to do what's best for the children, Airiana said, slipping the gun beneath her shirt into her belt. How really would you know what's best for them? He demanded. You have no idea. You just think that you do. Maybe you're right, Airiana admitted. I haven't gone through the things they have, although my mother was murdered as their parents were, but there are others living at the farm who have had nearly the same experiences. They'll help. I also know an amazing counselor. I'll do my best to see them through this. You'd make a lifetime commitment to children you barely know? Airiana lifted her chin. There was disbelief in his voice. You don't have to believe me, Maxim. Only they do. I was willing to give you a lifetime commitment, remember? I believe I can help those children. At the very least, I can give them a safe place where people will love and protect them. I may have my issues, but I'm capable of real love and real commitment. Unlike me? I didn't say that. I didn't even think it. I'm not about to second-guess your motives. You saved my life, and you've protected and taken care of me throughout this entire ordeal. You saved those children. You could have taken the easy way out, but you didn't. Clearly, when you give your word, it means something. Airiana allowed herself a brief moment just to drink him in. She was walking out the door in a couple of minutes and putting her life on the line for this man. Didn't he see that she believed he was worth it? He didn't know he was, but she did. She saw beyond the scars and his rough, unsmiling face. He was beautiful in a purely masculine way, a dark, brooding man with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow and shaggy hair she always wanted to tame. Mostly, he was lost. He didn't realize he was lost, but she saw that he was. Maxim Prakenskii was so busy protecting everyone around him that he had given up on himself. He clearly felt he had sinned one too many times, and there was no redemption as far as he was concerned. She wanted to gather him into her arms and hold him close, just as she'd wanted to gather those children to her. Stop looking at me like that, he nearly growled the order, his eyes darkening, the heralding of a turbulent storm. She sent him a small smile. You can't stop me from looking at you, Maxim. You can't control everything around you, especially me. I look at you because I enjoy it. I see the man you refuse to see. I'm not afraid of either of you because you're one and the same. Gosh, Airiana, you're messing me up. I can't help how you feel, Maxim, any more than I can help how I feel. She watched him preparing for battle, shoving guns and knives and ammunition into loops on his belt. His features had gone grim, and he looked lonely. Maxim, she said his name softly, insisting he look at her. His breath hissed out in a long, irritated rush. She met his stormy eyes. Unlike you, I don't want to die, and I'm very afraid. But I'd much rather go out there, knowing if I do, you have a chance to stay alive. You matter. If you don't to anyone else, you do to me. He swore again and took a threatening step toward her. She didn't move, but her heart accelerated. Not out of fears, she knew with every cell in her body that Maxim Prakenskii would never hurt her. But because she knew he was afraid, not of the men with guns or dying out there on the deck, but of her, of wanting her so much, of wanting the life she could give him that he no longer believed in. "I won't hurt you," she said softly. "I'd never hurt you." He caught the front of her shirt in his fist and yanked her close to him, his icy eyes suddenly blazing with fire, a blue flame of exquisite heat. "You have to stop. I can't do this, any of this, if I feel anything. You can't make me feel. If I loved you and then lost you—" He shook his head. "I can't do that. I know. I'm not asking you to," she replied patiently, refusing to look away from his stricken eyes. He didn't even see that he was too alone, or that she already mattered far too much. "I just wanted you to know how I felt about you." He kissed her hard. She tasted desperation. She tasted love. She knew she did. He could deny it all he wanted, but there, in his kiss, he was honest with both of them. She poured everything she felt for him into her answering kiss, giving herself up totally to him, without reservation. It might be the only time she ever gave herself that way, and she did it wholeheartedly, kissing him as if it were her last and only time with the man she loved. Maxim's body trembled, a strong, invincible man, all muscle, all power. He trembled for her. She kissed him over and over, melting into him, wanting to let him know that once, one time in his life, someone had loved him. What she felt in that moment was absolute love. He was extraordinary. It was Airiana who pulled away from him, her heart beating too fast, the blood rushing through her veins, adrenaline pouring into her body. She turned away from him without looking at his face. She knew it already, every line, every plane, his masculine jaw that could be set so stubbornly. She went barefoot, using air to cushion her feet. She pulled the door open slowly, knowing Maxim would fade into the background like he did, but would be in the precise location to see as much as possible when she pulled the door as wide as it could go. A man stood to one side of the door, and his assault rifle was pointed squarely at her head. She stopped, her eyes going wide with fear, her empty hands clutching at her heart. "What's wrong?" she asked, looking around her as if expecting to see pirates. "Where are the others?" he asked, never wavering for a moment. "With my father. He asked me to take a walk around the deck for a few minutes. Is something wrong? Should I get him?" She glanced at her watch. "He said he needed to talk to those other men and Maxim alone for about 10 minutes. She half turned as if she would go back inside. "No, your father's right. Take your walk." He lowered his weapon and indicated her feet. "What happened?" "Maxim dropped a glass when those other men came in, and I stepped on the shards. One of them helped me." She smiled at him and stepped around him with a little cheery wave. Relief flooded her. He'd bought her story. It was plausible. The 3 agents entered, and of course, her father would send her out before they killed Maxim. The guard probably figured they'd kill him and toss his body overboard while she was taking her little stroll. If she were lucky, he'd go in to help the others. She'd left the door cracked part way just to entice him. "You were born for this kind of work." The grudging respect in Maxim's voice settled her churning stomach. She had been most careful not to block his line of fire to the guard, just in case. "My guardian angel," she replied back. Her palm itched and she rubbed her thigh absently. "Thank you. You gave me confidence." He gave a little cough of derision. "I've been called many things in my life, but guardian angel is not one of them. I guess no one's ever gotten the chance to know you. I'm coming up on the 2 on the west side. They're crouched low and both have their weapons trained on me." She heard his curse echoing through her mind, but as she approached the 2 guards, she blocked out everything but her story, needing to believe it herself. Both men rose, looking around as if expecting an army with her. "Hi, I'm Airiana, Theodotus' daughter." It was shocking to say the words aloud, almost as if just by saying such a thing she was betraying her country. "My father told me to take a stroll around the deck. Is it okay to come on this side?" One of the men lowered his weapon, nodding his head. "Of course it is. Don't get too close to the rail. The ride is fairly smooth, but the ocean can act up at any time. What's your name?" She tried to look friendly as she took another couple of steps to get closer to them. "I'm Akim, and that's Felix." He indicated his partner. Felix lowered his rifle as well, giving her a tentative smile, looking her over, not as a potential enemy, but as a woman. She widened her smile to include him. "Do you know my father?" Both shook their heads. Felix stepped closer to her, into her personal space. He actually put a hand on her shoulder as if to steady her. She shot him in the neck with the dart gun and turned to fire the second shot at the other guard as Felix went down, shock on his face. Akim threw himself on the deck and kicked out at her, hooking his ankle around hers and bringing her to the ground hard. She retained her hold on the dart gun and rolled over and over to try to put space between them. On the second roll, she fired another dart at Akim. It hit his thigh, but fell to the deck. Akim punched her hard in the eye. She actually saw stars. One moment, the world was right, and the next it was spinning like mad, the edges blurring and stars rushing at her from every direction. She went down, her legs turning to rubber, stomach churning, her vision blurring. She managed to raise the dart gun as he came at her again. Journey. Male. Squeezing the trigger, she fell back, hitting the back of her head on the deck. Akim's eyes filled with fury as he slapped at the small dart that had hit his arm. He swung his fist at her face a second time. She closed her eyes, but the blow never landed. Akim flew backward, and Maxim was there, kicking the gun away and stepping in close to deliver 3 wicked punches to Akim's face. Each blow knocked the man backward until he was up against the railing. Maxim's elbow smashed into his face, and then he reached down as if he might upend Akim over the railing into the water. "Stop," she blurted out. "Just stop. He's done." Maxim let go of Akim, and the guard toppled to the deck, his legs no longer supporting him. He turned slowly to look down at her, sprawled as she was between the 2 downed agents. She couldn't imagine what she looked like, but blood trickled down her face from the cut up by her eye. She wiped at it with her hand and managed to smear it. Maxim winced visibly. "Don't. You do that again and I'm throwing the bastard into the sea." He crouched down beside her and touched the swelling around her eye with gentle fingers. "Remind me never to listen to you again." "I distracted them," she pointed out, and tried to sit up. He instantly swept his arm around her and helped her into a sitting position. For one moment, her head seemed to explode, and then it settled down again into a pounding rhythm. There was a roaring in her ears that hadn't been there before. "Maybe I need to lie down," she said. She didn't want to throw up on him, not after trying to prove a point. No one had ever really hit her before, not like that. She'd worked at self-defense in the gym, but neither Levi nor Thomas ever punched her in the face. When they broke through her guard, they pulled their punches. Maxim gathered her up and lifted her right off the deck. "I'm going to put you in a lounge chair while I clean up this mess. The last thing we want is for the steward to see all the guards looking dead on his deck." "They aren't dead, are they?" she asked suspiciously. She didn't bother to look but laid her head against his shoulder and let him carry her to the forward deck. He felt solid, and she could feel his every muscle ripple subtly while he carried her. "No, but I'm still considering killing them on principle alone," he warned. "Next time, don't let anyone punch you. It upsets me to see bruises on you. So next time, I'll just let them know you'd be really unhappy if they decided to hit me." In spite of still feeling a little sick and her head wanting to explode, she couldn't help the laughter welling up. He wasn't finding anything humorous about it all, which made it all the funnier to her. "Maxim, really, I'm all right. I wasn't fast enough getting off the second dart, that's all." "You kept your head and your weapon," he said. "I'm proud of you." She didn't point out that he didn't sound proud, he sounded surly. "Do you think you could find me something to drink after you take care of all the guards? What are you going to do with them?" "Actually, they aren't technically guards, they're assassins. They were sent here to kill me, not guard you. Just to clarify." He settled her carefully on one of the plush loungers in the shade on the owner's private deck. "I didn't think of them like that," Airiana said. "I might change my mind and let you throw them overboard after all." He did laugh then. It wasn't long or hearty, but he did give her a small laugh. "That's my girl. Let the bastard punch you in the face and we have to play nice, but someone threatens me and they can go overboard." "Well, I do have my priorities," she answered. He pulled out his first aid kit and broke open a gel pack. "Keep this over your eye until I get back. I won't be long." He put a cushion behind her head. She stretched her legs out and took the cold pack gratefully. The instant cold took some of the sting from her swelling eye. "Don't be long. I feel vulnerable and a little exposed lying here, and I'm not certain I could get up if someone threatened me." He put the dart gun next to her hand. "You can always get up if you need to, Airiana. It's a matter of will." She knew he would always get up, even if it was with his very last breath. He was made that way, or trained that way. She preferred lying on the lounger and waiting for him to bring her back a bottle of ice-cold water. She planned on fantasizing. She was on the yacht with him, no killer aboard, lying in the sun and maybe dozing off. Airiana waved him off and closed her eyes. She had a vivid imagination and was going to use it. Weren't they somewhere off the beautiful Mexican coast? She could get behind that. She needed a vacation. "Are you certain he didn't give you a concussion?" "Don't rain on my parade. This yacht is the real deal. If we didn't have all those killers aboard, and we weren't heading to Colombia so they could fly me to Russia where I'd be a prisoner the rest of my life and probably tortured on a regular basis, I think I could make this a fun trip." "You're a little crazy, you know that." She loved the amusement in his voice. She was in his mind, and there was little that amused him, little that mattered in his world at all. But she did. He hadn't meant to let her inside, but he had, and now it was too late. She was there, and she loved being that one. The only one. "Well, yes, probably. I might be a little crazy, but it's the only way to be in your company. Has it ever occurred to you that you attract the wrong kind of people?" "I do what? Attract the wrong kind of people?" Take this yacht, for example. We're not even going to mention the whack jobs aboard the container ship, just this nice little yacht. On the surface, it all appears to be wonderful. Maybe it was when they were sailing around, enjoying the sun and fun. She paused to adjust the ice pack, looking at the ocean with her one good eye. He was dragging 2 men into the den, and not being the least bit careful about it. She knew, not because she could see him through her physical vision, but because she was reading the air and knew the exact position of everyone on deck. Someone was coming up the stairs from below. Then you came aboard, Maxim, and we discovered that this isn't the nice yacht we thought it was. My father isn't the nice man you thought he was. Those men aren't the nice deck crew I thought they were. No one is nice at all. See, you attract the wrong people. When you think about the law of averages, this shouldn't be happening everywhere you go. The stairs were to her left. She shifted her position enough that she could see the top of the stairs. She could hear footsteps. No hurrying. Whoever was coming up the stairs didn't appear to be alarmed. She forced air through her lungs. "What is it?" His voice was demanding. She didn't want to answer him. She didn't want there to be any more trouble. She just wanted time to stop for a moment and give her space to breathe. "Nothing. I don't know. Someone coming up the stairs." "You should have told me immediately." "He's here." She smiled and waved at the man topping the stairs. He was dressed all in white. "Miss Solovyev?" The man walked right up to the end of the lounger. "I'm Goria, your steward. The chef is preparing lunch and wanted to know if there was anything you were allergic to or didn't care for." "Tell him no allergies and I'm willing to try nearly anything. Please thank him for asking." He frowned and moved closer. "Did you hurt yourself?" "I have some medical training. Perhaps I can help." "No, my father found me a cold pack. I was a little clumsy, broke a glass and stepped in the shards. It sounds crazy, but I fell and hit the side of my head on that little part of the bar that sticks out. I'm not used to the way the boat shifts out from under me. If you're feeling a little seasick, I can get you something for that." "I'm okay now." She knew Maxim was close. The middle of her palm itched horribly. She pressed her hand against her thigh, fingers feeling for the dart gun. Just the feel of it at her fingertips reduced her anxiety. Journey. How many crew members? I've never been on a yacht this size before. There are 8 of us who work full-time. I have to find out what your father would like for lunch. For some reason, the intercom wasn't working. He went to lie down. I think I gave him a headache. She gave a little laugh, as if every daughter the world over could give headaches to their fathers. Maxim is probably hungry, though. He's around somewhere. She did her best to sound offhand. Hopefully the crew wasn't privy to the plan to kill Maxim. She doubted it. The less they knew, the better. Sorbakov wouldn't want witnesses. More than likely, Sorbakov would have everyone killed that observed the murder aboard the yacht. I'm not certain if he even knows I'm a kidnap victim and here against my will. He appears pretty innocent, Maxim. She didn't want Maxim to hurt the steward if it wasn't necessary. Theodotus told me they believe your life was threatened, and that was why there is extra security. Still, keep that dart gun handy. He came up behind the steward. Are you all right, Miss Solovyov? This man isn't bothering you, is he? Goria was being friendly and most helpful. He was just checking to make certain I'm not allergic to anything. Don't sound so scary. He went white. I'm supposed to be scary. I'm your bodyguard. Do you see my cut feet and black eye? Perhaps you need another line of work. Perhaps you should do what you're told instead of insisting on playing the heroine. Maxim lifted her bandaged foot and inspected the bloody gauze. He glanced at the steward over his shoulder. Where do you keep your first aid kit? Up here on the sun deck. There's one behind the bar. I can show you if you'd like. I was telling Miss Solovyov that I have some medical training. She cut her feet on glass, Maxim said. Goria nodded. She told me she was a little seasick and dropped her glass. Her eye is really swelling where she hit the side of her head. Nice story. He bought it, didn't he? Only because you look so very innocent. I wouldn't have bought it for a second. Only because you're cynical. She yawned before she could stop herself. Of course, Maxim saw. He was looking at the steward, but he still caught her hastily covered yawn. You'll need to rest, Miss Solovyov. Her breath hissed out between her teeth. Both of you had better call me Airiana. I don't answer to that name. I wasn't raised with it. For your own protection, as well as for your father's, Maxim interjected smoothly for the steward's sake. Whatever, call me Airiana, please. You could act like a spoiled rich girl. They expect it of you. The more manners you have and the friendlier you are, the more likely it will blow your cover. Go away, you're giving me a headache. It's only fair. You've given me one from the moment I laid eyes on you. Airiana burst out laughing. Go away, both of you. My feet are fine, but if either of you are heading this way again, I would love a bottle of water. No fancy glasses, no liquor, just plain old water in a plain old bottle. Maxim pulled a bottle from under his coat and held it out to her. You ask and I provide. She resisted, rolling her eyes. Thanks, Maxim. I really appreciate it. And Goria, please relay to the chef that at this point, anything will be fine with me. Please allow my father to sleep through lunch. The security team is working at the moment, Maxim said. They're in the sitting room and don't want to be disturbed. If there's anything you need them for, just let me know and I'll take care of it. Deliberately, Airiana made a face. Such a fuss. Really, Maxim, you and Theodotus worry far too much. Maxim ignored her, reaching out lazily and taking the bottle of water from her to unscrew the cap. He handed it back and turned his attention to Goria. I know you need to get back to the chef, but if you could show me where the first aid kit is. Of course, the steward was all business. Right over here. He led Maxim to the bar and reached behind him, pulling out a fairly large box. Thanks. Maxim nodded at the man dismissively, and Goria immediately took the cue and hurried down the stairs. Why make a big deal about the first aid box? Airiana asked. She was beginning to realize everything Maxim did was for a reason. I wanted him to remember I asked for it. I can use the same ploy with the captain. I'll want to get into the control room and turn this thing around. We'll need Theodotus for that. He won't cooperate. Of course he will. Your father doesn't want to die. He has a big ego, Airiana, and he's convinced himself the world can't get along without him, so it won't be a big leap for him to help us. The story will be easy enough. The team doesn't trust the contact in Colombia. Russia and Colombia are friendly, but we believe you and your father are far too valuable for certain opportunists to pass up. I see. Theodotus will definitely like that explanation. No doubt he'll come to believe it. It isn't that far from the truth. If it was known where you were and that your father was with you, every terrorist in the world with a grain of sense would be after the two of you. You'd better believe that Evan Shackler-Gratsos is looking for you right now. He laid the first aid kit open on the deck beside the lounger and carefully began to unwind the blood-spattered wraps on her left foot. To keep from wincing, she didn't want him to know it still hurts, she took a long swig of water. The cool liquid slid down her parched throat. She hadn't realized how thirsty or tired she was. While he worked on her feet, she glanced up at the clouds. The sun was bright, shining on the water, the sky a deep blue. A few lazy clouds drifted overhead, and at first she idly tried to see animals in their fluffy shapes. When she was a child, she'd played that game to stop herself from noticing patterns. Patterns were everywhere, in the clouds, in the waves, in the shadows thrown onto the deck by the sun. There was no escaping from them. She took another long drink as he applied more antibiotic cream and a new wrap. "You're sighing." "Because I thought we were going to get off easy, but we aren't." She watched the clouds moving above them, spinning and drifting as if they hadn't a care in the world. But inside those clouds, her fluffy animals were gone. No, Evan was bound to figure out who had you. He's got money, Airiana, and he's willing to use it to get what he wants. He buys people, and anyone willing to aid Sorbakov would be just as willing to help Evan. Theodotus had a plane waiting in Colombia. The pilot knew the plan was to take you from Mexico up the South American coast to rendezvous with the plane. If Evan offered him money, why wouldn't he give him that information? How would Evan know who to go to for information? Curiosity nearly took her attention from the patterns forming above her. "The underworld is all connected," he said, starting on her other foot. "It isn't that hard to know who the major players are. Each of them is fed information through their pipelines. Some are extensive, some aren't." He gave a small shrug. "Once you're in that world and you've acquired a reputation, everyone knows what you will or won't do for money. Like you, like me. So we're going to make a run for it." He nodded. "The yacht is. We're going to bail." She scowled at him over the water bottle. "You said no swimming." "We're done with swimming. We are done, aren't we?" "Circumstances have changed. I'm switching sides. Suddenly I feel a bout of loyalty coming on to dear old Dad. Just how bad could it be living in Russia?" "Russia is beautiful," Maxim said. "They would welcome you with open arms." The laughter faded as she studied his face. "But not you. Not after all you've done for your country. They'll kill you. Eventually. But it isn't my country killing me. It's one very powerful man." Her heart turned over. "Maxim, you can't just accept death like you do. You have to fight this man. You're willing to fight for me. You have to be willing to fight for yourself." He ran his fingers down the side of her face in a little caress. "Journey, male. Who says I'm not willing? I'm just not willing to put others in jeopardy with me." Maxim took the cold pack from her to inspect the damage done to her face. "You're developing a wonderful shiner. When your family sees you, they're going to think I'm the kind of man who beats his woman." Her heart skipped a beat. He probably hadn't even noticed he'd referred to her as his woman. But right then, when they were alone and the world was quiet and peaceful, she wanted to be his. Airiana smiled up at him. "They know what a tough girl I am. If you hit me, I would hit you back." He picked up her hand and placed it palm to palm with his, studying the difference in their sizes. She laughed. Her hand was dwarfed by his. His fingers closed slowly around hers, one by one, almost as if he was waiting for her to pull free. "I love the sound of your laughter," he said. "You make life a fun adventure rather than a daily job." He brought her hand to his mouth and nibbled at the pads of her fingers. "I've never done this before, you know." Her breath caught in her lungs. Maxim wasn't given to revelations about himself. She stayed very quiet, waiting, hoping for more. "Men like me have to stay alone. We can't trust anyone. Anyone could be the assassin sent to end us. We form relationships only for information. No one ever is close to us. I don't sleep when I'm near others." His mouth curved in a humorless smile. "I'm like a mole. I crawl into a hole and close it over my head if I need rest. There isn't a moment when I don't have a weapon on me and a contingency plan to escape a situation." Airiana didn't know what to do or say, so she stayed silent, willing him to keep talking. She was hearing things he'd never told anyone else. Personal things. Reasons, of course, why he could never be with her. He didn't realize that in revealing details of his life to her, he was acknowledging she meant more to him than he was willing to admit aloud to her. Maxim opened her fingers and pressed his mouth into the center of her palm. She nearly jumped and jerked her hand away, but managed to remain still. They shared a moment of deep intimacy. Her gaze jumped to his in a kind of dazed wonder. Did he even know what he'd just done? Probably. I want to lie down with you and fall asleep. Just once. As a declaration of love, it didn't seem like much on the surface, yet she felt elated, almost giddy inside with joy. She knew he wanted her physically. There was no doubt in her mind that, given the opportunity, they would come together. Somehow, admitting that he wanted to share a bed with her seemed so much more of an intimacy. His teeth teased at the pads of her fingers. Someday, Airiana, if I live through all this, I'm going to do that. You'll have to leave your window open for me, and I'll just slip in. You won't even know I'm there. She would know. They both knew if he came into her bedroom, he would come together with her, and she would welcome him. That sounds good to me. I prefer my window open. He frowned. What kind of security system do you have? She rolled her eyes at him. The revelations were over, and he was back to being Maxim Prakenskii, all about living in a fortress. You sound just like Levi and Thomas, she said. If they had their way, we'd have a 14-foot fence with barbed wire on top and machine guns every few feet. He frowned at her. What's wrong with that? His strong teeth bit down on the pads of her fingers. I think that's a very good plan. You would. And dogs. You need a pack of very large dogs patrolling your property. I'd like that. We've been talking about it for a while now, but so far, no one's figured out the breed we want. My brother Gavriel loves dogs. I hope when he finds a safe place to settle down, he'll have several, Maxim said. What about you? Do you like animals? He shrugged, his features totally expressionless once again. I wouldn't know one way or the other. I don't have pets, if that's what you mean. I never have had one. He let go of her hand and was up, slipping into the shadows easily, as if he belonged there. She knew Goria was on his way up the stairs with their lunch. Night appeared to fall quickly out at sea. The sun vanished, pouring liquid gold into the waters, turning the horizon orange and red in a spectacular display, and then that fast it was gone. Airiana gripped the railing hard and looked down at the dark waters. Just minutes before, the ocean was bright and jeweled, sparkling even, and now it held a sinister quality, as if below the surface all kinds of predators lurked, waiting for an opportunity to pull the yacht beneath the waves. She shivered. More than anything, she wanted to go home. Sea Haven was magical and peaceful, and she needed her family. She wasn't the adventurous type, no matter what Maxim might think. She lived much more in her head than others thought. Right now, Maxim had driven out the numbers and patterns, and mostly, she'd just fantasized about him. She found it rather humiliating that she couldn't get him out of her head, although now she knew for certain that she was in his, and that made it all much more bearable. If she had to suffer, he could as well. A wave leapt up, splashing along the railing, surprisingly high, the sound like a loud slap. Across the water in the distance, she could see lights, and that was somewhat comforting. Knowing they were close to a shore and to people left her feeling as if there was hope that she would get home soon. Theodotus had been just as cooperative as Maxim predicted, insisting to the captain that they turn the boat around, that he had arranged for a plane much closer than their first destination. He'd been very persuasive, and as far as she could see, the captain and crew seemed to take everything Theodotus said as gospel. The wind tugged at her hair and brought it with news. She could feel the air stretching around her like a map, showing her the location of anyone out on the decks. She lifted one hand to tuck strands of flyaway hair behind her ear as she turned to face the two men dressed in white coming toward her. She recognized Goria immediately, and the man with him was the first mate, Boris something, she remembered. She sent them a small smile. It suddenly turned very dark out there, she gestured toward the open sea. You're probably used to it, but it's a little scary for me. The men kept walking straight toward her, and she felt her heart accelerate with each purposeful step they took. What is it? Is something wrong? You need to come with us now, Goria said. For your own safety, the captain wants you off the deck. Maxim, where are you? They're taking me off the deck. She stepped away from the railing, very cooperative. Has something happened? It's just a precaution, nothing more, Boris assured. His fingers settled around her arm, and she knew it wasn't just a precaution. They were taking her prisoner. Had the security force somehow woken up and escaped? Had Theodotus? Where are you? Don't panic. These men work for Sorbakov. This is his yacht, not your father's, and his men reported to him. He's countered Theodotus's orders. Of course, the first thing they'll do is try to secure you. She noticed he used the word try. She pulled back, stubbornly refusing to move. Please don't grab me. I don't like people putting their hands on me. The two stared at each other, Boris obviously unimpressed with her haughtily delivered order. He didn't relinquish his hold on her. Goria? She raised her eyebrow, turning to the steward for help. I don't mind going with the two of you, but I won't be dragged around like a rag doll. I don't much care what you like, Boris snapped, dropping all pretense of civility. He tightened his hold on her and dragged her several steps across the deck. Airiana took 3 stumbling steps and let out a cry of pain as her foot came down hard. Boris paused, and she shot him in the side of the neck with her dart gun. He grunted, his mouth still forming a curse, his eyes wide with shock. For a moment, he teetered back and forth, and then he toppled like a giant tree, his hand still clamped around her arm. She went down with him and lay for a moment fighting for breath. Goria hurried to her side, still unaware that she darted Boris. The moment he got close, he realized something was wrong and let out a shout for help. He leapt back just as she brought up the dart gun. Rolling over to come to her hands and knees, she started to rise. Goria ticked her hard in the ribs, sending her sprawling across Boris's body. Pain exploded through her, but she held on to the dart gun as if it were her lifeline, and maybe it was. She kept rolling, trying to stay away from Goria's feet. He seemed to be everywhere, dancing close and whirling away in some strange form of martial arts she'd never seen before. He was faster than she would have believed him to be, but she should have known that everyone working on the yacht was probably highly trained in combat skills as well as their daily jobs. Goria kicked her repeatedly, strike after strike, always dancing out of reach, so fast she couldn't aim the dart gun. She kept moving away from him, but she was running out of deck. It was only a matter of time before he landed a blow hard enough to break something. This man is making me angry. Losing your temper won't help. Just take aim and shoot the bastard. She wanted to curse, but she didn't have time. Goria nailed her in her arm, deadening it, so that the dart gun slipped from nerveless fingers. I need to be able to bring him down. You really need to pay more attention in your self-defense class, Maxim said. Really? I don't think so. She had a few defenses of her own, and Goria's weird monkey-like dancing was making her feel a little seasick. She was tired of everyone suddenly turning from nice to enemy. She felt surrounded on all sides, and she just wanted to go home. Airiana called to the wind to defend her. It came pouring over the yacht, fast, furious, slamming into Goria as he rolled close to her, lashed out with his foot and retreated. The wind howled, an entity without mercy, as it struck, hitting him square in the chest, uncaring how fast he was, uncaring how trained he was. Goria hit the railing hard, so hard she heard a terrible crack and a scream. The wind was relentless, sliding beneath his legs and lifting them into the air so that he teetered on the railing. Enough, she whispered to the wind. That's enough. Scooping up the dart gun, she tried to push herself to her feet. There didn't seem to be a place on her body that didn't hurt. The wind lessened its fury but hadn't died down that much, still tugging and pushing at the steward's body, trying to get him away from Airiana. Goria screamed, galvanizing her into action. She forced herself to her feet. Her legs felt like rubber, and she went down to one knee just as Goria slipped off the railing into the dark water below. She closed her eyes for a moment and knelt there, trying to catch her breath. Tears burned. She'd just killed a man, using her gifts. It was so wrong. She was supposed to use them for good, never evil. This life was madness. She couldn't imagine how Maxim had survived it and stayed sane all those long years. She not only felt the vibration of running footsteps, but heard them as well. Maxim wouldn't make any noise. If he came to her, it would be in silence. He knew she was in trouble, so he'd be there if he could. "Tell me you're still alive," she whispered, and pressed her palm hard to her thigh. She needed him, not to save her life again, but just to hold her, just for a minute. She sank back onto the deck and shoved the few extra darts Maxim had given her back into the gun. Crawling, she made it to Boris's body. Dragging his dead weight was much harder than she'd anticipated, and whoever was coming was close. In the end, she sank down, using Boris for a shield, trying to blend into the shadows as Maxim did. "I'm alive," Maxim assured her. "I've got a couple of them stalking me. I've already taken out 2. I've done the same, but someone's coming. Can you hide? I'm trying your blurring technique. It seemed very useful." She used the air around her to build a little cocoon, wrapping herself up tight in the hopes that it would make it more difficult to spot her. Maxim's gift of fading into the background wasn't just because he was bound to air. It was more than that, but still, she knew part of what he did was wrapping air around himself to muddy his image. The captain skidded to a halt, an assault rifle in his hands. He looked furious and ready to shoot anything that moved. She held herself very still, even holding her breath, afraid that anything at all might give her away. She wasn't certain why she found the captain so much more intimidating. Maybe it was the assault rifle and the businesslike look on his face. He spotted Boris's body and took his time, scanning the deck for trouble before he crossed to the body and reached down to feel for a pulse. He looked right at her, and her heart stuttered and then began to pound. He touched Boris's neck and found the dart. He cursed as he pulled it out, once more looking around. He hadn't seen her. Wrapping herself in layers of air had blurred her image enough that the shadows successfully kept her hidden. Reluctant to move and possibly draw attention to herself, Airiana debated whether or not to try to use the dart gun on him. Her hand already was shaking, but a small warning alarm kept going off in her head. Earlier, in the pattern she'd seen in the clouds, there had been violence, the deck riddled with bullets. There was no sound at all to warn her, but she was suddenly aware she was not alone with the captain. Maxim had joined them. She strained her eyes looking for him, searching the darkest parts of the deck, but she still couldn't discover where he was. The captain must have his own radar, because he suddenly crouched low, not more than 4 feet from her, the rifle ready, scrutinizing every inch of the deck systematically. "Above you. Don't move. Don't make a sound." She didn't turn her head or tilt it, but just looked up with her eyes. Even then, with him telling her where he was, she failed to spot him immediately. When she did, the breath rushed from her lungs. He was on the ceiling of the overhang above the bar, like a spider, stretched out, using fingertips and toes to push himself like a giant spider to the very edge of the overhang. How do you do that? Because that wasn't human. No one could hang upside down from a ceiling and not fall. That was completely defying gravity. Air. There are all kinds of uses for air. You've never had to use them, so you haven't considered them, but a large cushion of air can help hold me in position for a fairly long time. He was so matter-of-fact. He loomed over them, both her and the captain. The captain never once thought to look up. He was on the deck, most of which was open, and it just didn't occur to him that Maxim could be overhead. She pressed her lips together tightly. She was terrified of giving Maxim away. It had been better when she hadn't known where he was. Now it took every ounce of discipline she had not to stare at him. She feared that intensity might just draw the captain's attention. The wind shifted, just the smallest bit, sending the gauze wraps that Maxim had removed from her feet earlier fluttering on the lounger. The captain lifted the assault rifle and sprayed the entire area with bullets. She flattened herself against the wall, shocked at the sound of the gun as it spewed what seemed like a million bullets. She didn't think he'd ever stop. The sound hurt her ears, and she couldn't stop herself from covering them. The captain must have caught that little flash of movement, and he started to turn toward her, the rifle still spitting bullets. She froze, unable to move even as the barrel began to swing around. Journey. Maxim kicked away from the ceiling, diving headfirst, slamming into the captain hard, driving him over sideways, his hands grabbing the rifle. Airiana jammed her fist into her mouth as the 2 men struggled for possession of the weapon. The captain still had his finger on the trigger and tried desperately to turn the barrel toward Maxim. She became aware of the dart gun still in her fist. Without giving herself time to think about it, she crawled forward. She had to crawl over Boris's body. Grateful that she was small and could fit in tight places, she moved around Maxim to get to the other side of the captain. What the fricking are you doing? If I move my finger, he can pull the trigger and kill you. Get the frickin' away from here. She ignored the warning and kept crawling, telling herself she was a tiny spider on the deck and the captain wouldn't see her. The two men were grunting and cursing, their heels drumming at each other while both fought for control of the rifle. She pushed herself into the small space between the captain and the wall. Gosh, shoot the jerk if you're going to. What are you waiting for? She'd been so focused on getting to the captain's neck, it hadn't occurred to her that she could dart him anywhere. She pressed the gun against his thigh and pulled the trigger. Just for good measure, she shot him again in his chest. The drug was fast-acting and hit the captain hard. His eyes rolled back in his head and he went limp. Maxim tore the rifle from his hands and glared at her. Are you deliberately trying to get yourself killed, Airiana? All he had to do was push that muzzle toward you and squeeze the trigger. She let the dart gun fall from her hand, drew up her knees, and put her head down on top of them. Her eyes burned with tears. Her throat was clogged with them. There was no way to stop them, no way to keep not just her eyes from weeping, but her entire body. She'd killed a man, using gifts meant for good. The world around her was complete madness. Maxim felt as if she'd just delivered a wicked punch straight to his heart. He'd made her cry, really cry. Her entire body was shaking, and she'd wrapped her arms tightly around her knees, locking him out. I'm sorry. You just scared me, honey. It's no big deal. You're safe. I'm safe. We're good. He used his most soothing voice. She had to stop. What was wrong with him that he could be tortured and yet couldn't stand the sight of her crying? How cliché was that? I want to go home. Can you just take me home? Airiana lifted her head abruptly, her sky-blue eyes wet with tears. It was worse looking at her like that than listening to her. The impact was a knife through his heart. I'll get you home, baby. Just stop. He reached over the captain and lifted her into his arms, cradling her against his chest. She winced as if lifting her hurt her physically. I know it doesn't seem like it, but we're much closer to our goal. She held herself stiff, as if she couldn't bear his touch, and that hurt worse than if she'd just slapped him. He had to give her something, a truth about himself, something she would recognize was more than an apology. He searched for the right thing, feeling a little desperate, needing to make things right between them. I never considered that I might have a double standard, Airiana, but I do. I wasn't given a choice when I was taken from my family and placed in that school. There was no running away, no way to be anything but what they wanted me to be. I became what they made me. He nuzzled her neck, inhaled her scent. She was warm and soft and made for him. He had known that from the first time he'd researched her. The point, Airiana, is I had no choice. I made up my mind that, although I had to accept the hand dealt to me, never again would I be in a position where I had no choice. She was listening to him. The tension hadn't left her body, and she wasn't melting into him the way he wanted her to, but still, she was listening. Clearly, I'm not good at explaining myself. I've never had to, nor have I wanted to, but you came along, and my well-ordered world was turned upside down, inside out. You messed with my head. I had no choice when it came to you, honey. There, it was out. He made it sound so matter-of-fact, not at all like the fire raging in his soul. He hadn't wanted to want her. He didn't want a woman he was destined for. He didn't want a woman at all. She complicated everything. She left him with no choices, something he'd vowed would never happen again, and he was very angry with her. He turned her hand over and pried open her fingers, exposing her palm. His thumb brushed over the center, and for a moment the two interconnected circles appeared beneath her skin and just as quickly disappeared. He sighed. Baby, you have to stop crying. I'm trying to tell you something important, and I can't think straight when you're like this. If he could have ordered her to stop, he would have. She leaned her head against his chest and looked up at him with tear-drenched eyes. I'm listening. He nodded and pressed a kiss into her palm. I have this anger inside of me, buried so deep, and it never gets let out. I wouldn't dare let it out. I don't even know how to let it out anymore, which is a good thing. It just sits there, smoldering like a volcano, and once in a while it tries to surface. You changed my world, and I let you into my deepest self, where all that anger resides. I didn't want some slip of a woman forcing me to accept our bond. I knew what it meant, and I knew neither of us would ever be free again. But still, for all my discipline, all my training, I couldn't stop myself. Airiana frowned and looked down at her palm. I had nothing to do with that. A man in my position lives with absolute discipline. Everything I do or say is planned carefully. I don't have compulsions I can't overcome. That would be suicide. But I couldn't stop myself from acknowledging our connection. I tied us together. Shouldn't I be the one angry? Yes, I can concede you're right, even logical, but crazy, out-of-control emotions don't make sense, and I have never chosen to live with emotions or be dictated to by them until I met you. All along, you've messed me up. Airiana finally relaxed into him completely, melting like she did, so that she felt a part of him. How could he explain to her how that felt? He was a man apart. He didn't have a woman melt into him. He didn't feel as if they shared the same mind or the same skin. Still, I offered myself to you, and you rejected me. He winced at the hurt in her voice. He hadn't had sex with hers, something that was always calculated. He didn't want that and refused to allow his mind or body to go in that direction with her. I've never experienced true intimacy with a woman. I've been with women a million times, I won't lie, but I've never experienced true intimacy. And if I get that chance again, in the right time and the right place, I want it to be with you. He kissed her palm again and brought it to his face, rubbing it along his jaw. I know I sound a little crazy right now, but that's the way you make me feel. I just thought you should know. He waited, holding her palm to his jaw, willing her to understand when he wasn't certain he understood what he was trying to tell her. An apology for rejecting her offer? A confession of anger because she made him feel something? That made no sense. Nothing he'd done after meeting her made any sense at all. You do realize I just killed a man, Maxim. I used the wind to push him overboard. I heard his back break, and I don't think I'll ever get the sound out of my head. You're telling me how you feel while we're on a yacht out in the middle of nowhere and most of the crew is either dead or drugged? I'm very aware of those things, yes, he said. She sighed. Just checking that we're on the same page, because I'm a little bit upset over it all, especially the killing part. Really? The killing seemed the least of it all to me. I'm upset over your crying. He nodded and pressed a kiss into her palm. I have this anger inside of me, buried so deep, and it never gets let out. I wouldn't dare let it out. I don't even know how to let it out anymore, which is a good thing. It just sits there, smoldering like a volcano, and once in a while it tries to surface. You changed my world, and I let you into my deepest self, where all that anger resides. I didn't want some slip of a woman forcing me to accept our bond. I knew what it meant, and I knew neither of us would ever be free again. But still, for all my discipline, all my training, I couldn't stop myself. Airiana frowned and looked down at her palm. I had nothing to do with that. A man in my position lives with absolute discipline. Everything I do or say is planned carefully. I don't have compulsions I can't overcome. That would be suicide. But I couldn't stop myself from acknowledging our connection. I tied us together. Shouldn't I be the one angry? Yes, I can concede you're right, even logical, but crazy, out-of-control emotions don't make sense, and I have never chosen to live with emotions or be dictated to by them. Until I met you. All along, you've messed me up. Airiana finally relaxed into him completely, melting like she did so that she felt a part of him. How could he explain to her how that felt? He was a man apart. He didn't have a woman melt into him. He didn't feel as if they shared the same mind or the same skin. Still, I offered myself to you, and you rejected me. He winced at the hurt in her voice. He hadn't had sex with hers, something that was always calculated. He didn't want that and refused to allow his mind or body to go in that direction with her. I've never experienced true intimacy with a woman. I've been with women a million times, I won't lie, but I've never experienced true intimacy. And as I get that chance again, in the right time and the right place, I want it to be with you. He kissed her palm again and brought it to his face, rubbing it along his shadowed jaw. I know I sound a little crazy right now, but that's the way you make me feel. I just thought you should know. He waited, holding her palm to his jaw, willing her to understand when he wasn't certain he understood what he was trying to tell her. An apology for rejecting her offer? A confession of anger because she made him feel something? That made no sense. Nothing he'd done after meeting her made any sense at all. You do realize
Journey. Male. That just has to stop. You do it just a little too much, and I think my hair is going a little gray. Killing is wrong. Not if it's in self-defense, honey, and you were defending yourself. He was still inside, waiting. She was turning what he'd said over and over in her mind. He needed acceptance from her. Airiana sighed and pushed her fingers through his hair. I don't see any gray, Maxim. Tell me the rest. I need to hear everything. Everything made him even more vulnerable. Maybe that's what love was, and he didn't want to go there. He had no choice again. She wasn't about choices, only truth. I don't want to love you. Not a woman like you. Loving you would be terrifying, Airiana, every minute of every day. I was terrified as a child, and again, swore I wouldn't ever as an adult, and I haven't been, no matter the circumstances, until you. She pressed her lips together as if stopping herself from condemning him. He couldn't blame her if she did. He'd tied them together and then run for his life. The silence stretched between him, taking away his choices again. She wasn't going to give herself to him again. He understood that. She'd offered once, and he'd thrown her offer back in her face. You're the kind of woman that consumes a man. I can't get you out of my head. I'll never be free of you. I know that already, and I haven't been truly close to you yet. He'd slipped up and used the word yet. There was a part of him already accepting that he couldn't walk away from her. He could use every excuse, but he wasn't that strong. You make loving me sound like it just possibly could be the worst thing in the world. Worse than the life you lead now? He winced. He supposed, as a declaration of love, he hadn't done a very good job. I suppose you could take it like that. For a moment, the storm in her eyes grew a little turbulent, and he braced himself for her answer. He'd never exposed himself to anyone like that in his life. He'd never looked into his soul, let alone showed who he was to another human being. She had such power over him, and that was the problem. He didn't want anyone to have that kind of control over him. Her gaze softened, and she nuzzled his chest. I'm going to take everything you said as a compliment. Thank you for thinking I'm worth loving, even though you don't want to love me. I can understand feeling as if you don't have a choice. She lifted her face and bit him gently on his chin. Just remember, you aren't in this alone. You may think you are, but I'm right here with you. I didn't have a choice when you did the palm thing. I can't help being drawn to you. There are two of us feeling this way, not one. He nodded slowly. He felt he could breathe again. His lungs actually felt raw, burning from lack of air. But the moment the storm clouds had faded from her eyes, the moment she indicated she understood, the world righted itself. I'll remember that, honey, I promise. You just work very hard on the crying thing. You could be the perfect woman without that little flaw. Her eyebrow shot up. Flaw? You might be the perfect man if you didn't actually open your mouth and speak. The storm was back, at least threatening to come back. He could see it in her eyes. On further thought, flaw would not be the correct word. Laughter broke through the storm clouds. Nice retraction. Can we get out of here now before something else happens? I have this really awful feeling, and I don't think I can take any more killing or drugging. It's one thing to read about all these awful people in the news, it's another to actually deal with them in person. Why is it that every time you shift position, you wince? Goria knew some monkey form of martial arts and kicked the mess out of me, she admitted. There isn't a place on my body that doesn't hurt. My eye is throbbing and my feet feel like they're on fire. His heart skipped a beat. Goria could have killed her. She hadn't said anything to him or cried out for help. She'd just railed at the fact that she had a difficult time darting the steward. He resisted the urge to shake her. There it was, that anger welling up because he could have lost her. She had no business being in danger. You're a mess.
She bit his chin again, this time a little harder. What was that for? For what you were just thinking. You can't possibly know what I was thinking. I have a stone face. No one reads me. I can read you, so stop thinking idiotic thoughts. You kidnapped me and brought me into danger. Had it not been for you, I'd be safe at home. I saved you from Evan's men, he said. That should count for something. Well, it doesn't. I've seen what you can do. If you'd wanted, you could have wiped up the floor with Evan's men and none of this would have happened. You were too busy taking me to meet dear old Dad, and to be honest, I wasn't all that thrilled with him. He nodded solemnly. That could have been a mistake on my part. You liked him, didn't you? Yes, he conceded, a bit grudgingly. As far as I ever like anyone. He seemed genuinely interested in you and excited to meet you. I'm certain that he was, but for all the wrong reasons. Do you think you can stand up on your own? He asked. I've been giving that some thought, she replied. It depends on what we do next. I thought we might take this yacht in close to shore and get really off of it. Her eyebrow shot up. Off of it? That part sounds good, but close to shore is not so good. That requires getting in the water again. I have cuts on my feet, and there are sharks in the water. You're a little obsessed with sharks. I'm a little obsessed with not getting eaten by one, she corrected. She sighed, the amusement fading. She closed her eyes and snuggled deeper against him. Do you ever get to sleep, Maxim? Because I think I could sleep for a week. He wanted to tell her it was all right, but like Airiana, he felt alarms were going off. He held her tighter, while he went still, listening to the wind, feeling the air around them. The yacht moved slowly through the water on autopilot, allowing him to get a good feel for everything around them. Out in the distance, there was a boat, but it was small and didn't appear to be following them. Still, something wasn't quite right. He rubbed his chin over the top of her head, trying to give her a few minutes. He knew he was going to ask her to get back in the water, the one thing she was most terrified of. His every instinct was to shield her, to protect her, yet he was going to force her back into the sea at night. Strands of her hair caught in the rough shadow on his jaw, weaving them together. Earlier, it would have bothered him, the need to find things that would hold her to him. But right now, when he was trying to comfort her, he found the little things like those threads, binding them, comforted him as well. Thanks for listening to me, baby. I know I'm not the easiest man in the world to understand. Gosh, I don't understand myself, but at least you give it a try. You're not that bad, Maxim, she replied without opening her eyes. You're just a little mixed up right now. I am too. We need a minute to just stay still. Maybe if we don't move, nothing bad will happen. He knew it didn't work like that. His alarms were beginning to affect his gut, tying him up in knots, always a bad sign. He took a breath and let it out. I'm going to put you on the lounger and gather our things for a quick exit. I'd like to take us as close to shore as possible. We're really going to have to swim again, aren't we? She asked. He thought it significant that she didn't open her eyes or protest. She was too very tired. I'd give anything to keep us from having to make the swim, but it isn't safe to stay aboard too much longer. The captain had to have reported to Sorbakov, and he'll have people waiting in every harbor. He hoped that was his greatest worry, but he feared it was Evan Shackler-Gratzos. The shipping magnate had plenty of time to send his mercenaries after them. He was certain his gut wouldn't be acting the way it was if they weren't close.
Journey. Mail. I'm going to sleep until you say it's time to go, she announced. He stood up in one swift move, cradling her in his arms. I have to take a look at you. I need to know if anything is broken or cracked. The closer we get to shore, the harder it can be. I doubt if anything's broken, but I can't honestly say for sure, she admitted. I really hurt. She didn't even sound as if she was complaining. He had to admit to himself that was one of the things he found endearing about her. She could have been a difficult person. He'd kidnapped her and exposed her to danger, to killing, to a human trafficking ring, even forcing her to face her worst fears, swimming in the ocean, but she didn't complain. She used humor to get her through. He placed her gently on the lounger, not liking the rush of air escaping her lungs when he put her down, but she didn't cry out. I'll be right back.
I don't want any unexpected surprises from our captain. What about the other crew members? I took care of them. Even the chef. No more delicious meals. He went back to slip zip ties on the captain and Boris in the event that either woke up while he was examining Airiana. Neither man appeared as if he would be waking up anytime soon. She darted them more than once. Maxim stood looking down at her. Her face was swollen on one side, her eye purple now from her encounter with one of Sorbakov's assassins. He found it particularly disturbing to see the bruises on her face. She looked fragile, delicate, far too innocent to be involved in such a mess. He crouched down beside her. Her feet were bandaged, but there was no more blood leaking through the gauze. He knew she was awake by her breathing, but she didn't lift her lashes. He brushed back the hair tumbling around her face with a gentle hand. "You're almost home, baby. We're close." She smiled without opening her eyes. "I know. I'm just resting, Maxim. I'm all right. More upset over Goria than anything else. I'm going to touch you, honey. I have to get under your clothes." She did open her eyes then, all that glorious blue hitting him hard. The impact was felt in the region of his heart. "I trust you, Maxim. You don't have to tell me that." He pushed her shirt up over her flat belly and narrow ribcage. Already he could see the bruises coming up. The one along her left side was enormous and ugly. He felt carefully with his fingers, looking for evidence that her ribs were broken. "I was moving when he kicked me. I didn't take the full impact," she assured. His expression must have been frightening. Had Goria been standing in front of him, Maxim might have beaten him to death. "I don't think your ribs are broken. You wouldn't be able to take a full breath. Still, this is going to hurt worse tomorrow." He pulled her shirt down and opened her jeans to slide them over her slender hips. His breath caught in his throat. There was more bruising along her hip and thigh. No wonder she wasn't walking. "I should have come here first, Airiana. I'm sorry. They came at me in force, and I didn't think they would try to hurt you." "He didn't want me to shoot him with the dart gun. He may have thought I killed Boris," she said. He fastened her jeans. "Don't make excuses for him. If I could find him on the ocean floor, I'd kill him all over again." She laughed and then caught at her sides. "Don't, that hurts." He found it astonishing that she could laugh about anything. The wind shifted, slapping at the yacht hard. The smile faded from her face, and she struggled into a sitting position. "They're here, Maxim. We're surrounded." "I know, baby," he admitted softly. A moment there was no sign whatsoever, and then the air around them was filled with warning. Maxim knew the men had come from the boat in the distance. He hadn't detected them because they'd come at him from under the water. He took Airiana's hand. "Don't make a sound. Sound travels at night, especially on open water. We're going to have to get off." He felt the protest in her mind, but she didn't voice it aloud, or even to him telepathically. She nodded her head and turned on the lounger, testing her body's ability to move. She placed each foot cautiously on the deck and stood. He waited until she got her footing. "One of the men will board the yacht, stop it, and let the anchor down. They don't yet know the situation on board. They think they're facing the crew as well as a security force. Once the yacht is no longer moving, the rest will come on board fast." "This isn't Sorbakov's people?" "No. I'm fairly certain Evan sent his men to retrieve you. He really is going to keep coming after me, isn't he? Even once you take me home?" "He can try," Maxim said, his tone grim. Evan could send an army, but once Airiana was back on her farm, she'd have his 2 brothers as well as him to look after her. One Prakenskii might fall, but not 3 of them. They'd make that farm a fortress. "I don't want you to move any more than you have to. You're going to need all your strength. We're going to get to the railing nearest the anchor. Can you walk that far?" "I'd carry you, but I need my hands free." "I can walk. Can you reload the dart gun for me?" He took the small gun and pushed in the last of the darts. "After these, the only ones I have left are lethal." She held out her hand for the small harness with the rest of the darts protected in the loops. He took it to mean if she needed them, she'd use them. He handed it to her silently, and Airiana fastened it around her waist, securing it to the loops of her jeans. "Someone's on the deck, moving toward the control room," she said. He'd felt the disturbance in the air as well. Air is everywhere. Evan's men definitely needed to breathe it, and there was no avoiding it. When they displaced it, moved through it, or even stood still in it, he could see their exact location, just as if he had a map laid out in front of him. Stay low. We need to move now. I think I should tell you, I'm pretty scared, Maxim. Not of these men. I have no doubt you could take out every one of them if you had to, but I really hate the water. I won't let anything happen to you. Airiana knew he wouldn't, not if he could help it. She followed him across the deck, crouching as low as possible when every step she took hurt. Moving hurt, bending low, even breathing hurt. She hadn't seen too much evidence of him being wounded, but she was certain he was. He couldn't have gone against the entire crew and security force without having some wound. If he didn't complain, she wasn't going to either. Well, she didn't mind so much voicing her opinion on swimming in the sea at night. That was just plain common sense. He indicated the deck and she slid down to sit with her back against the rail, waiting for whatever happened. It didn't take long. The yacht slowed even more and eventually came to a halt. The thick chain attached to the anchor fed out over the side, making certain the yacht stayed put. Immediately, hooks came up over the railing on the deck below them, as well as on their deck. Maxim dropped low, fading as he did until he appeared part of the deck itself. She remembered to wrap herself in air to blur her lines so that anyone glancing her way wouldn't see her. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, shaking inside, but her hands were steady on the dart gun. It wasn't just her on the deck. Maxim was there as well, and he would put himself in harm's way to protect her. She wasn't going to do less for him. Her breath caught in her throat as she saw a man in a wetsuit slide onto the deck just a few feet from Maxim's head. He slid the tank from his shoulders and laid it carefully on the deck in front of him. Her heart jumped. It looked as if the tank was actually wedged up against Maxim from her angle, but the man looked toward the railing, where a second man and then a third slipped aboard. They maintained a distance apart of about 6 feet. She knew by the way the air moved that there were 3 others on the same deck with them. She took a breath and let it out. Are you okay? Don't move, baby.
Journey. Male. They can't see us here. They aren't even looking. He's so close to you. The first man had stayed where he was, signaling the others to check the bar and around the lounge area. Clearly, he was the leader. They talked mainly with their hands, and she figured Maxim understood the signals. She wished she did. Sitting there feeling exposed and vulnerable just a few feet from one of them was one of the hardest things she'd ever done. She had to fight the urge to run continually. Twice, the man seemed to look right at her. The 5 men systematically and thoroughly checked the deck and every nook and cranny on it. The leader stayed where he was, covering the others. She actually felt beads of perspiration running down her body when the air was quite cool. She held her breath when they reached the door of the den. This was the owner's sun deck, and most of the rooms were devoted to his pleasure. 2 men flanked either side of the door while a third stood in front of it. The leader nodded, and the man in the middle stealthily opened the door. He went through it fast, the others following. She couldn't imagine what they thought finding so many men tied and drugged. One returned to signal to the leader. He spoke softly into a radio and then nodded his head at the man who had come out of the den. What are they doing? Her heart pounded. Adrenaline rushed. She knew. She didn't know how she knew, but she did. The leader had just told his men to kill everyone in the den. She heard Maxim swearing in her mind. He rose up like a wraith, right in front of the leader, his knife in his hand, slashing across the exposed throat and catching the body as it began to topple toward the deck. Airiana didn't wait for him. She pushed herself to her feet and ran across the deck toward the open door of the den. Movement definitely attracted the eye, and she'd forgotten all about the other 2 men who were searching the deck. She nearly ran right into one of them, and the only thing that saved her was the fact that she clutched the dart gun in her hands and squeezed the trigger point blank into his chest, right over his heart. The man fell heavily, his rifle dropping from nerveless hands, clattering on the deck, loud in the silence of the night. Hard hands bit at her, lifting her over the body and shoving her back away from the door of the den and down low.
She recognized Maxim's scent, or she would have blasted him with the dart gun as well. "We have to get in there. They're killing everyone, and they're totally helpless." There were the tears again, clogging her throat. She felt desperate and a little crazy, the adrenaline surging, the fear for the unconscious men eating at her, along with guilt and fury that these intruders would be so merciless. The other assailant searching the deck faded into the shadows, but his gun burned white-hot, the flashes terrifying as he fired round after round, spraying the upper deck. Bullets hit the bar behind them and riddled the railing. Had Maxim not pulled her down, she would have been dead. As the rifle turned away from them, still spitting bullets, Maxim threw his knife. The blade hit with deadly accuracy. She didn't think he could ever miss with his knife. The gurgling sound was terrible, a death rattle she knew would haunt her. The gun continued to fire as the man dropped to the deck, his finger squeezing off rounds until the life drained completely out of him. Maxim signaled for her to stay where she was. He shifted positions, a ghost really, a phantom of the night, gliding in deadly silence toward the open den door where two men lay prone, assault rifles at the ready. The third man slithered onto the deck like a snake, making his way, using elbows and toes, to his fallen comrade. When he reached the fallen man, he felt for a pulse and turned him slightly, just enough to see the knife protruding from his neck. He rolled toward the railing and the darker shadows there. He rolled right into Maxim, who had clearly anticipated the move and was waiting. She caught no more than a small movement as he cut the man's throat and was gone, blending in, moving stealthily toward the overhang. She forced her eyes to see him, to follow the movement as he became a spider, clinging to the underside of the overhang. Her heart in her throat, she watched as he made his way across the ceiling until he was directly above the two men. A noise drew her attention toward the stairs. Hearing the gunfire, 3 other men had climbed the stairs to investigate. One signaled, first toward the left and then toward the right. A dark-clad man went in either direction, hugging the railing while the first covered them. He had a direct line of vision to the open door of the den. Maxim had gone still, blending now with the ceiling. "Can you shoot him with the dart gun? You'll have to be accurate and hit him the first time. If you don't think you can, don't try." Airiana took a deep breath, let it out, and took a careful look at her target. He was using the stairwell as his cover. Most of his body lay along the stairs out of sight. Only his head and upper chest showed, the assault rifle in his arms. His head was tucked down, his eyes scanning the deck for movement. For a moment she hesitated, but Maxim was totally exposed, and with 5 men searching for him, someone was bound to spot him. She shot the one giving orders in the only real target she had, that she knew would take him down, his eye. Her little dart gun was silent, but accurate. The dart hit him square in his left eye, and he made a muffled sound, one that made her stomach heave. She forced back bile and watched as he slumped down. Maxim shot the 2 men in the doorway with a silenced weapon, a quick 1-2 shot, using a silencer and adding air to muffle the sound further. He began to ease back over the ceiling, moving at a snail's pace, never hurrying, never stopping, just moving back toward the cover of the deeper shadows. The 2 other men weren't aware yet of their 3 fallen team members. They began to circle, one moving counterclockwise and the other moving clockwise so they could cover the entire deck. Her heart in her throat, she watched as one of them paused, his attention suddenly drawn toward the bar, Maxim's destination. "Don't move, Maxim. Hold very still." Maxim went absolutely still, clinging with fingers and toes to the ceiling overhead. Her heart pounded so loud she feared the 2 men on the deck would hear. The member of the assault team went down to one knee suddenly, the movement drawing the attention of his partner, who dropped as well. Airiana studied the one who seemed to have noticed something off near the bar. She couldn't let him start spraying the area with bullets, but it was an odd angle for her. Her target would have to be his neck. "He's still uncertain, but he's watching, so stay still. Give me just a moment." She didn't have a moment. The man was suspicious, and she knew he would use his weapon. Alarm was spreading through the air and forming in the waves slapping the yacht. Still, she took her time with her aim, feeling as though this shot was the most important one she'd ever make. She squeezed the trigger and the dart flew from her gun. It struck in his neck and he grunted, slapping at the dart as if it were an angry bee, drawing the attention of his partner. The partner let out a yell and began firing, sweeping the deck with bullets blindly. They hit all around her, tearing up the wall behind her. Had she not been so small, she would have been hit. Maxim fired at the man 3 fast shots. One must have clipped him, because the man hit the deck hard, but he rolled to cover, rapid firing as he did so. Maxim dropped down to the deck to protect Airiana. A bullet sliced through the outside muscle of his arm, a quick kiss that burned like hell. More men were running up the steps.
Journey. Male. He had to get Airiana out of there fast, but if he left any of Evan's crew alive, they would finish what their teammates had started, murdering everyone in the den, including Airiana's father. He didn't want to have to face her if that happened. He rolled away from her, drawing fire, and lifted his gun, spitting back a reply. They exchanged a flurry of bullets while he worked his way into position. 2 more had found their way to the top of the stairs. "Stay down, Airiana," he cautioned, afraid she would draw attention back to herself. Another bullet parted his hair just above his temple, slicing off skin and burning like a firebrand. He took his time, making his next shot count. He put the bullets squarely between the eyes of Evan's man. He turned to see Airiana sliding more darts into the gun. "Those are lethal doses," he reminded. "And very much keep your head down. Bullets are lethal. I'm not going to just throw the dart gun at them." Her voice dripped with sarcasm, and he found himself smiling in spite of the ferocious burning from the bullets clipping him. He'd been lucky, but if they didn't get off the yacht soon, they weren't going to make it. He slapped a compress over the wound on his arm, sealing it and wincing when the antibiotic cream added to the burn along his raw flesh. Airiana's face was white, her eyes large and shadowed, but her expression was determined. She hadn't gone to pieces and froze. She stuck it out with him, fighting by his side no matter how hot the situation. He couldn't help admiring her. She had a much clearer angle on the stairs than he did. The 2 who had come up were half lying, their heads showing just above their friend's body. He was still alive, still breathing, in spite of the drug, but rather than pull him to safety, they used his body as a shield. "If you're going to do this, baby, you have to take both of them out. A 1-2 shot. Go over it in your mind. Practice it there first several times. You can't make a mistake. If you don't take out the second one, he'll unload that automatic on us and we won't survive. Don't talk to me right now. You're making me nervous." He was silent for a moment, willing her to take the shots. If he moved, he'd draw their attention. They were going to figure out fairly quickly where they were, just by the position of the bodies. He heard the small hiss of the dart gun and saw a dart protruding from the man on the left's throat. The second dart hit the forehead of the second man. Maxim leapt to his feet and shot him twice to make certain. He opened the first aid kit in the bar and dragged his war bag out of it, caught Airiana into his arms and raced for the rail. "Slide around to my back, hold on tight, but don't choke me. There are more coming. We've been lucky so far, but sheer numbers are going to get us killed." She didn't argue, although he felt her mind go still, almost as if she didn't allow herself to think further than his command. Obediently, she crawled around to his back and wrapped her legs around him and clutched his shoulders. He went over the side, using the anchor chain as a ladder. It was slippery, and he had to concentrate sliding down it to the dark waters below. Each step was treacherous, and he was very aware he held Airiana's life in his hands. He spotted the small black boat carrying reinforcements from the boat anchored a distance away. They needed a head start. He was going to have to swim with Airiana on his back and mostly stay on the surface. The water wasn't freezing, but already she was shivering, more, he was certain, from fear, not cold. "We're going in as quietly as possible. Lock your arms around my neck, but don't choke me," he cautioned again. She was terrified of the water, and he didn't want her panicking. "Take a breath, we're going under."
Count to 40 and we'll be on our way to the surface. We have to get away from the yacht. They've got men in the water now, and the moment they find us gone, they'll spread out and come hunting." Airiana pressed her face flat against his back, hard. She shook until her bones threatened to fly apart, but she stuck with him. "I'm ready." He felt her fill her lungs, and he slipped down beneath the water, allowing it to close over their heads as he followed the chain beneath the surface. Once out of sight, he kicked strongly, using his strength to propel them through the water as fast as he could toward shore. He heard her counting in her mind, slow and steady, not hurried and panicked, although her heart pounded against his back. When she hit 39, he angled upward. She kept counting, although he could feel her mind beginning to fight her determination. They came up a distance from the yacht. The decks appeared to be swarming with men. He could only hope that the men wouldn't bother murdering those in the den once they discovered their quarry was gone. Evan might even have told them to spare her father for leverage. He couldn't worry about that now. "We're going under again. Count to 40. You're doing fine." "I'm glad you think so." That was definitely sarcasm. Her body shuddered. She sniffed. "Gosh it all, you're crying again? Woman, don't you ever stop?" "I cry when I'm stressed. Swimming underwater stresses me." "You're going to have to get used to it because I'm crying all the way to shore." He took them under. The salt water burned his wounds, but it gave him something else to curse about rather than think about her tears. That lasted for the first 15 seconds. "You aren't helping anything by crying. Just count. That's so much more reasonable. I can't think straight with all that noise." She dug her heel into his side hard. "Stop being a jerk. You're doing it deliberately, and you've made me lose count. Now I'm going to panic for sure. You were on 27, but then I had to respond to your obnoxious, self-centered remark, and that took several more seconds. I'm at least on 37. 35. You're just guessing. I'm going to faint from lack of air." He nearly lost what air was left in his lungs. Trying not to laugh, he surfaced a second time. The yacht was much farther away. He stayed still, treading water, calling in the fog. They needed cover. With that many men searching the yacht, they would figure out fast they were gone and come after them, and they have boats and gear. Tendrils of grayish-white drifted in, great fingers reaching toward the yacht. The wind kicked up, pushing playfully at the fog and the water. Waves slapped over, spilling white foam. The yacht rocked. The fog enveloped the vessel in a thick blanket. She did so, drawing air deep into her lungs. Her fingers clutched at his shoulders as he went under again and kicked strongly toward shore. "Just so you know, I've made up my mind, Airiana. I think it's your complete inability to swim that's done it. Are you purposely trying to make me lose count? This is important and you need to hear it." She sighed overly loud. "Seriously? Now? You're going to tell me something important while we're swimming in a dark ocean, killers coming after us and sharks circling us? I don't see any sharks. You're making that part up." "How would you know? You aren't paying attention. You're too busy trying to distract me from the 40-second count, which you've once again managed to do. You're going longer than 40 seconds, aren't you?" "Well, yes, but that isn't the point." Airiana's fingers dug into his shoulders, gripping tightly. Maxim really was trying to distract her, and swimming for closer to a minute. He could have stayed longer underwater, but she was too frightened. Talking to her definitely helped. "You have a point? I don't believe you." He surfaced again, turning his head to look at her over his shoulder. Her swollen eye was black against the stark white of her face. She looked so scared he wanted to comfort her, but didn't dare. Right now he had to keep her distracted, and his strange revelations could easily do the trick. He had no idea how to talk to a woman he cared about. Journey. Male. He had never been the most charming of agents, but at least he could talk when necessary. She pulled things out of him he didn't altogether understand, but he knew he had to be honest with her. "Just for the record, you look awful, a little like a drowned rat." She kicked him hard enough in the ribs to make him feel it. "Don't tempt me to shoot you with this dart gun." "You won't." He was completely complacent. "You need me to swim you out of here, and don't forget those circling sharks. You need me for protection against them as well. Don't think you're safe." She leaned forward and bit down hard on his shoulder, not his injured side. She noticed she was careful of his wound. "Take a breath, honey." He'd let her rest for a moment and recover from the ever-present near panic. Each time they came up and were that much closer to shore, he hoped it would be easier on her. "Is the count up to 100? Sarcasm mixed with something close to a hysterical giggle. Fortunately, she had the presence of mind to keep even that between them. He took them under, swimming strongly, hoping she hadn't caught the sound of a boat sliding through the water toward them. "What were you going to tell me that was so important?" "The truth. The absolute truth about us." "Is there an us?" she asked. It was much more difficult than he thought to reveal his feelings to her, but they were in the dark and talking mind to mind rather than aloud. That helped. The water was warm. The dark night sky still held a million stars shining brightly over the band of mist he'd called in. The gray fog, dense and comforting, had enfolded them close, hiding them from prying eyes. "I've watched you, Airiana, with your wild hair flying and your large eyes filled with the sky, taking turns being clear and stormy. A man could get lost in your eyes. They're never the same, all that beautiful blue." She lost count, but she didn't protest. Her arms tightened around him. He felt her face press closer against his back. "You've got courage, unexpected courage. I've never met a woman like you. I didn't know a woman like you existed, and I doubt there's more than one. You're absolutely unique." There was a small silence. He kept swimming, hoping to move away from the pursuit. "Are you giving me a compliment? Because if you are, I take back what I said about the dart gun. You can't really say I look like a drowned rat and then say something poetic like that." "Well, just because you look disheveled right now doesn't mean you aren't beautiful." "I certainly didn't say the drowned rat wasn't beautiful." He could feel the vibrations in the water, the gases carrying to him the information of a boat coming closer. "Baby, we're going up, taking a breath, and sinking fast. Do you understand? We can't chance taking our time." She couldn't swim. He couldn't let go of her to fight mercenaries already adept in the water. They had to hide, and that meant staying underwater as long as possible. She didn't answer him, but her fingers dug deep into his shoulders, the only thing that let him know she was as aware of the boat as he was. He broke the surface noiselessly, got his bearings as he took a deep breath, and he sank again. The boat was gaining on them fast, although it was making a sweep of the water, back and forth, quartering an area. "There's another one. It's a good distance away, but I can feel that one too. They're searching for me." He's not going to let it go, is he? "If I go home, I'll put everyone I love in danger. That's what you were trying to say to me, and I couldn't understand." "Forget what I said. What I'm saying now is that you're mine. I belong to you. It's that simple, and we're going to very well make it work. Somehow." "I thought you were all worried about choices," she reminded him. He gave the mental equivalent of a groan. "This is my choice, and it's going to be yours. You're going to fall in love with me." "I am? How?" It was her amusement that caught at him, that won his heart completely. Even in the midst of this terrible situation, when she was caught in her worst nightmare, she found her sense of humor. "I have no idea," he conceded, "but it's going to happen. I made my mind up about this. Maybe choices aren't all they're cracked up to be. You and I were meant to be together. I just thought it was important to tell you. I'm taking my chances with you." "You mean warn me?" "As a declaration of love, Maxim, it falls a little short." Again there was amusement in her voice. He was going to have to take them deep, making certain the boat, as it slipped through the water, was far above them. He wasn't certain what her reaction would be. "Sadly, Airiana, you're never going to get pretty words from me. You deserve them, but I don't have them in my vocabulary. I feel them, but they don't come out of my mouth, not out loud. There's something wrong with me, so you're not getting a great bargain. You need to do better at selling yourself, Maxim." He surfaced in the middle of thick, dense fog. The fog muffled all sound and prevented him from seeing the shore, but he could feel where they were by the patterns in the air. "Take a good breath this time, Airiana," he cautioned. "I can feel the boat approaching." "They're not low in the water at all, but they're nearly on top of us," she warned. "You'll have to trust me, honey. I'm going to take us down. If you run out of air, tap my neck. I'll breathe for both of us." He knew what he was asking of her. Most people couldn't do it, let alone a woman petrified of the water. Still, he believed in her and he tried to convey the faith he had in her with his matter-of-fact tone. "Maxim, if I drown, I'm going to be really angry with you. I'll come back and haunt you." Her body shivered continuously, but her mind was determined. "Baby, if I let you drown, you won't have to haunt me. I'll be right there with you." He slipped noiselessly beneath the water, sinking far deeper than he'd taken her before. The boat was nearly on top of them. He felt the wash of it as he sank and knew they'd just gotten under in time. "They have scuba divers in the water, Maxim." There was definitely panic in her voice. "I expected that. They have tanks, we don't." He kept his voice even and as matter-of-fact as possible. The more she panicked, the less air she'd have to stay under. He swam toward the reeds, rippling back and forth with the current. "I'm going to anchor us down in those reeds just ahead. We'll just sink to the bottom. We're close to shore and we're not deep here. Getting to the surface will be fast and easy." Airiana nodded her head against his back to indicate she understood. It was dark beneath the water, but lights shone around them from several directions. She had to know what that meant. They descended down into the reeds, and Airiana let go of him to sink into the soft, powdery floor of the sea. Maxim took her hand, squeezing it to give her confidence. She clung for a moment, but then turned her head, looking behind them. Maxim spun around, drawing his knife, nearly tangling his legs in the cord binding his warbag to him. He kicked hard and met the diver chest to chest, crashing into him, gripping his arms and propelling him backward. They rolled over and over, struggling for supremacy, each controlling the weapon in the other's hand. The diver had the advantage with his air tank. He could stay down longer than Maxim, and he knew it. Maxim felt a sudden drag on his body and glanced down to see Airiana coming toward them. She had caught the cord of his warbag and was using it to pull herself toward the two combatants. Maxim's heart stuttered. She couldn't swim, was terrified of water. She had to be running out of air, but she moved right up to them, pressed the dart gun against the diver's leg, and pulled the trigger. Maxim held onto him until the body went limp. Airiana held tightly to the cord, but signaled frantically that she had to rise. He tore the tank from the diver's body and thrust the breathing regulator at her. She shook her head. He put it in his mouth to show her how to use it again.
Journey. Male. He knew she could. She'd used one before when they swam to the submersible. She shook her head again and let go of the cord to kick to the surface. He wrapped his arm around her waist and yanked her up against him. "Don't be crazy. Breathe. I killed that man. I can't put my mouth where his was." He caught her face in his hands and, staring into her eyes, breathed air into her mouth, forcing it into her lungs. He gave her as much air as possible and returned to the tank so that he wouldn't get dizzy. He slipped the tank on. "I'm the one using the tank now, not him. It's my mouth on it. The next time I give you air, you take it." He used his most intimidating, commanding voice. "I will." She sounded young and vulnerable, and he felt like an ogre. She'd shown courage, and he'd had to be tough with her instead of comfort her. He took her away from the area as fast as possible, sharing the air in the tank with her, moving away from the searching boats, and hopefully their divers as well. Having the tank meant they were much more mobile beneath the water. He could feel the position of the boats and divers and avoid them. They didn't have to make a straight line for shore. "Are you all right? You're being very quiet." He didn't like the silence between them. She had to be traumatized by the events of the past 72 hours. She gave him a thumbs up, but she didn't reply. He didn't like that at all. He struck out strongly for shore, towing her, the warbag, and guilt. For the first time in his life that he could remember, he was terrified for another human being. All he wanted to do was gather her into his arms and hold her, showing her she was safe with him. All he could do was force her to stay beneath the surface in the dark waters and swim with him until he felt they were a safe enough distance to get to shore and find a place to rest. Airiana's feet were killing her. She was bone-tired, exhausted beyond all comprehension. She couldn't think, and that had never happened before in her life.
Your feet are going to bleed if you keep insisting on walking. Let me carry you, Maxim said for what seemed like the millionth time. He didn't understand why she didn't want to be carried, why it mattered so much to her. She was small and she didn't have the best figure in the world. Her face looked young, although maybe not so much, all battered, but that wasn't the point. She was a grown woman. It was important to her that he saw her as a grown woman as well. She supposed that sitting down right in the middle of the path they were on would be childish. I can walk, Maxim. You're not any better off than I am. She'd been a bit appalled that she'd been clinging to his back while they were underwater when she got a good look at him. But we're not passing up any more places to sleep. No matter what, we're taking the next one. I don't care if every single one of Evan's men is camped out there. I'm about to launch a mutiny. He glanced down at her and her heart skipped a beat. There in the moonlight, his face appeared more ruggedly handsome than ever. She was a mess. Black eyes didn't look good on anyone, and hers was swollen with an ugly cut above it. She definitely wasn't the glamorous type. If you're seriously thinking of mutinying, it's important that you know I single-handedly stopped a couple of serious rebellions in foreign countries. I'm just saying, you might want to rethink. His voice was droll, and his fingers tightened around hers as though she might try to bolt at any moment. She found she could still laugh, and it felt a bit like a miracle. There wasn't a place on her body that didn't hurt. Her bones hurt. She couldn't imagine how exhausted he was. She had slept a little on the submarine, but he hadn't slept at all. He was bleeding in half a dozen places. You know, if we meet anyone, they're going to think we've been in a war, she said. That and our clothes are wet, well, damp now. He'd blown warm air on her clothes and they were mostly dry now. She was thankful it was a warm night. Still, she was shivering uncontrollably and her teeth were beginning to chatter. I'm good at talking. We'll be fine. She sent him a look from under her lashes. You mean you're good at lying? He smiled at her, and his smile was worth the last hour of torture. Excellent at it. And I'm especially adept at knowing when someone else is lying. He'd be great to have around when she was raising the children, but she kept the thought to herself. Maxim, I don't want to be a whiner or anything, but I have to stop. I don't care if we sleep under a bush, I have to lie down. If she didn't, she was going to fall down. Just ahead is another resort. I've been there before, and it has a few cabanas on the beach. If I remember correctly, the cabanas were set a good distance from one another. I'll be able to see anything coming at us. You can sit outside and rest while I go in and negotiate. So you knew where you were going all along? Airiana said. Sometimes she wanted to kick him, hard. You could have just said you knew where you were going, so I knew there was an actual destination instead of thinking we were wandering around lost. His eyebrow shot up. You thought I'd get us lost? Seriously, Airiana, this is me you're with. I always have a plan and then at least 2 more backup plans. I don't ever think things are going to work out perfectly. That would be ludicrous. So I have contingency plans for my contingency plans. She did kick him. His calf felt a little like an oak tree, and it hurt her bare toes. She glared at him, certain it was his fault. Have you ever considered communicating, sharing your plan with your partner? Did you just kick me? He sounded shocked. There you go again. Your communication skills suck. Clearly I'm annoyed with you. You could at least pretend it hurt. She hopped the next 3 steps, keeping the blackest scowl on her face that she could, although her sense of humor was kicking in. Pretend it hurt. That at least would give me some satisfaction. I'm beginning to think you were underwater too long and it's affected your brain. Stop hopping around like a rabbit. I'll have to pick you up and then you'll start with your attitude. I don't have an attitude, Mr. I've got my bossy pants on. She took 3 more steps, trying to ride on her sense of humor, but there was no more fuel in the tank. I'm sorry, I'm going to sit down right here and wait for you to do your thing. She stopped walking and would have sunk down into the strip of sand they were crossing, but he caught her around the waist, preventing her from doing so. See that little patio to our right? Maxim swung her into his arms. I'm going to put you in a chair. You'll be in the shadows. Wrap yourself in layers of air to distort your image just in case anyone comes near. He strode across the sand quickly, blurring their image as best he could. Working with air was easy enough if one was still, but blurring a moving image was difficult and took concentration. Looking down at her stark white face with the swelling and bruising actually hurt. She didn't belong in his world. He cursed himself for ever bringing her into it in the first place. Her hand came up and caressed the shadow on his jaw. "Sometimes you look so lonely and sad, Maxim. It breaks my heart." She lifted her face and brushed a kiss across his mouth. Soft, barely there. He nearly stumbled. His heart turned over. It was impossible not to respond to her. No matter how hard he tried, she was already inside him. There was little point in fighting it anymore. He was just thrashing around, making a fool out of himself. Love had found him in the form of a small, ethereal woman who didn't have the sense to run. "I'm not alone anymore." He managed to get the words out around the lump in his throat, sounding more gruff than pleased. "I've got you." She laughed softly and nuzzled his throat. "That's my grumpy man. You always have the best declarations of affection. You make me sound like a pain in the ass." "You are a pain in the ass," he admitted.
Journey. But you're my pain in the ass. He towed a chair into the deepest shadows and placed her in it, leaning down, one hand on either armrest to cage her in. His eyes met hers. She looked absolutely exhausted. "Don't leave this chair for any reason. Don't fall asleep. You have to stay alert and warn me if there's trouble coming. It will be difficult. I know, you're tired, but I need you to do this." She nodded. "Do you have a bottle of water? That will help. I won't be long." He pulled the bottle from the war bag and then kissed her gently. "Please stay here, Airiana." His fingers found her hair of their own accord. He was so far gone that he couldn't just walk away and take care of business. He detested leaving her when she looked so vulnerable. She touched his face. "I don't think I could move if I had to. Just find us a place to rest. I'll be fine. I've been here before. I can get us anything we need," he said with confidence. He'd used the resort on 3 occasions over the past 5 years. All 3 times, he'd been hunting and had used the resort as his base. He'd established his cover, a businessman from the United States, Max Wahlberg, and all 3 times, he'd been successful in ridding the world of 3 very dangerous men. One had been a Russian mobster, another a Colombian drug lord, and the third had been a senator from the United States. The 3 men had all died of accidents. He was very good at slipping in and out of the shadows without being seen, and he was especially good at establishing a rapport with owners of small resorts. His clothes were worse for wear, but they were more damp than wet thanks to the warm wind and the long walk. He entered the tiny office. The family who owned the resort actually resided there, and the office was in the front of their residence. The moment he entered, a bell rang. Jorge Estrada never appeared to sleep. Maxim always arrived in the middle of the night, and Jorge always greeted him within minutes, fully dressed, alert, and with a welcoming smile. Over the years, Maxim had made certain to recommend the small resort to friends, and Jorge appreciated the business. Maxim was also a heavy tipper. "It's been too long," Maxim greeted the man. "How's your family?" The resort was a family-run business, with uncles, aunts, and cousins helping out. Jorge had 3 beautiful little girls who sang songs as they followed their mother around. "Good, good, but I don't have your room ready." There was no reservation. Jorge looked extremely distraught. He prided himself on his efficiency. "What?" Maxim looked shocked. "My secretary made all the arrangements. This has been a horrible day. I got married, Jorge. I've brought my bride here for our honeymoon. I told my secretary to make certain we had the honeymoon cabana." Jorge looked more upset than ever, shaking his head. "We got in a car accident," Maxim added. He held up his hand when Jorge looked as if he might have a stroke. "We're both a little beat up, but fine. We're just tired and hungry, and now this. Do you have anything open?" The honeymoon cabana was set apart on the beach. It was kept for big spenders, the jewel of the resort, and it was exactly what Maxim wanted. There were no other huts close, and he'd be able to see the enemy coming a mile away. He always carried money in his war bag, extra clothes and weapons, and in this case, the money would come in very handy. "I told my wife all about the honeymoon cabana. She'll be disappointed, but she'll understand." "No, no, you must have it, Senor Max. There is no reservation until 2 nights from now. I can find something else for them." "But this works out perfectly," Max said, very happy, all smiles, pulling out his wallet and handing over a huge sum of money without so much as glancing at it. He was beaming.
We can't stay more than a couple of days. That's why it was so important to me. I've got another trip I has to make, and I didn't want her upset cutting our honeymoon so short. This is great, Jorge, thanks. Jorge handed over the key. Are you hungry? Anything would be fine, Jorge. You know me. A burrito will do the trick, whatever you've got. What about your wife? Anything you have will be fine. I'll bring you something in a half hour. That sounds great, thanks. He'd established Max Wahlberg's easygoing personality 5 years earlier. The staff liked him and always went out of their way for him because he never complained and he always thanked them both verbally and with his money. Maxim made his way back to Airiana slowly, his eyes finding her in the darkness. For a moment, he had to stop, love overwhelming him. It rose out of nowhere, that intense emotion he never thought he'd feel. She was curled up like she often did, her knees drawn up in the chair, her chin on top of them. She was alert, just as she promised. Every few moments, she'd lift the bottle of water to her mouth and take a sip to keep herself awake. Everything is set, baby, he said as he approached her. She looked up at him and smiled. Just that, a smile. His heart reacted with a strange twist that was actually painful. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever encountered, and it had little to do with her looks. How far is it to our cabana? Honeymoon cabana, he emphasized. She lifted her head with an effort and pushed back her hair. Wow, my dream honeymoon. I'm looking like a drowned rat and you're all perfect again. His eyebrow shot up. Perfect? It's nice to know when you aren't thinking of kicking me that you think I'm perfect. She held up her arms, forgetting all of her former objections to being carried. She was evidently too tired to worry about appearances. She slid her arms around his neck and nuzzled her face against his throat. Maxim carried her to the honeymoon cabana, his heart pounding hard with every step. He hadn't known a man could feel the way she made him feel. He hadn't known he was capable of such an intensity of emotion. The cabana was built solidly, although the roof appeared to be straw and grass. The inside was nice, beautifully laid out for a man like him. The windows were large for views, and he could see several quick exits should there be need. He set her down in the center of the room and looked her over. He'd never felt so possessive of anything or anyone in his life. In that moment, he realized his woman had less choice than he did. He would never let her go now that he'd made up his mind he would stay with her. He would love her with everything in him, and he would guard her with a ferocious passion that would probably drive her crazy. Do you have any idea what you've gotten us into? He asked, still half angry that she could change his life in the blink of an eye. She smiled. Right now, Maxim, all I want to do is lie down and sleep. Can we talk about relationships later, if that's what you're referring to? Come here. You need to get in a warm shower. Jorge will bring food in 20 minutes, and he's usually very prompt. I'll want you to stay out of sight until he's gone. I need to check your feet again, make certain there isn't sand in those cuts. She took the 2 steps to him, standing in front of him, looking up with so much trust in her eyes, he nearly groaned. I used air to cushion them as we walked. Very it, honey. You're killing me. He didn't tell her why. What was there to say? He'd already made up his mind she was his, and he was taking her whether he deserved her or not, whether it was a good idea or not. Lift up your arms, I'm going to take your shirt off. Airiana's sky-blue eyes met his. She blinked and complied with his command, allowing him to tug off the wet, salty t-shirt, revealing the massive bruises over her ribs where Goria had kicked her. He expected her to cover her breasts, but she didn't. She just stood in front of him without a murmur while his hands dropped to the fastening of her jeans. He had been thinking only of getting her warm, clean, and in bed where she could rest, but seeing the look of absolute trust sent an unexpected rush of heat through his veins. Journey. Trust such as hers was a precious gift few ever received in their lifetime. She'd gone into the sea with him when she didn't know how to swim. She'd shot more than one man for him. He'd given her a crash course in using a tank beneath the water, and she'd been terrified, but she'd done it. Without a doubt, he knew she would offer him her complete trust, no matter how exhausted or afraid she was. He could see her willingness, her gift in her eyes. She'd been showing him all along what love was, and he hadn't gotten it. He had wanted to reach for it with both hands, yet he hadn't, and that hadn't stopped her from giving to him the same unconditional trust that she was giving him now. She offered him the world right there in her blue eyes, and he'd thrown it back in her face. His offer to her had been more of an order, a command. Her choices were gone, taken from her, almost as though, without realizing it, he was retaliating against her. He'd been arrogant, so certain he knew better than anyone else, yet truthfully, he'd been afraid to love, to have so much to lose all over again. He'd been striking out at the person who had offered him a priceless gift instead of treasuring her. He shimmied her wet jeans down her legs, wincing when he saw the stark bruises there as well. It was a wonder she'd walked so long. He'd sustained bruises like that during fights and knew firsthand how painful movement could be. He stripped and threw his clothes on top of hers. The resort had a laundry service, and perhaps they could save the items. At the moment, he only cared about getting Airiana into a shower to get the sea off of her, and then into a bed to rest. Taking her hand, he led her into the bathroom, surprisingly luxurious for a cabana. The water was warm immediately, and he tugged to bring her under the spray. When he glanced down at her, she was frowning. His heart jumped. "What is it, honey?" he asked gently. "You're hurt. In 100 places." She reached up to touch his arm just below where one of the bullets had kissed him. "Nothing fatal. That's always what counts." He forced himself to sound cheerful. She looked battered, completely battered, with bruises coming up all over her body. "If someone saw you right now, I'd be arrested for domestic violence." She glanced down at her body, looking a little shocked. "We both look terrible. I should have checked you out instead of feeling sorry for myself, Maxim. I'm sorry. I could have at least used your first aid kit to close some of the bigger wounds." He used the shampoo on her hair to give himself something to do besides kiss her, because he wanted to kiss her. He wanted to frame her face with his hands and taste her lips, sharing everything he ever was or ever could be with her. He wanted to crush her body close to his, hold her in his arms, feel her softness melting into him, and protect her with a fierceness only he was capable of. Instead, he massaged her scalp and then rinsed suds and salt from her thick platinum hair. "I've had worse, Airiana. I might look bad, but all the wounds are fairly superficial," he assured. She leaned into him, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they were both naked. He hadn't considered that. As tired as he was, as exhausted as he knew she was, he'd become aroused. He had far too much discipline for that, so why the gosh was his body not cooperating? Her arms slipped around his waist, and she clung to him as he rinsed her hair a second time, after using the resort's conditioner. She was short, far shorter than him, and he found himself pressed intimately against her. Her body was soft and warm, and the spray of water didn't help. She didn't seem to mind or notice. Maybe she was just too very tired. But his desire was undeniable, and he wasn't a small man. Airiana, she was killing him. He scrubbed the salt from his own hair and body. She didn't move, but stayed wrapped tightly around him, holding him to her. He closed his eyes briefly. She sounded drowsy, sexy, the last thing he needed. He must be far more tired than he realized to have so little discipline. "All right, baby," he said, gritting his teeth. "We need to get you in bed." "I'll just sleep here, thank you," she replied. He snapped off the water with a little more force than necessary. He didn't mind if she slept on him. His body responded strongly, although his brain was filling with erotic images that would have shocked his partner. "The bed will be more comfortable," he promised, and grabbed a towel to hitch around his waist and a second one to dry her off. "Jorge is going to be here any time with our meal. Let's get you on the bed. We'll drop the mosquito netting and wrap air around the bed. He knows me as Max Wahlberg. If someone comes by asking questions, he won't be able to describe you, and he won't even consider we're the couple everyone is looking for." She didn't answer him, and he swept her into his arms, cradling her close to his chest, to his heart. He might not be able to say sweet words to her aloud without feeling foolish, but he could feel them when she was this close to him. They had 2 days to recoup before the honeymoon cabana would be claimed by another couple. There was no way he was going to be able to keep his hands off of her for 2 days, not and lie beside her in that bed. She turned to the pillows the moment he set her down. Maxim took his time examining her feet before wrapping them again. He swept a cover over her body and dropped the heavy netting. Even from the bed, the view was fantastic, the waves looking close as they rose and fell, white foam curling invitingly. He glanced toward the main resort to see Jorge coming. He hadn't taken the time to stash a few weapons around the rooms, very unlike him. The sight of her body so bruised and battered really bothered him. He dragged on a shirt to hide the wounds on his own body and opened the door, towel drying his hair as he greeted the owner. "Thank you, George. We're starving." Maxim stepped back to allow George to enter and put the tray on the table. He kept his hands free, although he felt fairly safe with the owner. There had never been any indication that the man was anything than what he appeared. Still, Maxim wasn't a trusting man, and less so now that Airiana was with him. Jorge looked past him to spot the clothes on the floor. "Let me take your clothes. Mariah will launder those for you," he offered. Maxim managed to look surprised, as if he hadn't noticed the wet clothes or deliberately left them on the floor to command George's attention. "Oh, thanks." He wanted the man looking at the wet clothes on the floor of his most prized cabana and not at his woman curled up in the bed. Jorge took the clothes and with his happy, knowing smile, left them to do what honeymooners do. Maxim took the plate of food to the bed. He stood for a moment looking down at her. She looked far too small there in the large bed, hardly making a ripple beneath the sheet. The bruises stood out starkly on her pale skin, looking obscene to him. He sank down beside her. "I know you're exhausted, honey, but I need you to sit up just for a minute or two and try to eat something." Her long lashes fluttered. She opened her eyes without lifting her head. Need punched him low and wicked, hard, and it was need. He sighed and pushed back her hair with gentle fingers. "You know I'm not going to be able to do without you. Not ever. We're bound together, you and me, for all time." A soft smile curved her mouth, that mouth that was giving him far too many fantasies. Her blue eyes lit up. "That's so sad for you. I know you aren't thrilled. I've decided there might be a few perks I hadn't considered." She laughed softly and turned over to stretch. He winced when she did, but she didn't complain. Instead, she sat up, pulling the sheet up under her arms. "I can't imagine what perks you're thinking of." "Sex." He said it bluntly. "I don't know a thing about sex, not one single thing. You're the first man I've ever kissed. I don't think you're going to be all that thrilled with me as a lover."
Journey. He laughed softly. "You really don't know a thing about men, do you? Especially a man like me. I'm quite happy teaching you how to be my lover." He didn't want much more discussion on the matter as his body was already tense with anticipation. Thinking about their intimacy, surrounded by her soft body, was doing things to his own body he'd never experienced before. Every seduction had been calculated and planned for a specific reason. The women were targets, or he had been one. Either way, the act of sex had been just that. He had a certain expertise, taught and used when necessary, but his emotions had never been involved. In his own way, he supposed he was as much a virgin as she was, which was laughable. "I'm going to marry you, Airiana." He set the plate between them and handed her a fork. "Georgie's wife, Maria, is an excellent cook. Eat." She pressed her lips together, taking the fork slowly, her blue eyes regarding him steadily. "That's it? You declare you're going to marry me and then tell me to eat?" He shrugged. There wasn't really much more to say. Clearly she wanted more, but that was all he had. As far as he was concerned, it was all there was. She sighed. "I feel like kicking you again, Maxim. I fear you're going to have bruised shins for the first 20 years or so that we're together." Relief flooded him. He hadn't even known he'd been holding his breath. It was strange to him how he was absolutely confident in every area of his life aside from with her. Airiana shook him up inside, caused chaos in his well-ordered mind. "Eat," he ordered again. His voice came out gruff, maybe even a little harsh, and that earned him another look from under her long lashes. She took a bite of the burrito, a very small bite.
One couldn't even consider it an actual bite, more like a delicate nibble. He had the sudden urge to shake her. "You might consider that I'm a lot bigger than you are, honey, when you decide to defy me over something so ridiculous as eating." Her fork stopped midway to her mouth. "Defying you? Seriously? Maxim, I feel sick to my stomach, but I'm eating because you asked me to, and I wanted to please you. I'm taking small bites to make certain I don't throw up. Stop being an arrogant jerk. I'm not really in the mood for it. Sometimes it's cute and funny and even appealing. Right now, when my stomach is lurching and I hurt very much, it isn't at all attractive." He didn't get past that she was eating because she wanted to please him. There was something about loving another person that eluded him, and it was right there in front of him. Airiana did things for him that she wouldn't normally do, and she did them to please him. He touched her hair. In the warm air, it was slowly drying into wild, untamed waves, and even a few curls over her head. "I'm sorry, baby. I'm just worried about you. I tend to react with—" He trailed off. "Arrogance? Anger?" she suggested. "Maybe both. When I can't control something, I probably react with anger, although honestly, it's buried so deep I'm never certain if that's what I'm really feeling. Anger is an emotion we're not allowed, for many reasons. It isn't safe. This school you attended was pretty messed up, Maxim." She took another bite of the burrito and chewed thoughtfully. "Everyone feels anger once in a while. It isn't healthy to keep it buried. My anger would be like unleashing a volcano, and that wouldn't be good for anyone." He watched her swallow the small bit of food, and for some inexplicable reason, the movement of her throat tightened his body even more. He was afraid he might lose control if he didn't claim her soon. The sheet dipped just a little, revealing the soft curve of her breasts. Without thinking, he reached out and tugged at the sheet until it dropped down to her waist. She sat very still, holding her breath, her gaze jumping to his. He smiled to reassure her and then realized he probably looked like a wolf about to devour her. "I'm only looking at you," he assured her. "You need to sleep." "But I like looking." Her breasts rose and fell when she drew in her first deep breath of air, filling her lungs. He found her incredibly tempting. He couldn't help himself. One hand caressed her, a brush with the pads of his fingers. She was warm and every bit as soft as her skin looked. A current of electricity ran through him. The charge sizzled through his veins, a rush of intense heat that flooded his body. His body reacted strongly, drawing her attention to the undeniable fullness he couldn't hide beneath the towel cinched around his waist. He didn't want to hide his reaction to her. "I think you were made for me," he assured. "I'll take good care of you, Airiana, always. A man should prepare his woman, and I have no doubt I'll find that task very pleasurable." She blushed. The color surged into her face, down her neck, and into her breasts. He felt the heat beneath his exploring fingers. She didn't pull away from him, not even when he touched her gently. Heat flashed in her eyes, desire pushing at the exhaustion. He wanted her with every breath he took. It was going to be a long, excruciating night with his body on fire and no relief. That was certainly a first for him. "I can't eat any more, Maxim. I'm sorry," she said. She put the fork down and looked around a little helplessly. "I don't have a toothbrush." The resort always has a little supply of things in the bathroom, including toothbrushes. Not a cheap one either. He'd used one of their toothbrushes he'd taken with him to kill a man who had ambushed him in his hotel room in Cairo. He thought it best not to mention that fact to her. "In the second drawer. There's toothpaste as well." Her face lit up. "Thank you. I'm very grateful." "I like that idea," he said softly, contemplating the possibilities. She hadn't moved to make her way to the bathroom, and he realized she was sitting very still under his touch. He hadn't stopped caressing her. He enjoyed the shiver running through her body when he touched her gently. She was definitely very sensitive. The idea of teaching her the things he liked was becoming more pleasurable by the moment. He ran his fingers lightly down her bruised ribs to her navel. Because he could. Because she was his. Reluctantly, he dropped his hand. "Go brush your teeth, baby. You need to sleep before I change my mind." She slipped out from under the sheet, a slow process when every muscle hurt. He had to resist touching her, and it wasn't easy. He would have followed her to the bathroom to ensure she didn't fall, but his body was too aroused and tense to walk. He managed to set their meal aside on the end table before slipping the towel from his body, wanting to find some relief but knowing it wouldn't help. He found himself smiling. She made him feel so alive. He wasn't alone in a hotel room or a cabana or the cabin of a ship. He wasn't alone traveling the world, going back time after time to empty apartments he'd rented in several different names. She knew his true identity. She saw him. The man that he wanted to be, could be, was deep inside where no one else could ever go. I could maybe help. Airiana stood beside the bed looking at him. This time he could see the apprehension in her eyes. He almost loved that as much as the curiosity, because she was so willing, even in spite of her anxiety, to please him. Was that love? Unconditional surrender? He wanted to know. More and more, it mattered to him to find the right path with her. Not tonight, honey, although you can't know how much I want to take you up on that. I have to protect you, even from myself. You need care tonight, rest, not more physical activity, as much as it pains me to say. I want you to be able to sleep, Maxim. You haven't slept in days. I sleep. I've taught myself to sleep whenever possible. He pulled back the sheet and waited for her to climb into bed. There was no resisting caressing her. He had a great appreciation of her shapely form. She didn't pull away from him at all, rather pushed back into his hands while he touched her. She was definitely very sensitive. The idea of teaching her the things he liked was becoming more pleasurable by the moment. He ran his fingers lightly down her bruised ribs to her navel. Because he could. Because she was his. Reluctantly, he dropped his hand. Go brush your teeth, baby. You need to sleep before I change my mind. She slipped out from under the sheet, a slow process when every muscle hurt. He had to resist touching her, and it wasn't easy. He would have followed her to the bathroom to ensure she didn't fall, but his body was too aroused and tense to walk. He managed to set their meal aside on the end table before slipping the towel from his body, wanting to find some relief, but knowing it wouldn't help. He found himself smiling. She made him feel so alive. He wasn't alone in a hotel room or a cabana or the cabin of a ship. He wasn't alone traveling the world, going back time after time to empty apartments he'd rented in several different names. She knew his true identity. She saw him. The man that he wanted to be, could be, was deep inside where no one else could ever go. I could maybe help. Airiana stood beside the bed looking at him. This time he could see the apprehension in her eyes. He almost loved that as much as the curiosity, because she was so willing, even in spite of her anxiety, to please him. Was that love? Unconditional surrender? He wanted to know. More and more, it mattered to him to find the right path with her. Not tonight, honey, although you can't know how much I want to take you up on that. I have to protect you, even from myself. You need care tonight, rest, not more physical activity, as much as it pains me to say. I want you to be able to sleep, Maxim. You haven't slept in days. I sleep. I've taught myself to sleep whenever possible. He pulled back the sheet and waited for her to climb into bed. There was no resisting caressing her. He had a great appreciation of her shapely form. She didn't pull away from him at all, rather pushed back into his hands while he touched her.
Journey. Lie down, honey, he instructed a little gruffly. She was just too much of a temptation. His body refused to settle down, even when he willed it to. That had never happened to him before. He found it oddly unsettling and yet exhilarating. Airiana complied with his command, and he pulled the sheet over her. They had never really turned on any of the overhead lights. The moon was up, and light spilled into their cabana. He didn't like lights at night. People could see in, and he couldn't see out. At least lay down, Maxim. I know you said you can't sleep with anyone in the same room, but I've gotten used to you being close, and I don't want to be afraid. He stretched out beside her, pleased she wanted him close to her. She moved subtly, enough to press her body close to the heat of his. Strangely, the small action made him far more comfortable. She fell asleep almost immediately, and he turned to curve his body around hers protectively. Propping himself up on one elbow, he indulged his need to memorize every sweet line of her face. His body slowly settled now that she was asleep. He found himself just watching her, drinking her in. Maxim became aware of movement close to him.
His hand tightened around the butt of his pistol beneath his pillow, an automatic response just before awareness told him where he was and who lay beside him. He was curled around Airiana's body, his hand resting gently on her. He felt her warmth against his palm. He found himself smiling. He had a gun in one hand and her close to him. That had happened exactly 7 times throughout the night, but he'd slept beside her. He'd actually gone to sleep with another human being beside him. Elation filled him. Airiana was magical. She represented everything good he'd never dared to want or dream about having. He had only known pain, loss, heartache, betrayal. He trusted no one, and no one trusted him. He had been alone for so long, existing in a shadow world where he was nothing but a ghost. He would have died in those shadows eventually without ever knowing what love was. He breathed her into his lungs. His mouth moved against her temple, and all that soft hair tumbling around her face slid over his jaw. Her skin tasted like love. Her hair felt like it. When he looked at her, his armor, always in place, always formidable, had cracked, crumbled, fell away. He had promised himself he would never feel like that helpless boy, ripped apart by the loss of every single person he loved. He wouldn't love, wouldn't feel. No one could ever hurt him like that again. How had she slipped past his every defense? How had she found that tiny piece of his soul he kept hidden from the world? She stirred, and he slipped his arm around her waist, wanting her to sleep as long as possible. He needed a little time to assess the intensity of his feelings for her. So strong, overwhelming really. There was no way to hide from the emotions building with every minute spent in her company. He hadn't known he was vulnerable. Now it was too late. He had said he had no choice, and maybe the truth was there never had been one. Not when it came to Airiana, but he knew his conscious choice would be her. He would be risking everything. Everything. His life didn't matter that much to him, but his heart, his soul, those mattered, and she owned them. He had watched her the entire time they were together, and a man like Maxim noticed everything. He knew her every move, the little faces she made when he annoyed her, and the sudden flashes of humor or temper. He had never considered what it would be like to have a partner, someone to watch his back. And he certainly would have laughed if someone had told him this little slip of a woman would be the one he would always want with him. He pushed back strands of blonde hair spilling into her face. Her eye was several shades of purple and still looked a little swollen, but the seawater had helped, taking some of the raging fire out of it. Her feet were healing a bit as well. She seemed to be able to heal fast, and he was grateful for that. She regretted killing the men she'd been forced to kill. He wondered what it would be like to be that innocent. He knew what those men were like, what they were capable of. There was no redemption, nor did they want it. The men he hunted, and the ones associating with them, were the dregs of society. They made up the harsh underbelly where it was kill or be killed. Maxim breathed her in again. She was already tangled tightly in his heart, and there was no getting her out. He couldn't run, he couldn't hide. He had to face the fact that love had ferreted him out. He hadn't been prepared, so there was no way to combat it. The emotion stole up on him and, like the truest arrow, pierced his heart, until he knew there was no recovery. Her lashes fluttered, those long, feathery lashes that drew his attention immediately to her eyes. He bent to brush kisses along the lids. Her eyes were gorgeous, such a startling blue, and could deepen or lighten in color depending on her mood. He had to admit the storm clouds swirling at times were well worth stirring her up. A man had to wonder if her passion ran as hot as her temper, or if that habit she had of giving herself so generously would be there in their intimacy. His body had flared to life the moment he had awoken, her breast in his palm. He shifted, moving closer to her, careful to keep his movements gently. One hip and thigh carried bruises from her encounter with Goria. There was something extremely sensual and decadent about sliding one's skin along a woman's soft skin. His desire grew, his body responding with a hungry demand.
He pressed close to her, nestled there between her soft, firm curves, warm and aching, with a pleasure he'd never known. "Maxim?" Her arm reached behind her to circle his head. "You slept." It was a question and a statement. He brushed kisses over her eyes and down her nose to the corner of her mouth. "I've never slept so much in my life. Lying beside you is amazing." He kissed her, tangling his tongue with hers, savoring the taste of hers that drove him mad and kept him coming back for more. The taste he dreamt about and had on his tongue when he wakened. She pushed her body tighter against his, kissing him back with the same generosity she showed in everything she did. She just gave herself to him, completely. Her trust was like an aphrodisiac. Heat surged, rushed, electricity crackled. He wanted her until every cell in his body ached and demanded. He rolled her under him, on her back, still kissing her, trying to stay gentle when he felt like a tiger about to devour its most alluring prey. Her hands slid over his shoulders, touched one wound lightly and slipped to his biceps. Just that whisper of her touch on his body inflamed him more. He wanted her to touch him everywhere. He needed her touch. Right now, he wanted to know every curve and valley, every shadow, intimately. Her body had been given to him, into his care, and his job, as he saw it, was to care for every aspect. He kissed his way to her chin, her throat, and then down to the swell of her breasts. Her breath came in a ragged, shocked gasp as his mouth closed over her breast. Her body arched, pushed into his, so responsive, so perfect. She made a little sound in her throat, and his own body answered with hot blood raging in his veins. He indulged himself as he never had before, taking his time, his hands shaping and kneading. She fit in his hands, her perfect little body, all woman, curved and soft and belonging to him. He realized he'd be ferocious in his possession of her. No other man would ever come near his woman or her body, and no one would ever harm her. He kissed his way over her breasts, down along her injured ribs, to the dip of her sweet belly just waiting for him to explore. Her little noises drove him wild, and now her body writhed under him. "You're mine," he whispered against her soft skin.
Journey. He kissed her belly, right where his child would grow someday. He had choices, and his choice was to claim her, to keep her, to let her teach him all about love, enough that he could share that love with children. Her eyes met his. Even with one slightly swollen, her intense blue gaze moved him. He couldn't speak, couldn't move. His entire body felt paralyzed with need for her. She shook him up so that the world tilted for a moment, and he held her close, waiting for the intensity of his emotions to settle. "Show me, Airiana. I want to learn how to love with you. I'm not going to run away. I honestly didn't know I was hiding myself away, but I don't want to be alone anymore." He couldn't give her the words aloud. He just couldn't, but he could say them in his mind to her. He could kiss her firm belly and cherish her delicious skin. "I know everything there is to know about intimacy, but not about love. I want to love you, to show you I can be counted on. I'm not going to bolt the moment things get rough." She reached up and pushed back his thick hair. "I know that about you." He wanted her to know everything, to know her trust and faith in him would never be a mistake. "I'm tenacious and relentless. I'm capable of being there for you under any circumstances, and I always will be. You'll never need to worry that I'll want another woman. I've always known you were a man of your word, and once you gave yourself to someone, it would be forever, for always. You have too much integrity to do anything else, Maxim." Her fingers slid lightly over his nose and traced his mouth. The things he'd told her about himself were all true. He knew once she belonged to him, he would hold on to her with everything he was. But he had to trust her that she would accept that flaw in him. She slipped her arms around his neck and pressed her body close to his. "I'm not going to hurt you, Maxim. I just want you safe. You'll be safe with me." He allowed himself a small smile. "There's nothing safe about being with me, Airiana. Both of us know that.
But if you're really willing to take the chance, I'm willing as well. Are you really looking at me? Do you see me? She nodded slowly, her eyes holding his. I see you better than you see yourself. You want out, away from these men who send you all over the world, but you're so afraid everyone you love will be taken if you escape. You're a good man, a brave one, but you're far too protective of everyone. He knew he had been attempting to protect his heart and the small slice of a soul that was left inside of him. If he loved her and lost her, he groaned and lowered his forehead to hers, still looking into the deep blue of her eyes. Be certain, Airiana, I'll never give you up. It was already too late. Love had found him, and it was already wrapped tightly around his heart and had entered his soul. You're my choice, Maxim. It won't be easy loving me. He could at least admit that to her, warn her. He would hold too tight, make her crazy with his arrogance, expect her to follow his every dictate. He had the feeling his shins were going to be black and blue a lot. Her soft laughter vibrated through his body. Did you really think I didn't know that about you? She took his hand and brought it to her mouth, her tongue sliding over the center and then up his finger. Gently, she bit on the pad of his middle finger, her teeth scraping back and forth. His breath left his lungs when she held his finger in her mouth. You must really like a good challenge, he said, hardly able to draw air into his lungs. Her mouth, so tight around his finger, gave him an intense sensation. She nearly drove every sane thought from his head. Thunder roared in his ears. Her touch intensified until his only thought was to connect deeply with her and relieve the building pressure. He withdrew his finger and for one moment reveled in the knowledge that he would be teaching her how to share intimacy with him. He had that privilege, that pleasure. He kissed her, gently, tenderly. He hadn't known tenderness, and certainly hadn't known he was capable of such a thing. Possession welled up, need, a dark craving that spread through him like a firestorm. He nipped her chin with his teeth, lavished more attention on her until she was once again writhing beneath him, arching up to give him better access. He wanted her with every breath he drew. She was more precious to him than his gift of air. He stroked his hand down her body possessively, from beneath the soft rise and fall of her breasts to the soft curve of her form. His hands caressed her inner thighs as he moved closer. You're going to lie very still for me, he instructed. No matter how difficult it is, you're going to do that because I want you to. I want you to feel everything we share. He lifted his head to look into her deep blue eyes. Fear skittered there. Just a small edge for the unknown, but he saw the trust. She bit her lip and nodded her head. Say it for me, baby. Tell me you'll hold still for me even if you're afraid. You'll trust me. She licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. I trust you, Maxim. I gave my body into your keeping a long time ago. You just didn't know it. They shared intimacy. Eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. Passion peaked, came together intimately, deeply connected. Maxim, it's too much, she whispered, her voice strained. Her head tossed on the pillow, her hair wild. He loved the way she looked, her body flushed, her lips parted, eyes a little dazed. The way his hands looked so large and dark against her white skin and small bones made him feel his power all the more. It isn't too much, honey. This is the way you're supposed to feel. Let yourself go. Give yourself completely to me, all of you, everything you are. I'll catch you. He lowered his mouth again, and she screamed, a cry of shock and pleasure. He held her still when she could no longer keep herself from pushing into him, need driving her now. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, connecting deeply. We're good now, honey, he soothed. I'm sorry that hurt. She nodded, her gaze clinging to his. Again, all he saw was trust, and it was humbling. He hadn't given her that much reason so far to really enjoy sex. He was more determined than ever to love her, to show her love. He waited until he saw the pain recede from her eyes before he moved again, continuing their intimate connection, watching her closely the entire time. Her breath caught in her throat and her eyes went wide. "That's it, honey. Just relax and let me do the work. It's going to feel good. I can promise you that." It had to feel good to her because her scorching hot, liquid honey surrounded him, held him tightly, the friction sending streaks of fire racing through his bloodstream to center in his groin. He set a smooth, easy rhythm, watching her intently, touching her mind with his to ensure she wasn't in any pain. Once her expression cleared, he guided her response with his hands, bringing her body up to meet his. He saw the moment the sensations went from too tight and too stretched to pleasure. He'd never forget that moment, or the expression on her face, or the way her gaze jumped to his in startled shock, in awe, almost reverent. He increased the pace, still careful of her, needing to take her to a place of pure pleasure. Her little panting gasps drove him wild. Her ragged breath became a counterpoint to his own. The sound of their bodies coming together added a depth to the music he heard in his head, along with the roaring in his ears and the thunder in his veins. His control was slipping fast. She was hot and tight and felt as if she'd sheathed him in tangles of living silk. He began to thrust harder and deeper, driving them both up and again to the very brink, the friction turning into a fiery crash of pleasure consuming him. He clenched his teeth as flames licked at his thighs, his body, his belly, and then centered in his groin. She gripped him, pleasured and squeezed, surrounding him with sheer pleasure.
Had been taught a million ways to please a woman, but had never had the experience of a woman trying to please him. Her shy, untutored responses pleasured him more than all the experienced women he'd ever been with. He lost himself in the sensations welling up, gripping her tightly, taking her past the point he should have, but he couldn't stop. "Maxim?" Her voice quivered just a little, bringing out his every protective instinct. "Stay with me, baby. I'm right here. Let yourself fall. I'll catch you." "I can't." It wasn't going to be perfect for her. As a first time, it wasn't bad, but she was just too small and tight, and he couldn't stop his body's reaction to her scorching intimacy and her innocence. He gave himself up to the fire, allowing the flames to consume him. He felt like the phoenix, dying in one fiery ecstasy of death and rising again, reborn into something altogether different. Or maybe he just wished for different. Her body trembled, but she didn't fall with him. She didn't soar. He was supposed to be the best at sex, so trained no woman could ever resist him. And the one woman who mattered the most, that meant everything to him, had a painful, unfulfilling experience. What kind of lover was he? "I'm sorry, baby. I'd never experienced making love, just sex, and there's a great difference. Or maybe it's just you. I'll do better next time." He kissed her over and over, knowing he couldn't take any chances and do a better job that moment, but he would before the day was out. "I know that wasn't the best for you, Airiana, but it will definitely get better." "It's better than that? Because I thought it was pretty good." "Believe me, honey, I can do much better for you." Thank God she was so innocent and had no clue. She still looked at him as if he was the greatest man in the world when he definitely didn't deserve it. Maxim held her to him, rolling, their bodies still intimately joined, but pulling her body on top of his so he didn't crush her. She lay with him, sharing the same skin, trying to recover her breathing. He could feel her heart pounding right over his. "Was I terrible?" she asked, turning her head so she could look up at him. "No, you're—" He searched for the right word. "Extraordinary. I had no problems, as you could tell. It was you who didn't get the full benefit of what we can do together." She sighed. "You don't have to say that to me. I know I don't have any experience. You've probably been with all kinds of women who knew exactly what they were doing." He stroked his hand over her silky hair. "My emotions weren't engaged, Airiana, with anyone else, not one time. Of course, the bodily function was pleasurable, it's meant to be, and I was definitely trained to ensure that, but my emotions were never involved.
I never loved someone or wanted to please them because of the way I felt about them. There's a difference? She frowned, trying to puzzle out if he was telling her the truth or not. I won't lie to you, honey. I lie to the rest of the world, but not you. If we don't have truth and trust between us, we don't have anything. His fingers slipped from her hair to the heated silk of her bare skin. You give yourself generously, and that's more than half the pleasure right there. You give me your complete trust, and that's a gift beyond any price. More than that, you want to please me. She pressed a kiss against his chest. Of course I want to please you. I just don't really know how yet. But I will, Maxim, she added adamantly. I'll learn. Putting your partner's needs and desires above your own is what makes an extraordinary lover. You trust that I'll do the same for you. He moved subtly, enjoying their intimate connection. That little action sent a series of shocks vibrating through him. Of course I trust you, Airiana said. I gave myself to you, didn't I? I wouldn't ever do that if I didn't trust you. Trusting me is one thing, honey. Giving yourself to me the way you did is something altogether different. He bunched her hair in his fist and brought it to his mouth. But what do I know? I might be the expert on sex, but you're the expert on love. I'll teach you what I know about sex, and you can teach me about love, because I really want to know. This one was my fault because I couldn't control myself. That's never happened before. I'm fine with trying again, she assured with a small smile that twisted at his heart. And I really love the fact that I can make you lose control. He wanted to make her lose control, to give everything to him. I want to be a good husband to you, not the overbearing ogre I'm fairly certain I'll be. She laughed, a sweet, melodic, unexpected sound that sent vibrations through him and melted his heart. It didn't take much for her to wrap him around her finger. She always seemed to react with unexpected amusement. Ogre? She lifted her face and scooted up his hips just enough to frame his face with her hands. His body left hers, and he immediately felt abandoned. His first instinct was to seek closeness again, but he didn't want her to be sore. He could see the evidence of their recent intimacy on her thighs, and that kept him sane enough to stay still. Do you honestly think I'd put up with an overbearing ogre? I'm not built that way. I think enough of myself to refuse to be mistreated in any way. And now I've got 4 children, if they'll have me, and I have to set an example for them. He sighed. There would be no talking her out of those traumatized children. Truthfully, he would have found a home for them, provided for them, and watched over them, without them knowing, of course. Airiana was the hands-on type. Honey, you do realize that the oldest girl is only a few years younger than you. He chose his words carefully. She may be too troubled for someone so young. I'm a good 10 years older, Maxim, and I have you. She gave him a brilliant smile and pressed kisses along his jaw. You're old enough and intimidating enough for them to respect anything you say. What if they don't want to stay? They're from Italy. They may want to go home. Then we'll see to it that they find a good home there. I think we're the right people to help them, but of course I'd never make them stay with us if they didn't want to. Our farm is a magical place, a place of healing. You wait and see. We've been gone a few days. They may have forgotten all about us. He didn't know if he was hoping for that or not. Sometimes when he closed his eyes, he could see all 4 of the children staring at him, and they looked at him as if he was a hero, a savior, which he was not. Right now, my sisters have taken those children under their wing. Judith has probably made each of them their own healing kaleidoscopes. She's amazing and can sense just what a person needs. Lexus got them working the farm with her, and Lissa's cooking up a storm with them. Who knows? Ricky might even have given them a ride on her boat, and she doesn't let anyone on her boat. Counting you, that's 5 out of 6. What's the 6th one doing for them? She closed her eyes and snuggled close to his throat. Blythe, she'll mother them just like she does all of us. She'll be the one to call a counselor and persuade them to go. She'll make certain they have clothes and everything else they need. Benita will be in his element with 5 women and his sisters doting on him, Maxim said. He'll definitely need a firm hand. He's got a temper, that boy, and guts. He's like you were when you were young, isn't he? Airiana asked softly. He reminds you of yourself. Knots formed deep in his gut. He refused to give in to the temptation to throw his hand over his eyes and shield himself from her brilliant blue gaze. Sometimes she saw too much, looked too deep. He didn't reply. Couldn't. He just lay still, waiting for the moment to pass. Maxim? She bent her head to press a series of kisses along his chest, as if she knew imparting personal information was nearly impossible for him at times. Benito is special, just as you are. He's got your generous, protective heart, and he'll want to guard it, just the way you do.
Journey. Male. Hell, want to kill, Airiana. Don't kid yourself. He's burning up with rage. Rage at what they did to his family, and rage at what they did to him. There's so much rage inside, you don't dare let it out. You're a good man, Maxim, she whispered against his throat. Benito will be like you, and that's just fine. He shook his head, unable to believe she didn't see that side of him when she saw so much. The cold-blooded rage that allowed him to move in darkness, in the shadows, and exist where depravity, greed, and perverted sickness lived. I don't want him to become a killer, or a man afraid of ever having a family and someone to love. That's why it's so important that he stay with me. With us, he corrected. He'd taken the step out of the shadows by binding his life with hers, and he wasn't going back. It's important he stay with us. Her blue gaze collided with his. With us, she corrected, on the farm. Sea Haven has a special quality about it. You'll see, Maxim, unless you're bored out of your mind. I don't know how exciting life there will be for you. With 4 children? With you? He gave her a small smile, his hands showing affection. I think I'll be just fine. Let's get you into a bathtub. My desire for you is strong, and I don't want you sore. I thought I'd just go to sleep right here, she announced, a lazy, slumberous note in her voice. His body tightened all over again. It didn't take much. She was soft and warm and melting into him. I know. A bath first, though, and then food. I thought we'd get a message to your sisters and let them know we're coming in. She lifted her head, her face lighting up. Talk to them? I'd love that. He shook his head. It wouldn't be safe to talk to them yet. Evan is going to have his people monitoring the phones. She frowned. Can he do that? He's a billionaire. He can do anything. Cradling her in his arms, he sat up. Listening in on conversations is easy enough. Private investigators do it all the time. For someone like Evan Shackler-Pratsos, it would be a piece of cake. He set her on the bed and padded into the bathroom barefoot, pausing to study the outside around them with care. He'd left the windows open, using the wind to sound the alarm if anyone came close, but still, he always checked visually. He stayed alive because he never took anything for granted. He started the bathwater, making it hot. She thought getting home was going to end their problem, but he knew Evan would never give up. It was possible Yuri Sorbakov in Russia would continue to try to acquire Airiana as well. He had no idea if she was capable of recreating the project she'd started as a young girl, but everyone else seemed to think she could, and that made her a target. He weighed the pros and cons of bringing her back to the farm as the tub filled. The children had been through enough trauma, but he couldn't make a decision based on what was best for them when he had no idea if they were even still there or would want to stay. He had 3 brothers residing in Sea Haven, if he could count his youngest brother, Ilya. Ilya's life had been so different from his and the others. He'd been mostly used for legitimate work, and that had kept him, so far, off any hit list. For certain, Stefan and Lev would help him keep Airiana and the others safe. From what he'd seen of the farm, they could protect it fairly easily with enough money to buy the necessary equipment to turn it into a small fortress. He had money, and he suspected both Stefan and Lev did as well. It was never that difficult to acquire money when one stayed in the shadows and was smart about it. If they ran together, he could protect her. She would learn how to fade into the background, how not to be seen or call attention to herself. But what kind of life was that for her? She didn't belong in his world. Maxim. Airiana touched his hip, and just the small brush of her hand sent his emotions spilling through him. He framed her face with his hands and looked into her eyes. Those eyes could sweep him away with all that blue. You're a very miracle, Airiana. You don't even know it. She brought her hands up to curl her fingers around his wrists. I know you're a special man, Maxim, and I want to be with you. Tell me what's wrong. I can take it. I've not let you down once. Talk to me." He kissed her. He found it easier to express his love through actions than with words. He was going to risk everything for her. He had to. There it was, the choices he always had thought were so important. He had no choice when it came to Airiana, yet she would be his choice every time. When he lifted his head, her eyes had gone a brilliant sky blue, just the way he loved them. He swept her up again and put her in the large tub. The honeymoon tub had enough room for both of them, and he joined her, sinking down into the hot water. "I love the way you kiss me, Maxim," Airiana said. She leaned her head back against the porcelain, regarding him steadily. "But you still have to use your words. What are you worried about?" He laughed, out loud. She was priceless. She sounded like a little schoolmarm giving him a gentle lecture. "Use my words? Did you really just say that? You're not getting out of this. We're a team and we're talking about spending our lives together. We have to be able to communicate with each other." He reached out and snagged her hand, knowing his eyes had gone flat and cold. Cold rage erupted for just one small moment, flaring through him with lethal intent. "Baby, we're well past the talking stage. We are going to spend our lives together. What do you think we've been doing here other than communicating? You made a promise to me. You're not going to back out because I'm not the prize you thought I was." She didn't move, her gaze fixed on his face. He'd spoken in a low tone, each word distinct and biting. A slow smile curved her mouth. She gave him a look filled with so much love, her gaze soft and her smile generous, moving him like nothing else could. The anger was gone, as if it had never been. Everything in him that felt wild and dangerous settled. She was his. He saw it on her face, in her eyes, in the sweet curve of her mouth. "Maxim, I'm not ever going to run off and leave you." His heart turned over. He was hers forever. Always. He turned her hand over, his thumb sliding over her palm, the exact center, so that the two rings came briefly to the center. So small, and yet she held him right there. In her palm. She was wrapped tightly around his heart. "I've given myself to you. All of me. Wholly. I know how to do that, and I'm not afraid. I know you'll always be here for me," she said softly. "You have to believe the same thing of me." Maxim sighed and brought her hand to his mouth, pressing kisses into the center of her palm. "I'll get the hang of relationships, Airiana. I'm learning. It just seems I'm on the slow side." He scraped his teeth back and forth over the two connecting rings. Hers. His. Those rings, a strange phenomenon of the Prakenskii men, had sealed their fate together. He had run like a rabbit from her in his mind for far too long. He wanted choices and felt as if that had been taken from him, so he'd been a child throwing a tantrum. Now he not only accepted that Airiana was his first and only choice, but that he was a very lucky man. When a man who has never had anyone finds a woman like you, Airiana, he can't help but hold too tight. How could he not? Losing you would rip out what's left of my soul, and God help me, there isn't much left. He made the confession looking at her palm. At the rings, not at her face. He already knew what her expression would be. Airiana had more compassion in her little finger than most people did in their hearts. She would understand. She probably understood him better than he did himself. "You aren't going to lose me. I'm not the running type. If you get too far out of hand, believe me, Maxim, I'll be sitting you down and we'll be having the talk." He kissed her open hand much more intimately.
Journey. He looked up quickly, wanting to see her eyes go wide with shock. She felt the intimate connection deep within her, another wonderful phenomenon given to the Prakenskii men and their women. Her lips parted in a little round O, and she pulled her palm away from him. "That could get us in trouble." He laughed softly. "Or keep you in line." She examined her palm. "Does it work both ways? Can I do that to you?" A groan escaped before he could stop it. The thought of her intimacy was enough to make him intensely aroused all over again. "Yes, but please don't. Not yet. I'm really trying to be a decent man here. You need to rest and have some food. We've got all day before they come for us." A shadow moved across her face. "Come for us? Do you think they're going to find us? Which ones? It seems like everyone's after us. Evan's men? Sorbukov's men? It's all the same. He shrugged. If they come here looking, Jorge won't point them in our direction. We're honeymooners, and he's known me for several years. No, I meant Stefan. Thomas and Levi, he corrected himself. She sent him a quick, amused glance from under the sweep of her lashes, most likely remembering his first reaction to her knowing he was a Prakenskii. He had to remember to use his brother's new identities when talking to them or referring to them. Thomas and Levi are going to come here? If I ask, they'll come. With the two of them here, no one is going to stop us from getting home. Jorge keeps a small private airstrip for his guests, and they'll be able to bring in a plane. We can take it back to the Little River Airport. He made up his mind. With his brothers, he could protect her better. She brought up her knees and hugged them, an action he realized she did when she was nervous. I want to go home more than anything, Maxim. You know I do, and it's all I think about. She sent him a shy look, when I'm not thinking about you. But I don't want to put the people I love in danger. I think they're already in danger whether you're there or not. If Evan gets his hands on any one of them, you'd attempt to give yourself up for them. Attempt? She raised her eyebrow. I wouldn't allow you to be so foolish. He caught her chin when she would have protested and looked into her eyes, wanting her to know he meant every word he said. I can't be anything but who I am, Airiana. I'll always protect you, even from yourself. You can't expect less of me. Sometimes you aren't going to agree with my decisions, but when it comes to your protection, you aren't going to win any arguments. Airiana chewed on her lower lip while she turned over and over in her mind his declaration. He was obviously stating a fact to her, one she had to think about. She knew he would be dominant and a little overbearing at times, but she saw into him and knew he was a good man who would always put her first. She hadn't quite thought that part all the way through. Putting her first meant sometimes he would decide what was best for her rather than talking it over. She let her gaze drift over him. He would never be considered handsome. He was far too rough-looking for that. But she loved his face. He was all hard planes and angles, scars, and a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow. His eyes were hooded and reminded her often of a predatory bird watching prey from a lofty height. His shoulders were wide, his chest thick, and there wasn't a place on him that didn't ripple with muscle when he moved. He exuded absolute confidence in everything he did, except when it came to her. Even now, on the outside he appeared calm and implacable, his expression set in stone, but she could feel him holding himself very still. He would never be as sure of her as he would want to be, and that would cause him to react in ways that she might not like. I can see patterns in the air, in the movement of air, she said. Just as I can see mathematical equations, I can see patterns. You're there in those patterns, Maxim. The love you feel for me runs deep and true. I can count on it, like the sun rising in the morning and setting in the evening. It's always going to be there. Do you see in patterns? Can you see me in them? He would hold too tight until he could believe she would always be his. That was inevitable. I see them, Airiana, but this isn't about whether or not you're going to run off because you don't like a decision I make. This is about you knowing I'm going to make them. You aren't always going to be comfortable with who I am and what I need. She shivered, suddenly aware the water was cooling down. I understand. She did. She didn't have to like it, but she understood. Maxim wasn't going to change because he had found love. He had been trained from childhood to prepare for danger and to expect it. He would guard what he had with ruthless implacability, and all within his household, those he loved, would listen to him when it came to matters of safety. She would be able to temper him only so much. I'm getting cold, and I'm suddenly starving. She stood up. He reached for her, unable to help himself. Stay right there for just a minute, honey. I can't get over your skin and how soft it is. You're so very attractive. I'm not certain I'll be able to wait. She placed one hand on his shoulder, bracing herself as he caressed her, each touch intensifying the moment. "You're so amazingly responsive to me," he said, "even when I didn't do the best job for you." His fingers caressed her. The air was warm, and he wrapped her up in a cocoon of it, drying her body while he held her there. "I think all my training just went out the window with you. You make me feel alive." Airiana pushed her hands into his hair, massaging his scalp and letting thick strands of hair run through her fingers. "Almost from the moment I saw you, I wanted to do this. Well, not when you were carrying me over your shoulder into the helicopter. Then I wanted to stab you through the heart," she said, precisely honest. He laughed, a roaring laugh, a belly laugh, a laugh he'd never thought could come out of him, and he didn't recognize it at all. Startled, he dropped his hand and stared at her with a small, accusing frown. "I don't even recognize myself anymore. Are you capable of putting a spell on me? I have gifts. Maybe you have some I didn't know about." Airiana leaned down and pressed a kiss on top of his head before stepping out of the bathtub. "Of course I put a spell on you. How else do you think I could get you to fall madly in love with me?" Her soft laughter teased his body. Or maybe it was her words. He laid his head back against the porcelain tub and closed his eyes, savoring the sound of her moving around. There was something soothing and comforting about having a woman do small, intimate things, such as brush her hair or teeth with her man in the room. No one had ever teased him. No one had ever made him laugh. "You know, baby," he murmured without opening his eyes, "you've given me far more firsts than I ever thought possible. I think I really did die when we made love and rose from the ashes a better man." She circled his neck from behind, something he would never have allowed anyone to ever do. "You've always been a good man, Maxim. I'm crazy about you." He laid his hands over hers, staying very still, working to keep the lump in his throat from getting larger. "Or just crazy, but that's all right, if it means I get to keep you." He turned his head to look up at her. At once, his heart stuttered in his chest. She had a look of absolute love on her face. Airiana didn't hold back her feelings or conceal them behind a stony expression. She just gave, generously. He reached back and circled her head with his arm, bringing her down to him. His mouth found hers, demanding, filled with his kind of love, not at all like her gentle, unconditional but passionate caring. He was hard edges, and so was the love he had for her. He was always wholly focused and very possessive. "I can see patterns in the air, in the movement of air," she said. "Just as I can see mathematical equations, I can see patterns. You're there in those patterns, Maxim. The love you feel for me runs deep and true. I can count on it, like the sun rising in the morning and setting in the evening. It's always going to be there. Do you see in patterns? Can you see me in them?" He would hold too tight until he could believe she would always be his. That was inevitable. "I see them, Airiana, but this isn't about whether or not you're going to run off because you don't like a decision I make. This is about you knowing I'm going to make them. You aren't always going to be comfortable with who I am and what I need." She shivered, suddenly aware the water was cooling down. "I understand." She did. She didn't have to like it, but she understood. Maxim wasn't going to change because he had found love. He had been trained from childhood to prepare for danger and to expect it. He would guard what he had with ruthless implacability, and all within his household, those he loved, would listen to him when it came to matters of safety. She would be able to temper him only so much. "I'm getting cold, and I'm suddenly starving." She stood up. He reached for her, unable to help himself. "Stay right there for just a minute, honey. I can't get over your skin and how soft it is. You're so very attractive. I'm not certain I'll be able to wait." She placed one hand on his shoulder, bracing herself as he caressed her, each touch intensifying the moment. "You're so amazingly responsive to me," he said, "even when I didn't do the best job for you." His fingers caressed her. The air was warm, and he wrapped her up in a cocoon of it, drying her body while he held her there. "I think all my training just went out the window with you. You make me feel alive." Airiana pushed her hands into his hair, massaging his scalp.
Journey. Male. He was dominant and overbearing, And his kiss was the same, pouring his need and hunger into her, taking her response and holding her captive. Airiana simply gave herself generously. He felt as if he was a beast she had to continually tame. In her quiet, humorous way, she somehow always managed. She'd reassured him many times she wasn't going anywhere. She'd given her body to him, she'd followed him time and again, trusting him to lead her. And yet, at times, like now, when his love was too much, too overwhelming, he needed to crush her to him, hold her so tight she was imprinted on his skin. Gosh, you, Airiana, for making me feel like this. He waited for her condemnation. Her mouth was gentle beneath his, their intimacy deepening. That rush, that fire spread through his veins, and electricity crackled between them. Her mouth was perfect under his, their connection wrapping him up in addiction. He craved her the way others might drugs. The depth of his feelings shook him. The passion and love mixed together inside him, welling up like a volcano, consumed him. Still kissing her, he turned, standing, taking her with him, lifting her and walking her backward until she was pressed tightly against the wall. He couldn't stop, even when he told himself to. There was no controlling his need for her. He whispered his urgent desire to be close. His kisses were burning hot now, feeding the terrible fire that refused to be sated. He needed the flames she provided, the deep connection that enveloped him. Airiana circled Maxim's neck with her arms, linking her fingers behind his head. He had her trapped between his powerful body and the wall, her feet off the ground. He was enormously strong, and she could feel the tension in him, the urgent hunger riding him hard. She should have been afraid. He could do anything he wanted to her, and she couldn't stop him. Instead of fear, there was need and hunger rising just as strong to meet his. She craved his touch, the way his hands felt on her body, the way he was so desperate to have her. She reveled in the fact that his body trembled for hers, that she could make him feel this way about her, that he actually lost his perfect control around her. Maxim made her feel as if she were the most beautiful, sexy woman in the world, and no one else could ever satisfy him. It was a heady feeling, as well as a powerful aphrodisiac. His touch was everywhere, rough and insistent, a dangerous combination, but one that only added to her pleasure. She loved the feel of him out of control. How could she not when he was all about control and discipline? His mouth moved over hers, then to her neck and back up to her lips. His touch was everywhere, inflaming her senses, bringing her to a fever pitch of need. "I'm not sorry in the least that you feel this way for me, Maxim. I love that you do. I feel the same for you." She wasn't going to apologize. Airiana had grown to care for him, respecting and admiring him, and then actually falling in love. It wasn't the intensity of their situation or because he'd saved hers. She knew that with certainty. She loved who he was. Even the man who was still a little angry that he fell so hard and fast for her. Maybe he'd always have flares of anger when his love for her overwhelmed him, but she could live with that. What woman wouldn't? Their intimacy deepened, sending darts of fire through her. She nearly shuddered with pleasure. He'd taken the temperature up so much further this time, and she loved it. His touch became more intimate, sensing her readiness. "I can't say, at this moment, that I'm sorry either," he answered. He lowered her slowly, their bodies aligning intimately. Her body felt overheated and achy. Tension built rapidly, gathering in her very core, a need and hunger only he could assuage. "Don't move. Let me do this. This time, you're going to go up in flames with me." She thought she had gone up in flames with him. His voice, so commanding and tyrannical, should have annoyed her, but instead, his tone sent a thrilling shiver down her spine. She tried to comply, trusting he knew better than she did what would feel the best, and she wanted to feel that amazing pleasure again. He pressed her body down over him, connecting with exquisite slowness, their bodies becoming one. Once again, there was a deep, full feeling, but this time it was accompanied with a streak of lightning that burst through her mind like a firestorm of sheer pleasure. She panted, trying to hold still until their connection was complete. Their bodies aligned perfectly, deeply. The intimacy was so profound she felt completely enveloped. When their bodies were completely joined, he held her there, allowing her body to adjust to their union. He nuzzled her neck. "See, Airiana, we fit. We're perfect together." She wanted him moving. She could feel the urgent need in him rising to devour him, and she wanted to go there with him. She threw her head back and lifted her body at the urging of his hands. The intensity was breathtaking. She moved again, tightening her muscles and squeezing to create as much friction as possible. She was learning, slowly, little by little, just how to please him. She could feel his body shudder in reaction, the deepening of their connection. She tried slow circles as she moved, a slow dance designed to make him insane. "Gosh it, woman, you're killing me." He sounded harsh, his eyes hooded and heavy with the intensity of his desire. He grit his teeth and caught her hips in firm hands, taking back control in one swift movement that robbed her of the ability to breathe. He began moving with her, over and over, with powerful, deep movements that sent her into the wall. Each movement sent flames sizzling through her body. Tension coiled and grew, heat turned scorching, searing her. Blood rushed through her veins and roared in her ears. He didn't stop. He was relentless, forcing her beyond all comprehension of lovemaking. Her body just wound tighter and tighter, accepting the wild rhythm, helpless to do anything but catch fire and burn with his. "I can't stand it, Maxim. It's too much." She'd thought that the last time, and this was far more. Everything about the situation was more, and she knew she'd be forever craving this man and what he could do to her body. She felt her body gathering itself, her temperature soaring. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and she became aware she was chanting something that made absolutely no sense, a litany of pleas. "You'll stand it. This is us, Airiana, you and me, just like this." His body was incredible, his strength beyond anything she'd imagined. His hands were hard on her buttocks, guiding their movements. Her inner muscles squeezed and gripped, the friction growing hotter and wilder. She hadn't thought it possible. Earlier, she'd felt every bruise she had. Now there was nothing but sheer, glorious pleasure, coiling to the point she was afraid she might lose her sanity. Fear skittered down her spine. How could she feel like this with him? And if something happened and he couldn't settle? "Let go, baby. That's all you have to do. Just let go for me." She was terrified. If she did and her body went up in flames, what would be left? She would be his on his terms, not her own. All along, she'd been the one giving herself to him, but this was different. This was a complete takeover. She would need him, crave him, be lost without him. "Airiana, I said to let go. Let yourself go and trust me to catch you." Her body responded to his command, even when her mind was still questioning her sanity. She felt the first swelling ripple, and she heard herself scream as the peak overtook her. It hit strong and hard, taking over her body from her breasts to her thighs, sweeping her up in a tidal wave, a tsunami of emotion and sensation all wrapped together. Her peak was so strong that she took him with her, their bodies convulsing together, so that wave after wave of sensation rocketed deep inside her. Journey, male. She actually felt the hot intensity, like brands burning his essence into her for all time. She clung to him, hearing his hoarse gasp of her name, feeling his body shudder against her, his fingers digging deep into her, while their bodies rippled with life and rocketed with an intense pleasure that was shocking. She wrapped her arms around his neck tightly and held on as if he was the only sanity in a world gone mad. Tiny stars burst behind her eyes, and she fought to get one single breath into her burning lungs. "I'm never going to be the same, am I?" she asked him. "Never. I'm lost somewhere inside you, or you in me. It's like we melted together, and now I don't know where I am without you. How did that happen?" Airiana sounded so lost, his heart turned over. "You're safe with me, honey." He leaned her into the wall so his rubbery legs could hold them both. "That's exactly how I feel about you. I don't know how or why the connection is growing stronger between us, but it is. You can't get any better than that, Maxim, or I'll die. Seriously, I don't think my heart can take it." He rubbed his chin on top of her head. "There's so much more, Airiana. We're only getting started. I don't think I can walk, can you? Because one of us has to man up, and it isn't going to be me. Physically and emotionally, I'm totaled. You scare the heck out of me." He laughed softly, tightening his arms around her. "That's my line, not yours. Not this time. I need to go to sleep and dream about you again. A girl's fantasies, not a woman's. You're too much for me." She bit his shoulder hard. He laughed again, a strange sensation that told him he loved her stronger than ever. He carried her back into the bathroom and set her down. "I'm going to arrange for breakfast, some clothing for you, and a ride home." She leaned against the sink, staring up at him with her blue eyes. They looked a darker blue, more turbulent, and just a little dazed. "I can't walk. I don't think I'll ever walk right again." He frowned, suddenly concerned. "Did I hurt you? I was a little rough for your second time. I'm not a gentle lover, although I tried, Airiana." "I don't think it has anything to do with how rough or gentle you were. Quite frankly, I love the way you make love to me, rough or not. I think I'm feeling the effects of our passion. I'll run you another bath. Put some bath salts in it. I saw some under the sink. By the time you come back with breakfast, I'll be feeling fine again." She gripped the counter as if she might really fall down. Her eye was still swollen, although had saturated her body with air each time he woke throughout the night to promote better and faster healing. The bruises still stood out against her skin, but he expected that. Even with a healing session or two, the bruises would have to run their course. He just hoped the pain was gone. He ran her bath while she twisted her hair into some intricate knot that women like to do before getting into the water. The bath salts were in packets and gave off a lavender scent when he poured 2 into the deep tub. He'd been too long without recon and was a little nervous about leaving her, but she was far safer in the cabana hidden away. Evan's men had to be searching for them. The Greek didn't much care for his men failing him, and he'd especially be angry after losing his entire crew and 2 of his best customers and having his ship boarded by the Coast Guard. He had guns and drugs aboard as well as evidence of a human trafficking ring. He'd be livid. "Don't use the phone," he cautioned. "You already explained that wouldn't be safe," she pointed out, sinking down into the hot water. "Seriously, Maxim, I do have a brain as well as a good memory." She sounded annoyed with him. He was all right with that, as long as she listened and did as he told her. One phone call would bring the enemy down on them in a heartbeat. He just needed a few minutes to send an alert to his brothers on their private site. They used it rarely, but all of them checked it often. Airiana watched Maxim take a brief shower, just rinsing off, and then pull on clothes. She was grateful he was leaving her alone for a few minutes. He took up space in every room, a lot of space. She was used to alone time, and she was fairly certain he was as well. Whenever he was near, she saw more patterns than ever in the air around him. He exuded danger. If she hadn't known he was a Prakenskii, she certainly would have known he was lethal to his enemies, just by the way the air displaced around him. His aura is dark, colors swirling beneath the darkness, but the inky black layer on top was nearly impenetrable. She took her first breath of air without him in what seemed like days. She wanted him. She'd practically thrown herself at him, and she had no complaints. She just needed space. He was wonderful, magnificent. She felt so ordinary in comparison, yet he didn't view her that way at all. Still, he was bossy. He often got a look on his face that told her if she didn't comply with his wishes, he had no problem with just picking her up and forcing her to do as he said. She wasn't exactly a yes person. She understood him and his need to keep her safe, but that didn't mean it was easy or would be easy when they disagreed. She sighed and splashed the water at the other end of the two-person tub. Life with Maxim wouldn't be boring, although he might think it was. That was another thing she needed to consider. What if the farm was just too quiet for him? He was used to a high-octane way of life, and one could get addicted to that. He could leave her for long periods of time. She had no doubt that he would come back to her, but how would she handle that? She shrugged and carefully washed her legs and feet. She would have to. She wouldn't give him up. If leaving periodically was what he needed, she would find a way to adapt. He would have to find ways to make it up to her, to make himself invaluable around the farm, so everyone missed him when he was gone and welcomed him home. Airiana wasn't the type of woman to go into something with her eyes closed, not after the disaster of her childhood school. She'd been so eager to learn, to explore every possibility she could, that she hadn't taken the time to see what was happening around her. She hadn't considered the effect of her absence on her mother. Had she been paying attention to the warning signs, her mother might still be alive. She hadn't gone into her relationship with Maxim without giving it a lot of thought. She knew what kind of man he was, but she knew, once the connection had grown into a telepathic form, that he was extraordinary. He might not ever see himself that way, but he would be loyal and unswervingly faithful. He would always try to make her happy. She could see that in his character, through his mind, as well as looking at his aura and the patterns in the air surrounding him. She sighed again. He would be a bear when they disagreed, and it was inevitable that they would. She pushed her hand idly through the water, glancing out the window. Clouds drifted across a startling blue sky. Her body went still. The clouds rolled gently, forming patterns impossible not to read. There was love there, but there was danger and violence swirling in and out of the love. She closed her eyes, hoping and praying she was wrong. The mathematical equations swirling in the clouds told her the violence and danger surrounded her, that it didn't belong to Maxim, nor was it between the two of them. She took a deep breath. "All right then," she murmured aloud. It wasn't over just because she was going home. She let out the water, stood up, and quickly dried off. If she returned to the farm, she'd be bringing trouble to everyone she loved. The children waiting there might even be taken back to the life they'd escaped. "I can feel your unhappiness, Airiana. Talk to me." She had reached out to him without even being aware she was doing it. He had to be close to the cabana. She didn't have much time if she was going to keep them all safe.
Hastily, she rummaged through his war bag and found the jeans she'd been wearing when he'd kidnapped her. They had a comfortable, homey feel to them as she pulled them over her hips. This isn't going to happen. I'm looking at the same patterns. If that is what has you spooked, I'm not taking trouble home with me. Yes, you are. I'm going with you. There was a trace of humor in his tone. They all have a better chance with us there. We can control the situation. If we're not there, how can we protect them? You're panicking for no reason, honey. He stepped into the cabana, his broad shoulders filling the doorway. She paused in the act of pulling on her shirt. Was she panicking? He's really going to send his men after me again. I figured he would. You're valuable to him, and he isn't going to give you up so easily. Men like Evan Shackler-Gratzos tend to feel entitled to whatever they want. Anyone standing in his way will be mowed down. He doesn't mind selling children and murdering them afterward. He'll come after your family to get you. She dragged the shirt over her head. How can we stop him? Maxim smiled at her. That's my girl. Now you're thinking again. We've got the advantage at the farm. How is that? My brothers. We'll be ready for him this time. What if he doesn't give up and keeps coming at us? Can you fix this weapon they all seem to want? He leveled his gaze at her. She bit her lip and shook her head. His gaze didn't waver. She let out her breath. I don't know. Maybe. Probably. But I don't make weapons. Not for any country.
I'm not going back into that life. Not even if your mind is going a little crazy with inactivity? I keep it active. Maxim smirked at her but left it alone. He walked all the way into the room, placed a small pile of folded clothes on the end of the bed, and took her hand. Let's go outside. It's beautiful. The waves are rolling gently and everything is an amazing shade of blue. We've got our own little private strip of beach. I'll wrap us up in air to protect us from anyone spying. She went with him, liking the feel of her hand in his. He made her feel safe and loved. It was that simple. The woven chairs under the shaded table were comfortable, and she sank into one, still feeling a little shaky. Maxim leaned down and kissed the top of her head. Do you have any idea how many times I've sat outside in a beautiful place and never managed to see it? Until you. Waking this morning with your skin next to mine changed everything for me. I never thought I'd ever have the chance to have a home of my own. He dragged his chair around to place it next to hers so they could both easily view the ocean as it rose and fell. Dolphins chattered and leapt out of the water in a joyful dance, almost as if they could hear Maxim. The point I'm trying to make is, I'll protect our home and family with everything in me. I know its value far more than most men. Evan isn't going to take a single family member from us. It doesn't matter how long or how often he keeps coming at us, he won't get any satisfaction. We'll close ranks and protect our own. Judith travels. Ricky dives. He nodded. I understand that, and we'll do the best we can to make arrangements to keep them safe, but sometimes they'll have to compromise. Her gaze jumped to his face. You meant that for me. Airiana, you're the main target. You'll need someone, preferably me, with you at all times until this is over. You'll have to be realistic about what your life is going to be like. You have a gift, and everyone wants it. I can't protect you if I'm not with you. She nodded. I'm not going to argue with you. I've seen what Evan's men are like, and I'll convince my sisters. Levi and Thomas will take care of Ricky and Judith. They'll see to it that both women cooperate. But Levi tells me that Lissa and Blythe may be our biggest worries. Lexi stays on the farm most of the time anyway, except for her trips to the farmer's market. We can handle that. Her breath caught in her throat. You talked to Levi? Today? He nodded. Everyone is okay, and they were relieved to know you were okay, and with me. The children are very quiet, he says, and are anxious we return. They don't trust anyone enough to talk about what happened. As far as they can tell, the children really don't have any relatives. Levi and Thomas have shored up the paperwork and are giving the children histories with us. If anyone tries to trace them, they won't be able to. Airiana felt the burn of tears and quickly blinked them away. Home seemed far away. Maxim had actually spoken with Levi? Are they coming to get us? Maxim nodded and took her hand. They'll be here today. We just have to relax and wait for them. They'll land at George's private airstrip and fly us home. It feels as if I've been gone a year, Airiana said. He rubbed her fingers over his jaw. George is bringing the food, honey. Why don't you slip inside and wait for him to leave? He kissed her hand. I like George. I think he's a good man, but he has a family to feed and to protect. I'm not going to risk trusting him with your safety. Evan's men will be spreading money up and down the coast, eager to pay for a sighting of you. If George never catches a glimpse of you, there's no risk of temptation. I'd really hate to have to kill him. Airiana obeyed instantly. She understood. Maxim liked George, but if George betrayed them and put her in danger, Maxim would kill him in a heartbeat. She retreated to the cabana, wrapping her arms around herself, happy to know she would be going home in just a few hours. She danced around the room, unable to contain her excitement. She was going home to her family. Things might still be up in the air and frightening, but she'd have her sisters around her to help, and she knew, from experience, that when they were together, they were formidable. Now, with 3 Prakenskiis as well, she felt they had every chance of being successful in fighting off their enemies. She was going home. Airiana was crying again. Maxim leaned on one hip with deceptive laziness and watched his woman while she sobbed. The 5 women around her hugged and kissed her repeatedly. He studied each one as a potential threat to his relationship with Airiana. Lexi, the youngest, was too sweet for her own good. She showed signs of intense trauma, much like the children he'd sent to the farm. She was a pretty girl, with 2 old eyes and delicate, soft features. Her hair was a deep auburn and would burn bright in the sun. She was definitely an earth element, and from what he understood, she ran the farm. He found just looking at her made him feel protective, the younger sister he'd never had. He had the feeling she would be on his side. There was far too much compassion in her than was good for her. Blythe was the oldest, and clearly the one the others turned to and listened to the most. She was tall and blonde, with shrewd eyes and a runner's lean body. She had looked him over carefully when they'd arrived, and even now was sizing him up. She was a potential problem if she thought he might hurt Airiana in any way. Otherwise, she would reserve judgment. Clearly she had gifts, but he couldn't see them. He couldn't feel the tie that bound elements together. Yet there was something subtle there he couldn't quite comprehend. She was a question mark to him. Ricky was different, and definitely would have a difficult time with him, but not necessarily because he was with Airiana. He knew from what his brother had told him that she was autistic and had a hard time adjusting to change. Yet he watched her with the children, and she seemed open to them. She was the water element, and a very strong one, according to Levi. She was fiercely independent, but very loyal to her sisters. She would come to accept him, he was certain, as long as he didn't push the relationship on her. She would have to accept him in her own time. Maxim had absolute confidence in every area, with the exception of personal relationships. He had no real experience.
Journey. He was a young boy when he'd been taken from his family, and his training had been drilled into him. He'd been a loner, and even now, in this circle of close-knit people, two of his own brothers, he felt like an outsider. He kept his gaze fixed on Airiana. He knew her better than he did his brothers. She was the only person in the world he really knew, the only one who saw him. He willed her to look at him, make some acknowledgement that she was as aware of him as he was of her. He couldn't take his eyes off of her, afraid if he blinked, she'd vanish without a trace, like everything else worthwhile in his life had done. His palm itched, but he wasn't going to use that connection between them. It wouldn't be fair to her. She was holding on to her sister, the one with flaming red hair. No doubt that was Lissa, the fire element. She was the one he would have to be careful around. She would defend her sisters with her last ounce of breath. She was fairly small, but in her case, he didn't think for one moment it was a handicap. He could see she was especially close to Airiana and blamed herself for not being home when Airiana was kidnapped. She hadn't yet asked for details, how he'd come to be involved, but she would soon. Benito leaned against the other side of the door and crossed his arms over his chest, regarding the women as well. "She's happy to be home," he observed. Maxim nodded. Benito had a house full of sisters. He would know why women cry all the time. He made certain his expression was sheer stone. The boy saw far too much. "What do you think, Benito? Have you and your sisters decided what you want to do?" He needed to take his mind off his insecurity and focus on something that mattered, like the 4 children. "You've been here long enough to get some kind of idea what it would be like. Is it too different from where you grew up?" Benito shrugged, trying to look both nonchalant and tough at the same time. "The girls want to stay, so we stay." His dark eyes bored into Maxim. "You're staying, right?" Maxim jerked his chin toward Airiana. "She's home, for me, so yes, I'm staying." He bared his teeth at Benito. "That means I'm in charge." Benito made another casual shrug, and Maxim's heart turned over. That shocked him, having a physical reaction to another human being other than Airiana. The boy was trying so hard to be grown up. He didn't know the first thing about kids, but he could see Benito's struggle. There was a man's cold rage deep inside him, and yet a boy's much more sensitive emotions. The kid was struggling to hold back the tears and keep his head up. "I can live with that," Benito said. His voice sounded a little strangled, and he couldn't keep the relief from showing on his face. "Too many women around here. They're trying to make me see a counselor. A woman. I'm not talking to any woman." Maxim frowned. "You'd rather talk to a man?" Benito's expression changed swiftly to outrage. "That's never going to happen.
I don't need to talk to anyone about anything. My sisters can go. Benito, Maxim said softly, searching for the right thing to say, wishing he had more wisdom. Your parents were murdered. They weren't killed in a car accident. Rico murdered them for the specific reason of acquiring you children. Your younger sister was murdered by a depraved madman. Benito ducked his head. I know. See all these women? Maxim gestured around them, at the women who had gone from crying to laughter. Each of them had a loved one or loved ones murdered. My parents were murdered. That ties us all together in a weird way. We understand one another where other people don't have a hope in hell of knowing what we've gone through. Benito ducked his head and scuffed the floor with his shoe. Yeah, I got that. Talking to someone helps with the grief and anger and the guilt. We all feel guilty for something we had no control over. Guilt is a strange thing, Benito. It eats you alive. So does misplaced shame. The boy's head snapped up. His eyes blazed fire. I'm not talking about anything ever with any man or woman. Maxim wanted to pull the boy into his arms and hold him tightly. Instead, he shrugged lightly. It's up to you what you talk about, but going to the counselor and talking about your parents is a smart idea. He needed Airiana more than ever. He was so out of his depth with this boy, who looked at him with something close to hero worship. He was no hero, and no one for a boy to admire. He cleared his throat and nodded at Judith. She was the spirit element, and she was married to Stefan, his brother, although Stefan was now Thomas Vincent. What's she like? Judith seemed to be a happy person, and her laughter could make everyone in the room want to laugh with her, but she kept sneaking glances at him and frowning. He didn't like the feeling that she saw more than he wanted her to. It wasn't like he was a great prize to look at. He was rough, and it showed in the lines of his face and the ice cold of his blue eyes. There was no getting around the scars on his body or hands. He looked like what he was, and it was unrelenting. He didn't have Stefan's sophistication or Lev's ability to charm. She's all right. She let us all make a kaleidoscope. There was a small thread of hidden excitement in the boy's voice. That was cool. She's an artist and does a lot of paintings. The thread grew stronger, although clearly Benito tried not to give away his interest. She's a good artist, Maxim agreed. Her paintings are shown all over the world. I understand she restores art as well. I've always thought that was a really cool process. Did you know that about her? Benito nodded. Now his eyes had gone bright. She took us through her studio and explained how it's done to us. My sisters were annoying, and she had to stop. Maxim shrugged again. Fortunately, she lives here on the farm, and from what Airiana tells me, everyone goes to each other's homes when they want. I'm sure if you want to understand art restoration, she'll talk to you without your sisters. Maxim looked over at Airiana. Her gaze jumped to his face, and he found himself falling into her blue eyes. Yeah, he could live here and take care of the kids with her. The boy needed a firm hand, or he'd turn out just like Maxim. He smiled at her. They've had to call Jonas Harrington and inform him I'm back. He'll be showing up soon, and he's a cop. Are you ready to meet them all? That's a silly question. There's 6 of you and only 1 of me. But you're a badass. The laughter in her voice warmed him. She had a way of tying them intimately together with just a few words. Where he had no clue what to say, she always seemed to find the right thing. I'm crazy about that woman, he admitted to Benito. There's danger in separating yourself from everyone, not wanting anyone to see inside of you where you're vulnerable. We know the world isn't safe and perfect like the fairy tales, but if you let it eat away at you, when that one comes along, that woman you know is going to make your world for you, you won't see her because you're too busy hiding. I almost missed my chance with her. We're going to live with you and Airiana, aren't we? Benito blurted hastily as the women crossed the room toward them. All of us, together in the same house? Maxim realized that was the burning question Benito had had on his mind all along, but hadn't known how to work it casually into the conversation. He feared they would all be divided into the other women's homes, if that's what you want. But Benito, once you've decided, there's no going back. Airiana and I will be your parents. What we say goes. Benito tried to hide his relief. I can live with that. So can I, but we'll have a lot of women to take care of. I believe in being prepared for anything. I'll want you to learn. Benito stood straight, his chest out. I want to learn. No one is ever touching my sisters again. Airiana came to him, holding out her hand. She smiled at Benito. Have you picked your rooms yet? Maxim closed his fingers around hers and pulled her beneath his shoulder.
Her sisters were right behind her, surrounding them. Levi and Thomas grinned at him, knowing how uncomfortable he was in the spotlight. He was introduced to each woman, and he'd assessed the situation correctly. Lissa was going to be the holdout. She was polite about it, but she was extremely reserved. Still, he felt power in the air. It was unmistakable. Surrounded by them all, with Judith and Blythe close to bolster the other elements, he felt the ripples in the air, as if it were impossible to contain so much energy. He glanced at his brothers. These women were a force to be reckoned with when they were together. Thomas nodded, and Maxim relaxed just a little more. It wouldn't just be the three Prakenskii brothers protecting the farm and everyone on it. These women could protect themselves if need be. It was only a matter of getting them into that mindset. He knew having the children there would help. Women had a tendency to protect children when they might not protect themselves. "Thank you for bringing Airiana back to us," Blythe said. "I don't know how we can ever repay you." Maxim tightened his fingers around Airiana's. "I rescued her at sea, on board a ship. That makes her mine. The same with the children. Isn't that right, Ricky?" he asked, drawing in the water element. "That's payment enough, finding a family." The sisters turned to Ricky. She nodded her head slowly. "He's right." A slow smile lit her face. "That's how I got Levi. The sea's been good to us, hasn't it?" Maxim nodded, feeling very lucky that he'd had the chance to include Ricky. She was more open than ever to including him in their family. Before the women could ask any other questions, Lucia came in, holding tightly to her sister's hands. Nisha gave a soft cry when she spotted Maxim and raced to him, startling him. The child flung herself at him, wrapping both arms around his leg. Lucia and Sienna stood uncertainly just a few feet away. Airiana beckoned them into the circle. She wrapped her arm around Lucia. "Have you seen our house yet? Did anyone show you?" Blythe cleared her throat. I should have said something. We let them choose where they wanted to stay, and they decided it was better to be in the house that would be their permanent home. Lissa's been staying there with them." Lissa flashed her first smile. It was directed at Lucia, not Maxim, but still, he took it as a good sign. "And you know what a stellar housekeeper I am." "Oh dear," Airiana said. "Is the house still standing?" Lucia gave her a reassuring smile. "I kept up with everything, although Benito helped me with the laundry." "I did not," Benito denied. He actually looked embarrassed. "I don't do women's work." Blythe choked back a laugh. Judith covered her mouth. Ricky looked confused. Lexi did laugh openly. Lissa just shrugged. "I try not to either, Benito. I'm with you on that." "Don't encourage him," Airiana reprimanded. "Laundry is anyone's work, not gender-specific." "Still," Lissa said, "no one wants to do it, so if you can get away with saying a specific gender has to do it, more power to you. Personally, I think it's man's work, myself." Benito snorted his derision, loud and clear, glaring at his sister at the same time. "I meant," Lucia clarified, "that Benito helped me figure out the English directions and how to use the machine." Benito looked mollified. He crossed his arms over his chest and regarded his sister with a little less outrage. "I've had to do my own laundry for years," Maxim said. "When you're in my line of work, you don't send it out or trust anyone else to do it." He hoped that would give Benito food for thought. "Lissa is a really good cook," Lucia defended. Even Benito nodded his head.
Lissa smiled at them, but turned to Maxim, her eyes wide and innocent. "Just what kind of work are you in?" she asked, "and why were you wandering around on that horrible ship?" "Lissa," Airiana hissed at her, directing the thread of sound through the air directly at her sister, "not in front of the children." Maxim was proud of Airiana's ability to use a stream of air to deliver sound. It was a difficult trick to master, yet he wouldn't have known she spoke to her sister except that he was in her mind, about to ask her how honest she wanted him to be. They hadn't discussed their story at all. He had the feeling Airiana would insist on being very straightforward with her sisters, and that wouldn't win him any friends. He realized he was still afraid of losing her, afraid somehow they would persuade her that he was no good for her. "What's important here," Airiana said, "is to understand the ongoing threat to all of us. A man, we believe his name is Evan Shackler Gratsos, who was the brother of the Greek shipping magnate Stavros Gratsos, who died out at sea just off Sea Haven recently, thinks I can help him create a weapon that he can use to blackmail every country with. He's going to keep coming after me." Maxim felt that it was safer for all of you and me to be here on the farm. He thought, with all of us, and Thomas and Levi, we had a better chance together than apart. "That name keeps popping up here in Sea Haven," Blythe said. Airiana nodded. "He isn't going to stop. Maxim and I can leave if all of you would feel safer." Benito and Lucia shook their heads, looking as if they might burst into tears. Nisha clung tighter to Maxim's leg. The youngest child, Sienna, put her thumb in her mouth. "We don't want to go," Airiana said, assured them, "but we want all of you safe." "How would that keep anyone safe?" Levi asked. "If he doesn't find you here, all he has to do is snatch one of your sisters, and you'd come out of hiding to exchange yourself for them." "You can't leave," Lexi said. "I mean it, Airiana. You can't go. I vote no. You have to stay here." She would have sounded firmer if her eyes hadn't welled with tears and her chin had quivered. "Absolutely not," Lissa said. "I'm with Levi on this. We can protect you here, now that we know he's coming back. And your Maxim will be very handy to have around," she conceded. She studied his face, and then her gaze suddenly flicked to Levi and then Thomas. Maxim saw her catch her breath, and then her face paled. She pressed a hand to her stomach as if she might suddenly feel sick. "She just recognized me, that I'm a Prakenskii. Why would that upset her? Why do you think? She's not stupid. 4 of 7 brothers have settled here. Remember, Ilya is here as well," Airiana pointed out. "We were actually talking about how we didn't want any other brothers to show up because that meant one of us could fall." "You mean fall madly in love?" His voice purred deliberately with satisfaction. She sent him a look from under her long sweep of lashes. "Madly is a good word." "Thomas and I want you to stay," Judith said, looking at her husband for confirmation. "Of course you have to stay," Thomas said. Ricky bit down on her lip and rocked back and forth. Levi casually put his arm around her shoulders. "I want you to stay. I think we're better together than apart," Ricky said. Blythe nodded her head. "I say you stay." Airiana looked at the children. "You have a say in this as well. We're a family, all of us. We came together because we are stronger together. We empower one another. But all of us have a vote." Nisha tightened her arms around Maxim's leg, so he knew if he took a step, her little legs would come off the ground. She wasn't about to let go. "Stay." That was the only word she said. Maxim reached down and picked her up, holding her in his arms. She'd lost her twin sister and her parents, and already at her young age, she'd been through an ordeal beyond most people's comprehension. The child buried her face in his neck, and he was lost. If he could have, he would have gone back to the ship and killed Prince Saeed all over again. This time, it would have been a gosh of a lot slower. "It's going to be all right," he murmured to her. "I'm here now." Benito put his hands on his hips. "We all want you to stay here. If we're going to be a real family, then we need to be together." "I agree," Lucia said, and so does Sienna. Journey, male. Sienna looked from Maxim to Airiana and nodded her head vigorously. "Then we're going to need to lock this place down," Maxim said. "It has to be a fortress. All of you are going to have to sacrifice some freedom in order for everyone to be safe." I want to get into my house and have a cup of tea before Jonas gets here, Airiana said. And we need to visit with the children and make certain they have everything. We also need to know what's on all the paperwork, Maxim said. This Jonas, will he be asking about the children? It's possible, Levi said. He's a good friend of Ilya's. He's as cooperative as he can be under the circumstances. He may not believe the paperwork, but if it's in order, he won't question it. We've worked up a good story for the kids. I helped, Lucia said proudly. She did, Thomas said. I'll let her tell you all about it. Get your cup of tea and settle in, because Jonas said he'll be here soon. His wife was in labor, and he's waiting until the baby is born before he comes, but he is coming. Hannah's in labor? Blythe said. Libby must be back. Hannah would have sent for her. She glanced uneasily at the others. That means they'll all be coming back. Ilya and Josely won't be far behind Libby. Maxim raised his eyebrow at Airiana. The Drakes. Drake was undercover looking for the head of the human trafficking ring, and Levi was undercover for Russia as well. She was taken prisoner, and from what I understand, it was horrible. Levi couldn't save her, and everyone is afraid Elle's husband will not be very accepting about him being in town. He's friends with Jonas and Ilya. Airiana filled him in on their worst fears quickly. We don't want to have to move, but the Drakes are very powerful here. Because they were using telepathic conversation rather than speaking aloud, Maxim felt her genuine fear. He bit back his first response. She knew the family she spoke of. He didn't, but he knew undercover work, and the choices, none of them good, that often came with that work. If Drake had been undercover, she knew the risks, and she would understand Levi not breaking cover. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Right now, we have to take care of these children, give them a sense of safety, even when we know it isn't safe. Airiana nodded. I can't wait to get a real cup of tea. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. I'm home and safe. Thank you, Thomas and Levi, for coming to get us and for getting the children for us. No problem. Levi sent Maxim a look, one that said they'd be meeting when the women were in bed. He was back to sneaking off in the night. Airiana's house was larger than he expected. From the outside, it didn't seem as if it would be so spacious. It was 2 stories, with her bedroom and bathroom on the upper story. That was fine when one was single or married with no children, but putting Benito downstairs without supervision was just asking for trouble. The boy had an eye for security. There was no doubt about that. He'd insisted his sisters take the 2 back bedrooms, and he'd taken the front one. Maxim knew the boy's mind. They looked at one another, and Maxim nodded his head in silent approval. The kid was looking out for what remained of his family. Maxim would have been doing the same thing. We'll work on the house security, Maxim said aloud, acting as if he was talking to no one in particular, but he was reassuring Benito. Benito was terrified of losing the ones he loved, and Maxim knew that feeling all too well. Airiana went through the rooms to make certain the children had what they needed. Blythe and Judith had supplied them with the essentials. I'll have to take you shopping to get clothes and comforters and blinds you want in your room. Nisha and Sienna shared a room, and Lucia had her own. Clearly, both little girls had been sleeping in Lucia's room with her. Maxim suspected that Benito had lain across the doorway in the hall after they went to bed at night. It was something he would have done at that age. His heart went out to the boy. Already, little Nisha and Benito had a hold on him so strong he didn't think he could easily break it. He hadn't considered that he might love the children as well as Airiana. He thought he was only capable of loving one person, his woman. Now he had an entire family, and they were going to take his life over. One didn't ever walk out on kids who had suffered such trauma. They settled in the large sitting room while Airiana put on the tea kettle. Nisha and Sienna took the chair next to him, while Lucia and Benito sat across from him. "How is it you can speak English so well?" Maxim asked Lucia. "Our grandmother on our mother's side was from the United States, so Mama wanted us to know both Italian and English. We grew up speaking both languages," she answered. "Papa sent us to a private school," Benito added.
We were required to know Italian, of course, but also English, French, and German. Airiana had come back into the room silently and taken a chair on the other side of Sienna and Nisha. Their parents had to be wealthy. They're too well educated. Look at them, Airiana. Aloud, he had to ask, "Do you have family alive? Aunts? Uncles? Your grandparents?" Lucia shook her head. "Not anymore. There were no aunts or uncles on either side, and we never knew my papa's parents. They died a couple of years after I was born. Mama's mother passed away last year. I never knew my grandfather." Maxim wasn't surprised. The children would have wanted to go to a relative once they'd been rescued. They'd made it clear on the ship that they had nowhere to go, but he had to be certain. "You do know that if we change your identity in order to keep you in this country with us, you probably won't be able to claim the inheritance from your parents. If we take you back, the chances of us getting you are slim to none," Maxim said. "That's a reality, and one I can't get around. I can look into it if you want me to, but we'll be running a risk that will be found out. Right now, everyone thinks you died aboard that ship." "Like Sophia," Nisha said, and began to cry. She ran across the room to fling herself into Lucia's lap. Sienna began to cry as well, but Lucia's lap was already occupied. Airiana picked her up and cuddled the little girl. She rocked her back and forth gently. "I'm sorry about Sophia," Maxim said. "I know it's hard, Nisha. She's where no one can hurt her now." "I want to be with her," Nisha said. Maxim's heart beat overtime. What the gosh does that mean? What am I supposed to say? Surely she isn't talking about suicide. She's a little girl who lost her parents and her twin sister, Maxim. It's natural for her to want them back, to want to be with them. At least he could breathe again. He wasn't going to be great at parenting. He'd rather shoot someone when he heard Nisha cry than try to figure out the right words of comfort. Shooting was easy. Talking, not so much. "Of course you do," Airiana said. "I miss my mother every day. I want to be with her too. But we're going to be a family, and we'll love and support one another. Maybe we can help each other not miss the ones we've lost so very much." "We don't want the money," Benito said, glaring at his sisters as if they might contradict him. "We're going to stay here where it's safe." "Will you really let us stay here?" Lucia asked. She looked as if she was bracing herself for bad news as she rocked her sister soothingly. She looked to Airiana for the answer, not Maxim, which he found telling. She knew Airiana belonged on the farm, that this was her house, and the others on the farm were her sisters. Airiana had the power to make them all leave. "We want you to stay with us," Airiana said. "I was kidnapped and taken aboard that ship too. I think we're all in this together. If Maxim hadn't rescued me, I'd be in as much trouble as all of you. My sisters might not have told you, but we're not sisters by blood. We weren't born into the same family, but we chose one another. We choose to be sisters. We call ourselves Sisters of the Heart."
Journey. Male. "I'm not saying that girly stuff," Benito declared. "I'm not being a brother of the heart or anything like that." Benito. "Maxim just said the kid's name. He used his low tone, the one that said he wasn't messing around. Don't be disrespectful to Airiana. I wouldn't like it, and neither should you. She's ours, just as your sisters are. We take care of our own, and we respect our women." Airiana stirred as though she might say something, but stopped when he sent her a quick reprimanding glance. "He's too much like me, honey. This is necessary. He needs to respect you from the beginning, because I do. He has to learn what he values. We're already close to losing him." She didn't question him, and he was grateful. He continued to pin Benito with his gaze, leaning forward to make certain the boy understood. "I'll be teaching you things that can kill Benito. I have to know you'll have the right values and discipline to know when and where to use the knowledge I give you. You have to make up your mind, either to be a good man or a bad one. No one else can do that for you. Your family is sacred. The women have the right to your respect. They are not less than you, and they will never be. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Because this is your first very important lesson when it comes to living your life." Not only was Airiana telling all of you something important, she was also sharing a particular painful experience. Benito nodded his head slowly. "I'm sorry, Airiana. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. He held his chin up and looked her in the eye. "Please tell us what you were about to say." Airiana bit her lip and took a breath. "He's wonderful, truly wonderful after all he's been through. He's trying to be a man, and clearly he trusts you when he doesn't trust anyone else." Benito had suffered horribly in that cabin, all the while knowing Galati would kill him after all that had been done to him. He also knew his sisters would be sharing the same fate. Maxim had come along like a hero in a movie and rescued him. It didn't surprise him that Benito looked to him when his world had crashed down. Nisha, the same thing, but he was surprised by Lucia and Sienna's reaction to him. He would have thought they'd be more suspicious. He figured Benito had talked him up. "As I was saying, everyone on this farm has a connection. Each of us has had a family member or members violently murdered. Some have had experiences similar to yours and can understand what you're going through. We help each other when the nightmares come and the memories are too close. We've formed our own family, every bit as tight as one that has a blood connection," Airiana explained. The tea kettle whistled shrilly, and she stood. "Lucia, we'll form our family and learn to rely on and trust one another. We'll hit a few snags, but we'll work it out. My sisters and I bought this place together, and we learned to talk things over right away. We don't let things fester. We have regular family meetings. Some things, like martial arts and learning to shoot a gun, will be mandatory." She made a face at them over her shoulder as she made her way into the kitchen. "Not everyone embraces the lessons, but we all agreed we needed to learn to protect ourselves. You will too. In matters of safety, we defer to the experts. That will be Maxim, Levi, and Thomas, or Lissa. Lucia, you're in your teens. That won't always be easy to do, because at some point you'll have school friends and want to do normal teen things, and they'll squash some of your activities. But you have to understand that safety for everyone is important. I know that was difficult for you to say." He couldn't help the laughter in his voice. Now that they had children, Airiana was much more conscious of their security. "Ha ha ha, I was talking about them. I'm trying to get Benito and Lucia to really think about things before they make a rash decision to stay in the United States with strangers when maybe there is someone in Italy they would be more comfortable with. I don't want them to go because I think they need us, but it really has to be their decision." She was giving the children a choice. He was all about choices. He believed in choices. But really, they were kids. What did they know? They could screw up their entire lives with the wrong choice. "Don't drive them off by being so negative. It won't be that bad. It's not like I'm going to lock them up." "We're staying," Benito reiterated in his firmest voice. "Right, Lucia?" Lucia ducked her head, but Maxim caught the glitter of tears. When had he become such a wuss? The child was killing him, just like Airiana. She'd been so brave and tried to take care of her brother and sisters. She had to be scared to death. He remembered that feeling all too well when he'd been taken from his parents and brothers by force. "Lucia," he said softly, and waited for her to look at him. When she raised her large, dark eyes to his, he nodded his head solemnly. "I give you my word I won't go anywhere. Airiana and I will give all 4 of you a home and a family. We'll make this farm safe and fun and a place where you can grow up. We can't change what happened to you and your brother and sisters. We can't bring back your parents or little Sophia, but in time, we'll be a real family and we'll love one another." Airiana came into the doorway, nodding her head, leaning her hip against the door jamb. "You can always depend on us. I give you my word as well. I know you have no reason to trust us, but that's the best we can do to reassure you. You either feel the truth or you don't." Lucia nodded. "I want to stay. I feel safe here. I know what you said about the danger, but I still feel safe. I just want to go to sleep for a while and not be terrified." Maxim stood up and went to her. He dropped his hand on top of the girl's head. "I'm home now. No one is going to get past Benito or me." "They killed Papa," she pointed out. "Your Papa was a good man. I'm mean, honey. I hunt men like the ones who killed your Papa. They won't get past me." Is it a good thing to tell them that? It's the truth, baby. Whether you like it or not, that's who I am. Jonas Harrington arrived at 8 o'clock in the morning, and he didn't come alone. It was the second man Maxim studied. Harrington looked like a man who could handle himself, but it was the other one introduced as Damon Wilder that Airiana was afraid of. Anyone she was afraid of wasn't welcome in their home, as far as Maxim was concerned. Yet she smiled graciously and opened the door to allow both entry. Maxim slipped into the background, blurring his image just enough so that when he went completely still, he all but disappeared. "Jonas," Airiana greeted. "The children aren't up yet. Apparently they haven't been sleeping very well, and now that we're home, they can actually rest." Maxim winced. She'd used the word "were," and Harrington was quick on the pickup. His eyes scanned the room and then moved through it a second time, much more slowly, as if sensing they weren't alone. He spotted Maxim standing just in the shadows across the room where he had a clear shot to either man. "I understand, Airiana," Jonas said smoothly, "but you can understand the urgency of our business. You were taken from your home, and not too long after, the children arrived. And then we got a message that you were safe. We also understand that a ship was discovered, one with dead men strewn from one end to the other, and evidence of human trafficking in the luxury cabins. Strange though, a couple of the cabins were wiped down, so there were no fingerprints, no evidence of who had been there." While he talked in his easygoing manner, Jonas Harrington looked directly at Maxim. Unlike Damon, Jonas didn't take the seat Airiana offered. "Who's your friend?" Airiana's gaze flicked to Maxim. She smiled, her bright, loving smile that always melted his heart. He didn't step from the shadows. Airiana started toward him. "Walk around the chairs. Don't get between us." She looked startled but obeyed him.
Journey, male. When she got to his side, she put one hand on his arm instead of taking his hand. He was grateful to her for that. She learned fast. "Jonas, this is my fiancé, Max Wellberg. Max, Jonas Harrington, our local sheriff, and his brother-in-law, Damon Wilder." Airiana performed the introductions. "Don't get up," Maxim said to Damon, in as gracious a tone as he could manage. Damon had started to rise. His limp was very pronounced. The name was familiar, and it only took seconds for him to recall that Damon Wilder was the United States equivalent to Theodotus Solovyov. "It isn't necessary." Maxim stepped forward as Jonas put out his hand toward him. The moment he came out of the shadows, he saw recognition on Harrington's face. The man knew he was a Prakenskii. His first instinct was to kill him. The second was to remember this man knew his youngest brother. Somehow, the two men were friends. If he could recognize Maxim, he had to know about Stefan and Lev. "Max Wallberg, is it? Strange, but you look very Russian to me." Jonas took his hand in a firm grip, but didn't indulge in petty games to see who was stronger, and that told Maxim he was even more dangerous than he appeared. "My grandmother on my mother's side was Russian," Maxim said smoothly. "I had no idea it showed." Jonas nodded and stepped back to allow Maxim to precede him to the cluster of furniture. Maxim didn't move. Airiana smiled up at Maxim as if unaware of the undercurrent. "Would you mind terribly getting the coffee? Jonas will drink tea, but he does love his coffee in the morning. At least that's what Blythe tells me. Clever woman. I'm marrying a genius, aren't I?" She'd given him the perfect excuse to move away from the men without turning his back. "Absolutely you are. You don't need to know whether another man prefers coffee or tea." Her laughter drifted through his mind, a sweet melody that relaxed him as he glided to the door. "Either of you take sugar or cream?" Both Jonas and Damon shook their heads. Airiana smiled at the two men as she dropped into a chair. "It's good to be home. I understand Hannah had the baby last night." "A very stubborn baby," Jonas clarified, his first genuine smile spreading across his face. "Libby delivered, but it took nearly all night. Hannah called her when she first started having signs of labor, and Libby managed to make it back fairly quickly. I think Tyson hired a private jet. Sarah was there as well, so it was quite the event. Congratulations. Is Hannah all right? Boy? Girl?" Airiana prompted. The way the house was built, the sitting room flowed into the kitchen. The large archway leading to the kitchen allowed occupants to be part of the conversation in the sitting room. Maxim was grateful for the design, as he could easily keep an eye on Airiana. He doubted that either man was there to harm her, but with Wilder coming along for the police report, he knew Airiana was very uneasy. "We had a boy. We haven't decided on a name yet, but we're working on it. Hannah is fine, but very tired."
That's so wonderful, Jonas, Airiana said sincerely. I'm happy for you. Jonas leaned toward her. Thank you, Airiana. Now tell me what really happened. Maxim winced at the tone. The man was good. Chit-chat, put her at ease, then go all commanding on her. The tea kettle whistled. Tea in a moment, honey, he announced unnecessarily to give her a chance to collect herself. He shouldn't have worried. Airiana sank back into her chair. Can you believe my birth father had me kidnapped? I've never laid eyes on the man. I didn't even know he actually existed, let alone who he was. It seems my mother met him when she attended the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. You know the story. It happens all the time. He was married. She was young, and he was a superstar in physics. They had an affair, and I was the result. It was Damon who leaned forward, his gaze intent. Who is your father, Airiana? Theodotus Solovyov. Of course. Damon all but rubbed his hands together. That explains so much. A brilliant man, Jonas. Absolutely brilliant. You inherited that from him, Airiana. Her smile faded. My mother was brilliant. Whatever my father is, he's nothing to me. He was willing to turn me over to the Russian government, even when I told him I was a citizen of the United States and I wanted to come home. Maxim came in with coffee for both men. He handed the steaming mugs to them and then moved behind Airiana's chair without sitting down on the pretense that he had to get the tea for her. He brushed a kiss on top of her head. Are you all right? I can ask them to leave. Politely. Her gaze jumped to his face and he saw the love there. Amusement filled his mind. Politely? Did you plan on shooting bullets at their feet? Of course not. Chucking them out the window is a much better solution. No possible hard feelings that way. She reached up to stroke his fingers, and he realized she did need comfort. Talking about her birth father was difficult after all she'd been through. She had to have mixed feelings. He took her hand, his thumb sliding gently over her inner wrist in a slow caress. I'll get your tea and be right back, baby. She nodded, and he slipped away. Her gaze collided with Jonas. The man moves like a cat. Your fiancé? How long have you two known each other? Max? It's been about 2 years, on and off. He travels a lot, so we mainly corresponded at first. Airiana delivered their cover story like a pro. Her tone even held the ring of truth. And he's related to the children? They're from Italy. She nodded and lowered her voice as if the children might overhear. It was such a tragedy. Their parents and a sister were killed in a car accident. They have no other relatives, so of course Max and I will take them in. Neither of us expected a ready-made family, but we're both happy to have them. I see. Jonas's tone indicated he thought she was feeding him a line of bull, but the paperwork Lev and Stefan had created was impeccable. Max Wahlberg was the only living relative of the 4 children. Why did your father decide to kidnap you? Jonas changed tactics. Why not pick up the phone and call you? I asked him that very same question, Airiana said. He claimed he wanted to get to know me, but I pointed out that kidnapping me wasn't a very good beginning. Maxim handed Airiana a cup of tea and sank into the chair beside her. Solovyov believed a man by the name of Evan Shackler-Gratsos had sent his men to kidnap her. He's a billionaire. He inherited everything from his brother, but prior to that, he was the head of a worldwide motorcycle gang. He's suspected of murder, drug and human trafficking, as well as arms dealing. How would you know all that? Jonas asked. I worked, until a few days ago, for the government, and we were tracking Shackler-Gratsos. He was careful not to say which government. We were tipped off by a man deep in his organization that he was planning to grab Airiana, so we were already rushing to protect her. Her father's men got to her before Shackler-Gratsos. Airiana gave a delicate little shiver. It was very disconcerting to know that my own father had arranged to have me kidnapped, and amazing to have Max be the one to come to my rescue. How handy that you knew each other ahead of time, Jonas said, without managing to sound sarcastic. He flicked a glance at Airiana, who calmly took a sip of tea and regarded him with a small smile. Isn't it, though? I was lucky that he recognized my name and immediately found me. I think if Theodotus had managed to get me to Russia, I would never have gotten home. Where did Max find you? Jonas prompted. I was on a yacht just off the coast of Mexico. My birth father told me his idea was to take the yacht to Colombia, using the time for us to get to know each other, and there would be a private plane waiting to take us to Russia. What happened to your face? And your feet? Jonas added with a little frown. Maxim liked him better for that frown.
Journey, male. Clearly, the sheriff was not a man who liked seeing bruises on a woman. There was a Russian aboard, a man named Goria. I think he was the steward. I had already cut my feet on a glass Theodotus threw. He was a little angry with me, and I went out on the deck to get away from him. Goria and I got into an altercation, and he punched me. She consolidated the attacks, one from Goria and the other from Sorbukov's assassins. He didn't just punch her, Maxim added. She has bruises all over where he kicked her as well. Why would he do that? Damon asked, looking shocked. He dared to touch the daughter of Theodotus Solovyov? That could get him imprisoned. Or killed, Jonas added, looking at Maxim. I was very uncooperative. Jonas frowned. I don't understand. Did they expect you would want to go to Russia after being kidnapped? Airiana sighed and put her teacup down. They wanted me to do something for them. They expected me to do it. If I didn't cooperate, my father indicated, although he didn't say it outright, I would be forced. And this Goria was their enforcer? Airiana shrugged, unwilling to lie outright. Misleading using the truth is one thing, but I've never been good at lying. You're doing great, honey, and you aren't lying. That's exactly what your father expected from you. Airiana pressed her thumb into the center of her palm, as if her palm itched. Jonas's gaze immediately followed that small, subtle motion. Maxim couldn't help but admire the man. He was good at his job. More, Maxim was certain his sheriff's job wasn't where he'd gotten his training. Why had you suddenly contacted me, Damon? We lived in the same town for a long while, yet you never came near me. Airiana suddenly went on the attack. Did you expect me to believe that, on the very day I was kidnapped by Theodotus Solovyov for his government, it was just a coincidence that you made an appointment to see me? What I have to talk to you about is of vital importance, Damon said, but it is also classified, and I can't discuss it with anyone else present. That's really too bad. I have no interest in anything classified or anything my fiancé can't hear. Are there any other questions you need answered, Jonas? The children will be waking up soon. Maxim could have told her Benito was already awake and listening to every word. You're putting me in an awkward position, Damon said. I know. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Can't or won't? Airiana let her breath. I don't know. Is the threat real? Damon shoved his hand through his hair. I can say, in the abstract, that yes, it is. I could use your help. Before Airiana could reply, Maxim put his hand over hers to stop her. If she agreed to try to help you, would your government help in any way possible with her protection? Give us license to do the things necessary here at her home to protect her family? You know as well as I do that if she does this thing, she'll be a target. I'm already a target, so why not get what we need with the government's approval? If we give them a list and they agree to everything, you'll know just how valuable you really are to them. Airiana couldn't breathe with the rush of adrenaline pouring through her veins. To work again, to talk to people who could brainstorm with her, the thought was just as intoxicating as it was frightening. She could get caught up in that life all over again and neglect the people she loved. I have Max and the children. They need me. We can reduce your work hours, and a good part of it can be done from your home once it is secure, Damon said. I'm certain you'll have every cooperation to make you and your family safe. Airiana bit her lip. She glanced at Maxim. I have to think about it, Damon. I was being honest with you when I told you I didn't know if I could help you. It's been a long time since I've done any work. On paper, maybe, but in your head? Damon trailed off. If I do this, Max has to come with me as my bodyguard. No, not from Damon, but from Jonas. He can't, Damon shook his head. Jonas, anything is doable. We'll make it work. She's too important to my work to close any doors. I don't care what his paperwork says, Damon. I don't care if the investigators pronounce him American of the Year. He's Russian, and his loyalties are to Russia. I have no ties to Russia, Maxim stated. Every bridge is burned.
I brought Airiana home. My loyalties are to her. Jonas jumped to his feet and paced across the floor. I can trust your word because I know who you are, but not for my country's security. Airiana, you have to understand, no one, not even you, can take that chance. I am Max Wellberg, a citizen of the United States. We're going to be married as soon as possible, and this will be my home. I'm becoming a father to 4 children and hope to have many more of my own, but above all, I will see to Airiana's protection. That's the deal, Jonas, Airiana said. Apparently, my father is a famous Russian physicist. If you question Max's loyalty, you're going to have to question mine. Jonas swore and turned away from them to stare out the window. Do you have any idea how complicated this situation is becoming? The Drakes are all returning. With them will come Elle and Jackson. Now this. I feel like I'm walking through a very minefield. He's going to make another try for her, Harrington, Maxim said softly, watching the man. His hand was never far from his weapon, and the sheriff knew it, but it hadn't stopped him from expressing his frustration. Who? Her father? Jonas spun around. Maxim shook his head slowly. The Russians might try again for her, but somehow I don't think they will. No, Shackler Gratsos, he won't come himself. He'll send mercenaries. He's angry. Shackler Gratsos doesn't like to be thwarted by mere mortals. He feels entitled to anything he wants. And he wants Airiana. Damon sucked in his breath sharply. It's him. He's got to be the one behind. He trailed off. That's what Theodotus thought as well. The Russians were threatened. Maxim wasn't employed by either government anymore and not bound to silence. He wanted Damon, at least, to take the threat to Airiana's safety very seriously. What makes Airiana so important to all these people? Jonas asked. To you, Damon? My brain, Airiana answered, a shade sarcastically. The girl's got a brain. Jonas stopped his pacing abruptly in front of her chair. Have I ever given you the impression that I think less of you because you're a woman, or that I think women aren't as intelligent as men? Airiana shook her head, looking slightly ashamed. No, of course not, Jonas. Jonas shot Damon a hard look. It isn't you I'm upset with, Airiana. It's the situation. I came here to take a report on a kidnapping, and my brother-in-law asked to come along. It didn't occur to me that he had any motive other than concern for your well-being. I don't like being used. Airiana has clearly been through hell, Damon, and now you're insisting she do whatever it is she does for you. What makes you any different than Shackler Gratsos or her birth father, who, by the way, should be thoroughly ashamed of himself? Damon sat back in his chair. I guess I think of us as the good guys. So does every other country. I'm a patriot, but I don't like bullying or threatening women for any reason. Shouldn't she be protected whether or not she does whatever it is you want her to do? Of course, if the situation wasn't so dire. He broke off and shook his head. Is it? Airiana took a breath and let it out. What if Evan has already developed a weapon? But then he really wouldn't need me, would he? But if he has it, if he has, could you counter it? She shrugged. Maybe. You explain to Wilder and Harrison that I already know what this is about, while I take care of our child who has big ears. Airiana nodded and waited until Maxim excused himself and left to go down the hall. Theodotus talked in front of Max. He already knows everything. The breath hissed out between Jonas's teeth. Great. The Russian knows. The Greek knows. I'm the only one in the dark, and I'm the one who has to sort all this out. That's really too bad. I have no interest in anything classified or anything my fiancé can't hear. Are there any other questions you need answered, Jonas? The children will be waking up soon. Maxim could have told her Benito was already awake and listening to every word. You're putting me in an awkward position, Damon said. I know. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Can't or won't? Airiana let her breath. I don't know. Is the threat real? Damon shoved his hand through his hair. I can say, in the abstract, that yes, it is. I could use your help. Before Airiana could reply, Maxim put his hand over hers to stop her. If she agreed to try to help you, would your government help in any way possible with her protection? Give us license to do the things necessary here at her home to protect her family? You know as well as I do that if she does this thing, she'll be a target. I'm already a target. So why not get what we need with the government's approval? If we give them a list and they agree to everything, you'll know just how valuable you really are to them. Airiana couldn't breathe, with the rush of adrenaline pouring through her veins. To work again, to talk to people who could brainstorm with her, the thought was just as intoxicating as it was frightening. She could get caught up in that life all over again and neglect the people she loved. I have Max and the children. They need me. We can reduce your work hours, and a good part of it can be done from your home once it is secure, Damon said. I'm certain you'll have every cooperation to make you and your family safe. Airiana bit her lip. She glanced at Maxim. I have to think about it, Damon. I was being honest with you when I told you I didn't know if I could help you. It's been a long time since I've done any work. On paper, maybe, but in your head? Damon trailed off. If I do this, Max has to come with me as my bodyguard. No, not from Damon, but from Jonas. He can't, Damon shook his head. Jonas, anything is doable. We'll make it work. She's too important to my work to close any doors. I don't care what his paperwork says, Damon. I don't care.
He wouldn't do that, Damon said. He would if he expected Max to be killed, which he did. That's the reason for my cut feet and Goria punching and kicking me. When I realized they were going to kill Max after he rescued me from Evan's men, I tried creating a diversion so he could get away. So Evan's men actually were the ones to kidnap you, Jonas said, sinking once more into his chair. The Russians believe he or his brother kidnapped a physicist, a man by the name of Dennett Laurent, and gave him what little they had of a project I'd started when I was a child. My mother fed the information to Theodotus. He was working on it as well, using my work as a platform. So that's how they got their hands on it, Damon said. We suspected your mother of selling the information, but there was no real evidence of it. She gave it freely to my father. She was proud of her daughter, not betraying her country. Theodotus had a wife who had many lovers, and one of them worked for Shackler-Gratsos. He was able to use her to get the work Theodotus was doing, and they turned that over to Laurent, or at least that's who Theodotus suspects Shackler-Gratsos had taken prisoner. Certainly, Dennett Laurent is one of the few who could have figured the weapon out, Damon agreed. Everyone wondered what had happened to him. He disappeared without a trace. It wasn't a weapon. It was never supposed to be a weapon, Airiana said. It was a useful tool to help countries get food, to help farmers with their crops, to stop global warming. You're talking about controlling the weather, Jonas said. That's what this entire thing is about. Airiana nodded, ignoring Damon's groan of frustration. I found patterns I could use to predict hurricanes and droughts, even tornadoes. I envisioned expanding the results in order to go into each area where the weather affected what was happening on the ground, long droughts, for instance, and being able to make it rain. Haven't they already tried that? I'm not talking about seeding clouds, Jonas. What if I could actually change the weather patterns and make it rain naturally? Remove one component so the hurricane won't make it to land. Stop two cells from forming a tornado. Think about all the good that could be done, Airiana said. But no, instead of helping starving children, each person who has seen the projections immediately thought of it in the context of a weapon. That's not entirely true, Damon contradicted. I was using your platform with the idea of the same thing until we got the threat. We didn't know which terrorist had the capability of changing the weather, and everyone was scrambling around trying to find a countermeasure. The request is nearly impossible to meet, and we're running out of time. Except, Maxim said, walking back into the room, the fact that Evan tried to acquire Airiana, which means he may have run into the same glitch Theodotus and you did, Wilder. When Damon raised an eyebrow, Maxim shrugged. It isn't that difficult to figure out that your work wasn't completed. You wouldn't be here if you'd been able to complete the project. Jonas shot Maxim an amused glance. He's got a point, Damon. Clearly Theodotus couldn't finish it either, Maxim added. I can't imagine that Laurent could when the two of you couldn't do it. We can't take that chance, Damon said. A weapon like that in the hands of a madman could virtually wipe out countries. He could be trying to get Airiana because he doesn't want her working for anyone else. He would have killed her, Maxim said. He needs her. Shackler-Gratsos kills anyone who gets in his way.
He never has to get his own hands dirty, and there's never evidence to connect him. He may have owned that ship filled with guns, drugs, and women and children he knew would be murdered, but he's far away and will show outrage that such a thing occurred on one of his vessels. He can manufacture evidence against the captain and make himself look like a victim. You know a lot about him. I knew a lot about his brother, less about him. He wasn't raised with his brother. The mother took Evan and fled to the United States, hiding from his father. His father was a billionaire with a far reach. There were all kinds of rumors about him, but no one could ever prove anything. He was a cruel man, and being his son couldn't have been easy, especially after the mother left, Maxim said. Now you're talking about his brother, the one killed off the coast here, Jonas said. There was some speculation that Stavros had his own mother killed when he found her. He'd grown as cruel as his father, and he'd never forgiven her for leaving him behind with the father. He took whatever illegal activities his father had started to an entirely new level. When he died, Evan inherited everything. You certainly know a lot about these men, Jonas said. I told you, we've been after them for some time. Their human trafficking ring is probably the largest worldwide. Evan's mother came here with him, and she met and fell in love with a man in a motorcycle gang. They call them clubs, Jonas said. Maxim showed his teeth. They can call themselves anything they want. In the end, it's all the same. Evan didn't grow up with the privileges his brother had, but the genetics held true. He thrived in the biker world of drugs and arms dealing, eventually rising to the top to lead them. So now this man controls a major biker gang that has chapters all over the world, as well as his brother's business, Jonas said. He's the one all of you believe has this weapon. Maxim nodded. He'll be sending his men after Airiana. Anyone trying to stop him will be killed. That's what he does. That's who he is. Inheriting the money only made him more powerful. Jonas looked to Airiana. What do you think? What do you want to do? Maxim was surprised at Jonas' reaction. Everyone else had tried to force Airiana through different means to do what they wanted. Jonas was asking her what she wanted. His opinion of the man rose. Airiana moistened her lips. She glanced at Maxim. What is it, baby? All the theories they have to date, using hotspots, isn't going to do much good. It sounds good, but it won't work. Unfortunately, I don't think I can make my project work for anyone else. I didn't realize I could manipulate air and shift warm spots into areas where it's needed. You aren't telling me what's wrong. I don't want to do anything that would hurt you. Of course I want to see if I can make it work, but not if it would make you unhappy. Why would that make me unhappy? He'd never had anyone worried about whether or not he'd be happy or sad. It was a new experience and one he wasn't altogether comfortable with. I'd want to work for the US, and you love your country as much as I love mine. I can't guarantee if I did find a way to make it work that it wouldn't be used as a weapon. I'll always love Russia, honey, but this is my home and this will be my country. I can never go back. In fact, right now, Sorbakov is dispatching hitmen to find and kill me. You do whatever it is that will make you happy. Damon, I'll work with you, Airiana decided, but from here on the farm. I'll put together a secure room. That way, I know Max can watch over the children at the same time he's watching over me. I've got 4 children who need someone to guide them. That has to be my first priority, but I'll do the best that I can to help you. Damon nodded. Thank you, Airiana. I know it isn't easy thinking about coming back after all that has happened. I wouldn't have asked if it wasn't important. Even if Shackler-Gratzos doesn't have the work completed, it would be nice to have a countermeasure in place just in case it ever happens. I'll give you a list of supplies we'll need, Maxim said, to beef up security around the farm. When do you think Evan is going to strike at you again? Jonas asked. He won't wait long. He can't. He has to know either Russia or the United States is going to protect her. Journey, male. Even with a good team of experienced mercenaries, hell, no, his chances of acquiring her will go down drastically if we have her under wraps, Maxim said. I'll make a few calls, Damon added. My people will come out and secure a room for you to work in. Do you have any ideas where you want your workroom set up? She glanced at Maxim. I have one. There's a basement below us. In the ground, actually. It's like a big bunker. I wipe it clean every now and then just in case. Damon gasped. You destroy your work? Are you crazy? Airiana, you have one of the greatest minds on the planet. It was bad enough that you hid yourself away, but to have been working all this time and periodically wiping it out is just insane. I refuse to make weapons for anyone. I want to do something about children starving to death. I don't want to send a hurricane to Italy or Greece or tornadoes to the Middle East just because I don't like their politics. For the first time, Damon actually looked excited. I'd love to see what you've been working on. Talking to you would be... He trailed off, looking at his brother-in-law. He gave a little shrug. Sarah is great, and she understands me. And Libby's husband, Tyson, listens, but Airiana actually thinks like I do. She doesn't want to make weapons, Wilder, Maxim pointed out. Neither do I, although I do see the need to protect our country. You work for the Defense Department, Maxim said. One would think they would expect you to come up with weapons for them. I understand what he means. Sometimes my brain goes into hyperdrive, and I can't slow it down, and I make myself crazy trying to stop it. Having someone else to talk to, someone like me, could be wonderful. I loved the school I was in for that reason. I was surrounded by others who continually thought up new and exciting ideas and how to implement them. Yeah, he got that. He didn't have to like it, though. He wanted to be everything. He didn't want her to have to need anyone else, not even for her peace of mind, especially not for her peace of mind. He nodded slowly. She would spend a lot of time with Damon, Wilder, and they'd have long, animated conversations she would never be able to have with him. Maxim, there it was again, her soft voice, just saying his name in that tone, so much love washing over and through him with just one word. His gaze jumped to hers. He sank into the blue sky. There were no drifting clouds, only the intensity of her love. His heart reacted like it always did, a slow somersault that left his throat raw. You'll be with us. Remember, you're my bodyguard. I won't do this if you don't want me to. You're far more important to me. The children are more important. I learned the hard way about the things in life that matter. That's you, the children, my sisters, and Levi and Thomas, all of us here. I don't need to do this. She was so generous in her love and trust of him. All along, he had wanted her to show him what love was, real love. There it was, laid out in a neat, gift-wrapped package for him. She would give up the thing that made her mind calm. He felt her excitement at the opportunity to work with a man like Damon Wilder, but because he might be uncomfortable with it, she was ready to say, forget it. That was love. How could he show her less? Maxim shook his head and leaned down to brush a kiss across the top of her head. You work with this man, baby. It will help you when you think your mind is too chaotic. I want you to do it. I'll be with you every step of the way. When the talk gets too boring, I'll go play with the kids. Airiana burst out laughing. You're just trying to get me to underestimate you, Max. I'm fairly certain you'll be able to understand most things, if not everything we say. How do I know this? Because you understood the concept when Theodotus was talking to me. You didn't need any explanation, and you grasped the severity of the situation immediately. You can pretend you don't understand, but my guess is, beneath all that rough warrior skin lies a brain much like mine. Maxim nodded. So bring in your people to secure her workroom immediately. I'll get the list of supplies to you by noon. I want to consult with Levi and Thomas first, just to make certain I'm not overlooking anything. Jonas made a sound of pure derision. The urchin diver and the art gallery owner? They'd know all about security now, wouldn't they? Jonas, that was so sarcastic, Airiana reprimanded. You know very well both Levi and Thomas know this farm better than Max could possibly know it. She raised her gaze to Damon's. Now that I have children and won't be helping out so much on the farm, we'll need to talk salaries. Maxim woke with the moonlight pouring through the bedroom window. Beside him, Airiana's eyes snapped open and she glanced out the window as well. He felt the instant tension run through her body. He put a hand on her to keep her calm. Sienna and Nishia had both climbed into the bed, and he didn't want them to wake up and cry. He sat up slowly, making certain not to shift his weight too fast and risk waking the two little girls. Lucia lay on the floor wrapped in a blanket a few feet from Airiana's side of the bed, while Benito lay on his side. He hadn't expected all 4 children to be joining them at night, every night. They definitely needed a sign as well as a lock on the door, or they'd never get any privacy in the bedroom. During the day, the children spent their time with Judith doing art projects, or Lexi on the tractor or inside the greenhouse. Benito hung out with the men and Lissa, trying to learn everything as fast as he could about weapons and turning his body into a weapon. The boy was like a sponge, soaking up every bit of information as fast as he could. He learned quickly to be respectful of Lissa's skills. Maxim had learned respect for her as well, although he still knew little about her. Daytime was the only time Maxim could sneak off with Airiana and seduce her. Fortunately, there were many places on the farm they could go and be undiscovered. Their house was just not one of them. True to his word, Damon had men rebuilding Airiana's workspace, making it soundproof and totally secure. Maxim was going to be very grateful for that room if the children insisted on sleeping with them every night. He didn't have the heart to force them to go back to their own rooms once they showed up. All of them suffered terrible nightmares, particularly Nishia. She seemed to do better when she was close to him. Lucia and Sienna clung to Airiana. Benito was Maxim's shadow. He'd even had to take the boy aside and give him the talk about how he needed alone time once in a while with Airiana. That had bought him a few small reprieves, but Benito seemed to need to be as close as possible to him too. "They're here, Max. I know, baby. We'll be fine. Everyone knows what to do. Levi and Thomas will know, just as you do. Lissa too. Thomas will get word to Lexi and Blythe. Let's get the children to safety." His one concern was Benito. The boy had a burning thirst for revenge, and he had taken very seriously to heart the lecture Maxim had given him, particularly the part about protecting his family. Maxim woke him first. He put a finger to his lips. "They've come for Airiana, just like we figured they would. I need you to help me take the girls down to the safety of the secure room. It's been ready for a few days, and Airiana's work is put away. She'd been locking it up to be safe in case they needed the room for the children." "I'm ready," Benito whispered. He not only looked ready, but eager as well. Maxim nodded. "Good. Once we're down there, I'm going to lock you in with the girls." "No, no way. I'm coming with you. I can shoot a gun." "Right, you can. I need you to protect the girls. I can't do it, Benito, so I'm counting on you. I'm giving you a pistol, but if you leave that room, you'll leave them unprotected. I have to know I can rely on you." Benito's face was a study in war.
Journey. Part of him believed Maxim, and the other part was certain he was being tucked away somewhere safe while the enemy came. "I don't have time to argue. Either you're going to help me with this, or you're not. I'm counting on you to be a man." Maxim pushed a whip of command in his voice, as well as a touch of impatience. Benito squared his shoulders. "You can count on me. No one will get through that door to take them again." Maxim nodded in approval. "I'm going to take the 2 little ones down the stairs. Watch my back for me. Let Airiana and Lucia down in front of you." Benito pushed out his chest. "You got it." Maxim nodded to Airiana, and she gently woke Lucia while he scooped up the 2 younger girls. They moved together as a group through the house, in darkness, down the stairs to the basement below. No one spoke, but Lucia's breathing was too fast. Maxim settled the 2 younger girls on one of the love seats in the corner of the room where Airiana liked to put her feet up and stare off into space, presumably thinking. More often than not, they ended up sharing intimate moments, which he told her gave her even more to think about. He caught Lucia's hands and looked into her eyes. "No one is going to hurt you or the girls or Benito again. You'll be safe here. Don't panic. You didn't panic on the ship, and there are a lot more of us to stop them this time. Just sit down here and read a book or try to sleep. Benito will shoot anyone coming through the door if they don't identify themselves properly." She took a deep breath and nodded. "I want to bend too, Max. Sweetheart, you've only had 2 lessons, and the last time I took you out on the range, you shot just about everything but the target. It isn't safe yet. You'll get it down, but let's wait so no one accidentally gets hurt.
Levi told me to practice more, and I should have listened. She blinked back tears. He showed me before you did, but I didn't like it. Lexi doesn't like it either, honey. That's all right. We're going to be fine. I need you to look after the little ones just in case they wake up. There's a small bathroom off of this little sitting area. He held out his hand to Airiana. We have to go. Airiana kissed Lucia. We won't be long, honey, she promised. Benito held out his hand. The pistol. Maxim pinned him with steely eyes. Don't shoot anyone unless you have to, Benito, and don't leave this room. Once I'm hunting, I'll kill anyone I come across, and you don't want to be out there. Do you think we should say arrest? Shouldn't we try to arrest them? Maxim wasn't going to dignify that with an answer. He wasn't a cop, and these men had come to his home to take his family from him. He'd lost one once before. It wasn't happening twice. He shot her a quelling look, and she smiled at him. So sorry, Mr. Badass. It was just a suggestion. Let's get out there. Benito, the code word is nutmeg. If that word isn't given, shoot. Do you understand? Code word? Nutmeg? Are you kidding me? It was all she could do not to roll her eyes. Nutmeg seems to be a favorite code word for you. He has to feel important. I don't want him trying to follow us. These men Evan sent are top players. They know what they're doing, and they'll be well equipped, which is where you women come in. Thomas and Levi tell me you can handle yourselves when you're together. I need a good distraction while we pick them off. Benito nodded, his dark eyes going fierce. I understand, Max. I won't let you down. Maxim couldn't help himself, although the gesture startled both him and Benito. He leaned down and brushed a kiss on top of the boy's head. Keep them safe. Lock this door behind me. Airiana followed Maxim up the stairs to the ground floor. The men Damon had said had brought with them the supplies Maxim, Levi, and Thomas had insisted they needed. It had been Maxim who had built the secret door into the side of the house where the bushes grew high and wild. He'd carved out a small pathway through the bushes where they couldn't be seen from anywhere on the property. They rendezvoused with Airiana's sisters in the small bunker prepared in the center of Airiana's garden, just to the left of the gazebo. All of them had practiced for this moment hundreds of times, although only a few days had passed since Airiana and Maxim had come home. The men had worked them hard, not allowing anyone to go to work or do anything but go over the steps they would take when threatened. Even if Evan's men tried to burn down Airiana's house, the spacious room in the basement would, in theory, still stand and the children would survive. Airiana's hoped they wouldn't have to test that hypothesis. She greeted each of her sisters with a hug. Lexi shivered, but she stood her ground. We've got this, Airiana told Maxim. Be safe. Go do whatever you need to do, but don't let anything happen to any of the three of you. Maxim caught her face in both hands and kissed her hard. Leaving her wasn't the easiest thing he had to do, but these women all had enormous gifts. Each woman alone was a force to be reckoned with, but together they made a frightening force. He stared into her blue eyes for a long moment, noting the gathering storm there. Airiana wouldn't hide herself away, not when someone was threatening her family. I love you, he said. The words came out husky, a voice he'd never used before, maybe even a little harsh. He'd never said them before, but he needed for her to know. She reached up and pulled his head down to kiss him a second time. I love you, right back. Now go, and be safe. Yes, ma'am. Maxim left her to it. Airiana turned her face up to catch the slight wind. At once, the map of the farm sprang into her mind. The enemy had come in from 3 different directions. One group, at least 5, I think I'm getting 5, is coming in from the back entrance near the irrigation pond. Judith linked them all together, the 6 women and the 3 men. I can confirm that, Thomas said. I'm moving in that direction now. How close are they to the pond? Ricky asked. They're approaching it now, Airiana said, feeling the displacement of air near the pond's end. They're close to the small group of flowering trees we planted last year. Thomas, stay on high ground, Ricky advised. Judith, remember Levi, Thomas, and Max are out there when you and Blythe give us a boost. Don't be heavy-handed. I'll do my best. You know when we're all working together, it can be hard. Blythe will need to keep us toned down. Airiana glanced up at the sky. Clouds drifted slowly above them, but with a little bit of heat, she managed to pull water from every source into the clouds. Ricky lifted her hands, her fingers tapping into the air as if she might be tapping the keys of a typewriter. Airiana moved behind her, back to back, her own hands going up. The wind picked up, rushing toward the back of the property, back toward the pond. Maxim was shocked at the authority in Ricky's voice. She was captain of her boat, and she took it seriously. Apparently, she was captain when she decided to wield her water talent as well. From his vantage point on the roof of Airiana's house, he could see Thomas crouched near a small grove of trees, waiting to do his part. The wind hit the surface of the water, dipped low, and 3 geysers shot into the air, spinning fast, dancing across the pond, rising higher and higher. The twisters jumped from the pond to land, spinning madly, picking up debris along the way as they moved across the land now. The sight was a little disconcerting, even though Maxim knew what the women, as elements, were capable of. The twisters looked malevolent, alive, and bent on destruction. They raced toward the 5 intruders in silence, while more formed in the water, springing up like mad, whirling soldiers. Dozens more leapt from the surface of the water, spinning madly, bending toward the mercenaries as the group approached the far side of the pond.
Journey. Male. In order to get to Airiana's home, they would have to walk close to the spinning tops of water. The heck, the leader snapped, holding his fist up to still everyone's approach. Airiana, where are the others coming in? Levi demanded. Airiana turned her attention from providing the propulsion of wind to the water spouts back to the map of the farm, checking for displacement. Another group of 5 is coming in from the main entrance. They're about halfway past Ricky's house, heading to Judith's. I'll take them, Levi said. And the last group? They're dropping down from above, right into the clearing where the gazebo is, right in front of us. Max, are you under cover? They should be able to see you. The men dropping on ropes from the helicopter were too close to the house and the hidden children. It was all well and good to give young Benito a gun, but he had no business actually shooting anyone. Airiana glanced toward the house, afraid for Max, afraid for the children. I've got them, Maxim said, his voice as always calm and confident. They're in the helicopter, Airiana. Bring in the wind and slam it hard into their left side, hard enough to spin them if you can. You know they won't be able to see me. I'm the shadow man. I'd do it myself, but I'll need to be ready to take them out from here. Don't get overconfident, Levi said. Maxim laughed softly. You take care of your little band of mercs, and I'll take care of mine, baby brother. Lissa, are you ready? When Airiana brings in the wind, give me some fire. Breathe it right through the helicopter. Can you do that? Airiana asked, startled. She'd never really considered what Lissa could or couldn't do with fire. Of course, it's all about energy and igniting the gases in the air, Lissa replied. Lexi, I'll need you to keep the men near Judith's occupied while I get into position to pick them off, Levi said, ignoring Maxim. No problem, Levi. Lexi slipped her palms about an inch beneath the soil, listening intently. I've got them. Stay above the little dip Judith has near her arbor. Tell me when you're clear. Blythe, Ricky needs Judith to boost her while Airiana is directing the wind. Can you give me a little extra power? Blythe never spoke of her gifts. She was a drake, not an element, but she had power, and they suspected it had to do with unifying all of their gifts, not in the same way as Judith did, but in a much more subtle way. She soothed them all and yet could empower them as well. She seemed to be a melting pot of several gifts. I'll do my best, Lexi, Blythe promised. Lexi pulled her hands from the soil, doubled them into 2 tight fists, and angled her punch toward Judith's home, mapping out the path of the tremor in her mind. She hit the ground hard, a 1-2 punch that sent a small ripple through the earth. As it moved toward the group of 5 men, the ripple spread and picked up speed. It shook the earth beneath the mercenaries, knocking them off their feet. One fell to the right of the group, almost under Levi's nose. The man rolled, clutching his automatic weapon as if that would save him. Before he could come back up on his feet, Levi was on him, hooking him around the neck and snapping it fast, leaving him where he lay and scooting away. 1 of 5, he reported. Airiana concentrated on the helicopter. Maxim had said to bring the wind in hard from the left, to slam it into the stealthy helicopter. She took a deep breath and called the wind to her.
She felt the rapid buildup of power of energy, suddenly aware of the roiling gases in the air around the helicopter. Sparks crackled around the rotor blade and body of the craft. The wind slapped at the helicopter, swatting it like a bug, nearly knocking it from the sky. At the same time, the helicopter rocked wildly from side to side, the buildup of electricity in the air tangible. The sparks surrounding the craft and the ropes burst into flames. The wind fanned the flames so that the helicopter appeared to be a ball of orange-red in the sky. The ropes caught fire. Maxim rolled from the low side of the roof, directly over the spot where the first of the team had landed after fast roping down as the rope above him burst into flames. Maxim waited until the man began to rise cautiously and dropped directly on him, wrapping his legs tightly around the man's neck, driving him back to the ground as he snapped his neck. Immediately, he rolled into the brush and scooted forward toward the next target he had marked. Above his head, the helicopter spun like a top, throwing one of the men to the ground while the other three slid down their ropes fast to give the pilot time to try to find a place to land the burning craft. "Hit him again with the wind, Airiana. Drive him out to sea," Maxim commanded as he came up behind his next mark, his knife in hand. He drove the blade deep, one hand over the merc's mouth to keep him silent until the life drained out of him. 2 down. "They won't get into the house, Airiana. I promise you that. Lissa, can you make your way around toward me?" Lissa was much smaller than he was, so slight she barely made a shadow on the ground. She was dressed in dark clothing and had tightly braided her hair. Maxim had watched her closely during their numerous training periods, and she had skills when it came to combat. She was absolutely calm in any situation he or one of his brothers had thrown at her. "I'm making my way towards you now, coming in from the south." "Are you in position to take the man crouched in the flower bed?" Lissa asked. "I'm in front of him. There's no way to get on him without being seen. I can't risk the gunfire yet. It would alert the other teams," Maxim said. "He won't be able to see you in a couple of seconds," Lissa assured. A stream of bright orange-red flames crackled and danced in the air, a fiery whip extending from the helicopter to the ground. The whip lashed at the spot where the third mercenary had crouched low, cradling his weapon, frantically looking around with his night goggles to see what, if anything, was coming at him. The whip suddenly went white-hot, a dazzling display lighting up the ground as if it were a lightning bolt, blinding the team members wearing night vision. Maxim was on the third mercenary immediately, moving with blurring speed, using his body weight to control the weapon while his blade sank into the man's heart and his hand covered his mouth. The man died staring at him. For a moment, he recognized Maxim. Maxim had seen him a few times over the years, always for hire to anyone who would pay him, uncaring what the job was. Maxim lowered the body silently to the ground and slid into the shadows. "That's 3. Lissa, you've got one to the right of you. Don't move. I don't want him to fire his weapon. Just ease down to the ground, keeping every movement slow, and I'll work my way over to you. We'll trap him between us." Maxim tried not to worry about the woman, but he'd called her out of the safety bunker, knowing she would be the best one to get onto the roof to watch over the children. If necessary, he knew Lissa would kill to protect the others. Killing up close was far different than from a distance. It would bother her, but she'd be able to live with herself. The children had to be protected, on the off chance that whoever was running the operation had a couple of others waiting until everyone else was occupied. They could sneak in and supposedly grab Airiana or the children. That's what he would have done, sacrificed the pawns to get the queen. Lissa was his best bet against that possibility. "I need a little help controlling these water spouts," Ricky said. "I've got too many of them. Thomas, stay back until I know I've still got all of them under control." Airiana threw the wind at the helicopter, doing her best to hurl the craft out over the ocean. She didn't want a forest fire or the thing crashing on someone's home. The moment she saw that the helicopter, now engulfed in flames, was over the ocean, she turned back to help Ricky.
Journey. The spouts were everywhere, a virtual army of water surrounding the 5 mercenaries, coming at them from the backside of the property. The men knelt, watching the water dance around them. One held his hand out experimentally and touched it to his mouth. They looked relieved that it was only water. Moving into position. "Can you cut off the one flanking them? He's dropped back about 6 feet from the others." Can you be that precise? Thomas asked. Ricky gave the telepathic equivalent of eye rolling. Seriously? She could do anything with water. She had already planned to start twisting the tops of the water spouts together to form a tunnel around the men. You're such a show-off, Blythe teased. Ricky closed her eyes, feeling the water heavy in the air now. Judith fed her power slowly, but it wasn't really necessary. Every drop of water for miles responded to her. She could feel it, the drops all interconnected. She had to be careful that she didn't call in the seawater as well. She manipulated the twisting spouts so that several left the ground, cushioned by the air Airiana sent under them. I'm in position. Drop them, Thomas commanded. Ricky did so easily, the spinning spouts landing solidly between the 4 men and the one who had dropped back. The 4 men were completely surrounded by walls of water so thick it was impossible to see through them. Thomas struck hard and fast, coming in from the mercenaries' left where the strongest pull on the water was. He struck with his fist, a punch of enormous strength against the artery in the neck, paralyzing the man momentarily. He eased him to the ground as his knife bit deep, twice. He laid him almost gently on the ground and moved back into the shadows. 1 down from the backup team, Thomas reported. Ricky, push the water inward on the left side. Ricky did, and the wall of water, all the spouts merging completely, revealed 1 soaking wet mercenary. The man spun around, trying to get the water off his goggles to see. It was already far too late. Thomas rose up like a monster from a horror film, his knife slashing deep, hitting arteries on the way, even as he yanked the weapon from the man's nerveless fingers. The blade buried deep in the mercenary's throat. He lowered him to the ground. That's 2, he reported, as he rolled through the wall of water to the other side of the 3 men left. He caught a glimpse of the remaining 3. They had become aware of their missing companions and had gone back to back. He continued his roll until he was in the heavier brush. The moment they examined the bodies, they would know they weren't alone. Can you push them toward the irrigation pond? Thomas asked. Subtly though, but keep them moving. I don't want them to have the chance to spray the area with bullets. Judith, pull back the power altogether, Ricky said. I'll handle this, you help Levi. Ricky maneuvered the wall of water closer to the 3 men huddling in the center. They inched away from it. The water had built into a powerful fall that was endless, soaking the ground and creating a muddy mess that sucked at their boots. One ducked his head and tried to go through it upright. The force of the water drove him to the ground. His buddies grabbed his boots and pulled him free before the water could bury him in the mud. Lexi, Ricky said, can you help me saturate the ground with water? I'm calling it up from underneath, but if we can stop them from moving, as long as Thomas is careful, we can contain them there. Sure. Lexi plunged her hands in the earth, feeling for the ebb and flow of the earth's song. The melody connected with the blood in her veins and sang through her body until her heart beat with the same rhythm. Lexi felt for the disturbance in the earth toward the back of the farm. Water was pounding down, saturating the ground. She shook her hands gently, mixing the dirt with her fingers about an inch or so beneath the soil. At once, the earth responded to her call. The ground beneath the 3 mercenaries shifted subtly, turning to soup, trapping their legs in the mucky goo. One ducked his head and tried to go through it upright. The force of the water drove him to the ground. His buddies grabbed his boots and pulled him free before the water could bury him in the mud. Lexi, Ricky said, can you help me saturate the ground with water? I'm calling it up from underneath, but if we can stop them from moving, as long as Thomas is careful, we can contain them there. Sure. Lexi plunged her hands in the earth, feeling for the ebb and flow of the earth's song. The melody connected with the blood in her veins and sang through her body until her heart beat with the same rhythm. Lexi felt for the disturbance in the earth toward the back of the farm. Water was pounding down, saturating the ground. She shook her hands gently, mixing the dirt with her fingers about an inch or so beneath the soil. At once, the earth responded to her call. The ground beneath the 3 mercenaries shifted subtly, turning to soup, trapping their legs in the mucky goo. The water shifted directions, hitting them in the face, effectively blinding them. Be careful of the ground, Thomas. It's highly unstable. You could sink with them, Lexi warned, or get stuck. Thomas slid on his belly, dispersing his weight across what essentially had become quicksand. He moved slowly and deliberately, not drawing attention to himself. The mercenaries had other things to worry about. Each of them had realized they were sinking and had laid their bodies as flat as possible on the surface, dispersing weight as Thomas had. They probably wouldn't have sunk any farther than their waists, but the combination of spinning water towers and sinkholes had shaken them all. He didn't want them back on their game. He killed the man nearest him with a quick thrust of his knife through the back of the neck. As he started to move away, the closest man suddenly turned his head. "He's got me. He's targeting me," Thomas said, rolling, trying to use the dead body for cover. "Roll toward the irrigation pond now. Roll now." Lexi slammed both fists hard into the ground, her heart pounding in her throat. She saw Judith turn toward her, her face going white. A deadly jolt ran straight from Lexi's fists, picking up speed and strength as it raced underground toward the sinkhole. A crack opened just a few yards from the pond and continued like a lethal snake, widening as it ran toward the two men. One had lifted his rifle, finger on the trigger, spraying the ground through the veil of water Ricky tried to keep up to protect Thomas as he rolled away from the unstable ground. The crack opened the earth below them. Both men dropped down, water pouring in on them. The crack undulated and then receded, drawing back, the ground beneath closing as if it had never opened. "Thomas! Thomas, answer me!" Judith cried. Thomas rolled over and stared up at the sky, his heart pounding. He'd seen the women in action before, but each time they came together, the power seemed unbelievable. "I'm fine, Mian Helkaido." Lexi sank back on her heels and pressed her hand to her mouth. "I'm going to be sick." "I'm sorry, Judith. I didn't know what else to do." "You saved my life, little one," Thomas said. "Thank you. You did the right thing. That's all 5. Give me a minute and I'm heading your way, Levi." "I forgot Levi," Lexi wailed. "Levi, are you all right?" "I'm trailing after my 4. They're trying to rendezvous with the 2 Maxim has left. Give me a minute." "Maxim? Did you get that?" 3 more headed your way. They're all trying to converge on your home," Levi reported. "I see them," Maxim confirmed. "Lexi, quick thinking. Thanks for keeping Thomas alive. We owe you one." "I tried to muffle the sound of gunfire coming from the backside of the property, but everyone here is on alert now. Same with this group. I'm taking the one on the right. He's coming straight at me," Levi said. "The others have passed. Lissa, can you do another flash for me? Bright and hot." Maxim felt his heart stutter. Lissa was trapped, lying perfectly still with one of the mercenaries only a few feet from her. She was small and fit nicely beneath the shrub, but if he had looked down at his feet, he would have seen her. If she moved. "No problem, Levi. Count down to 3. It's coming." Maxim wanted to tell her to stop. He could only hope the man practically standing on her hand would be just as blind as the one Levi had targeted. The whip of orange and red flames danced through the sky, lashing toward the ground close to the garden, gathering energy as it snapped down toward Earth. Suddenly it went white-hot, so bright the entire ground was illuminated. Maxim cursed under his breath as the mercenary close to Lissa tore off his goggles and threw them, his hands going to his eyes. Levi came at his target from behind, taking him fast, using his strength to break the man's neck, drop him, and roll out of sight. That's 2.
Journey. Maxim. Don't mistake me for one of them. Maxim trailing after them. Maxim pushed his knife back into the sheath and pulled out his pistol. He was too far away from Lissa to use a silent kill. The mercenary close to her was bound to look down for his goggles. The moment the flash of light was gone, the mercenary spun around to look behind him. Lissa rolled out of the brush toward the man, evidently just as aware as Maxim that there was no way she could remain undetected. Her legs shot smoothly and precisely between the soldier's legs, and she rolled, bringing him down. Fire raced up and over the ground, long ropes of it, wrapping around the rifle so that the mercenary had no other choice but to drop it. Lissa's blade flashed for a moment in the moonlight, and then it was gone, buried in the enemy's chest. She rolled away, coming to her hands and knees. She looked as if she might be getting sick. "Liss, get the hell out of there," Maxim commanded, hoping his voice alone would snap her out of it. The man's partner, a few feet ahead, swung his head around and spotted Lissa. Maxim shot him through the head twice before he toppled to the ground. The sound of the 2 bullets fired one after the other galvanized Lissa into action. She sprinted across the garden to the shadows of the house. Maxim covered her as the other 3 men Levi was tailing burst into the garden. He beckoned to Lissa to keep running. She used him as a ladder, leaping into the air, one foot finding his hand, then his shoulder, before she gained the roof. "All 5 down," he reported. Not only had they built 3 bunkers, 2 of which still needed work, but they had added blinds on the rooftop as well. They hadn't had a lot of time to prepare, but they'd made the most of it. Maxim swung onto the roof beside Lissa. "Do you have a gun?" She nodded, scooting toward one of the blinds to cover the back of the house. She looked very pale, but determined. "Airiana, they're close to you. No one make a sound, not a movement. Stay low. We're in a gun battle now. Weave the air around the bunker, make it dense and tight just in case a bullet travels that way." "If I do that, we can't help you," Airiana protested. Maxim spotted Thomas converging from the south. Levi came in from the west, still behind the 3 remaining mercenaries. "Max, 2 more. 2 more. They're behind the house, right behind, at the window already," Lissa hissed. Of course. The sound of gunfire had been the signal to bring in last of Evan's team. These 2 men were the elite, the ones who were not considered expendable. Evan believed they could get the job done. "Go," Levi said. "Thomas and I have got this." Maxim caught another glimpse of Levi coming up behind one of the mercenaries, locking an arm around his throat and using the man's weapon to shoot the second one as he turned. Thomas knelt and took aim on the 3rd man, firing as the mercenary turned back, firing his rifle in an effort to kill Levi. Levi sank his blade into the man he held as a shield. All 5 gone. The moment Levi gave the report, Airiana burst from the bunker and raced for the house. There would be no stopping her. Maxim couldn't blame her either. He was feeling a bit desperate himself. Benito had a gun, and he would fire it if somehow the 2 mercenaries managed to get through the door to the secure room in the basement, which would be nearly impossible. Still, their children were in danger. Maxim leapt from the roof, almost in front of Airiana. She skidded to a halt. He threw her a hard look, one that should have intimidated her, but he realized Airiana didn't intimidate all that easily. "Thomas is entering through the back window, right behind them," Lissa reported. "Levi is taking the front," Judith added. "We're going in through the new entrance," Maxim stated, still glaring at his errant woman. She held out her hand for a gun. He gave her the pistol and drew his Glock, waving her to stay behind him. He went in silently, easing the door open to feel the air patterns. "They're upstairs, in the main bedroom. They're moving in standard 2-man formation, clearing every room," he told his brothers. "Please don't get blood in my bedroom," Airiana said. "You're such a girl," Thomas teased. "Maxim, can you close the door on them, in, say, that small recreation room just between the kids' rooms?" Levi asked. "What are you thinking?" Maxim asked. "Let them make their way there. You and Airiana close off the room, and suck the air out. They can break out the windows," Maxim reminded. "Exactly, they'll get the hell out of your house. Thomas and I will be waiting for them," Levi said. "Not a bad idea. Don't want that sister of mine to be upset over a little blood," Levi teased. "Hey, have you ever tried to get blood out of something? Anything? It just doesn't want to come out," Airiana justified. "And the children don't need to see anything like that in their home." Both Thomas and Levi laughed at her, an affectionate, gentle laugh that helped to ease the tension. Maxim and Airiana waited while the 2 mercenaries made their way back down the stairs and cleared the first bedroom, Sienna and Nikias's room. It took only a few minutes, and the 2 men were back in the hole before slipping silently into the recreation room that separated Lucia and the younger girl's bedroom. Together, Maxim and Airiana slammed the door closed and sucked the air from the room. The 2 men reacted exactly as Levi predicted, throwing a chair through the window the moment they couldn't breathe and diving through to the yard below them. Thomas and Levi were on them immediately, 2 shadows dealing death. "All clear," Thomas reported. Maxim once more felt the air outside to make certain no other enemy was near. He put his arm around Airiana. "Everyone is safe. I'll call Damon and let him know we need a cleanup crew out here now. It's been a long night. Thank you, all of you." "We're just protecting our own," Blythe said. Maxim glanced out the window to see Thomas with his arm around Judith and Levi holding hands with Ricky. Lissa and Blythe were on either side of Lexi as they walked toward Lexi's home. No one looked at the bodies scattered around the garden. "It's over," Airiana said softly. "Thank God." Maxim didn't reply. It would never really be over, not until Evan Shackler-Gratsos was dead and gone, but there was no real way to get to him yet. They'd just have to keep building up their security and watching over one another. "What was that password I gave to Benito? The boy's so trigger-happy he might shoot us both," Maxim said. "You know, baby, we can't let them out until the cleaning crew has removed all the bodies." "Max," she shook her head, "they're probably scared to death. You're so bad. They're sleeping in our bed at night. I'm desperate." She laughed softly. "If I'm honest, I have to say, so am I. Just a little bit. But we have to go reassure them." "This parent thing is killing me," Maxim said. Maxim woke with the moon shining on his face. He could hear the children breathing softly, surrounding him, a familiar sound he was beginning to enjoy. His body was hard and uncomfortable, almost painful. He shifted his gaze to look down at the woman tucked beside him. She was awake, and she had her open hand pressed to her mouth, her blue gaze on him, while she licked and bit and even sucked on the exact center of her palm. The breath slammed out of his lungs as their intimacy deepened. They came together in passion. "What the hell do you think you're doing, woman? Waking you up. I'm feeling neglected. You do have a job to do, and you've been falling down on it recently. You promised I'd always be happy. We're surrounded by the enemy." He pointed out the obvious, feeling a little desperate. "Children everywhere, and they won't leave us alone, not for a minute." "Be inventive," he glared at her. She just smiled and slipped from the bed and padded on bare feet across the room to the window. She had to skirt around Lucia, but she made it without waking any of them.
Journey. She was dressed in thin shorts and a tank, neither of which could possibly keep her warm, but allowed her to be modest in front of the children in their bedroom. Airiana flung the fire ladder out the window, gave him a seductive smile, and climbed out. Maxim lay there for a moment, a smile on his face. His woman was wonderful, crazy, ingenious. He was madly in love with her, there was no doubt about it. He breathed deep, trying to regain his composure. If he could just ease up a little, he could follow her, because right at this moment, if he moved, he was certain his intense desire would overwhelm him. There was no stopping his smile. Airiana was teaching him how to enjoy life. She was just plain fun. Her laughter was contagious, and when he was overbearing with the children, she managed to turn the situation into something altogether different. He still couldn't figure out how she did it without undermining his authority, but it didn't matter. He'd get it eventually, and in the meantime, she had his back. He sat up carefully. He wore only a light pair of sweatpants, and his chest was exposed, with all the scars as well as recent wounds. "Wow," Benito said. "That's so cool. You never told me you had all those scars." "Shh," Maxim cautioned, putting a finger to his lips. "I'm going out for a while. You watch over the girls, but if I catch you sneaking out after us, I'm going to shoot you. Really shoot you. And scars aren't that cool, so do what I say." Benito laughed. "Airiana wouldn't like you telling me you're going to shoot me." "Probably not, but that won't stop me from doing it. Stay here." Maxim rose and carefully skirted around Lucia. "And stop threatening to blackmail me. There's an entire forest out there, kid. I'm not afraid to use it." Benito laughed again. Maxim liked the sound. The children rarely laughed, and he couldn't really blame them. They were still getting to know one another, trying to form a family, and in the middle of it all, they were securing the farm as fast as they could, which meant workmen coming and going continually, disrupting them. He grinned at the kid as he slipped out the window. "You're coming along, Benito. I'm proud of you." His last glimpse of the boy told him he'd said the right thing for a change. The kid lit up like a Christmas tree. Halfway down the ladder, Maxim jumped to the ground, landing in a crouch, pausing to listen to the sounds of the night and let the air tell him exactly where she was. He didn't really need it. She'd left a trail of flower petals for him to follow. The woman was a romantic at heart, a good thing when he didn't have a romantic bone in his body. The soft petals were silvery white, and she'd strewn the path liberally so he had no trouble finding his way to the gazebo. He saw her through the screens, standing with her back to him, staring out into the forest, surrounded by dozens of lit candles. Her fall of platinum hair looked like spun silver and gold tumbling down her back. He knew how soft that silky fall really was. The thin shorts clung to her bottom as lovingly as material could possibly cling. Her bare legs looked firm and strong, her muscles clearly defined. He took his time looking at her, drinking her in, allowing the intensity of his love to wash over him. She turned then, her eyes meeting his through the mesh of the screens. For a long moment, she held his gaze, and then she smiled at him. He loved every single feature on her face, from her large eyes, small straight nose, to her full, generous mouth. Her cheekbones were high and her lashes very long. When she smiled, he was fairly certain the sun rose in the sky. Maxim stepped up the 2 brick stairs and opened the screen. Airiana gestured, her arms wide, indicating the setup waiting for him there in the gazebo, the mattress on the floor, the scented candles, and the bottle of oil. She'd planned every detail, arranging their secret getaway. "The boy has binoculars," he greeted her, because if he said anything else, the lump burning in his throat might find a way to reach his eyes. He had wanted her to show him what love was, and she was continuously doing so. She laughed softly. He felt that soft, melodious sound go down his spine just like the touch of her fingers, and his entire body came alive. There was something about her that made his spirit soar high, and it always disconcerted him. He cleared his throat. "You gave them to him, and I remember I was adamant that it was a really bad idea." "He loves them," she pointed out, laughing. "He spies on everyone." She stepped close to him and ran her hand up his bare chest, from his flat belly to his left nipple. "He's you, Maxim, and we have to shape him carefully. He needs to become the man you are. We can't lose him. The binoculars occupy his mind right now." She leaned forward and pressed a kiss into his belly button. His breath caught in his throat, his fist bunched in her hair. "He's a shadow, and one of these days I'm going to accidentally step on him." Her tongue teased his flat stomach, teeth nipping here and there. "You already love that boy." "I love all of them, but they need to stay in their own very beds," he growled. "We put them to bed every night, and they just keep getting up and coming in, one by one, like they have little strings connecting them, and they all wake up at one time. Nisha only feels safe when she's with you. She needs time, Max," Airiana said, her hand coming up to caress him through his sweats, while her mouth continued its playful exploration over his belly. A savage ache invaded, his desire so intense he could barely catch his breath. His hand cupped the back of her head as she pressed little butterfly kisses down his belly, driving the air from him so that even his lungs burned. Her hands dropped to the waistband of her sweats, slowly untying the drawstring. "You've gone very quiet, Max." That soft laughter in her mind sent more blood rushing through his veins, hot with excitement. Whatever she had planned, his body was more than ready for. "I knew we had a problem with the children invading our private space, so I created another one. I've wrapped the gazebo in a weave Benito's binoculars can't get through, and I've made us our own private bedroom. We might not be able to sleep together out here, but I can love you all I want." There was purring satisfaction in her voice as his sweats dropped to the floor with a single tug. He stepped out of them and kicked them away. Her hands moved gently over him. "I love the way you feel. Your body is strong, yet so easy to touch." She stroked and massaged as she leaned into him, her touch igniting a slow, fiery burn. He threw back his head, closing his eyes, giving himself up to the intense pleasure. A sound escaped her throat, a moan of satisfaction, and the note vibrated through him, sending flames dancing through his entire body. "Have I told you how much I love you, Max? I wake up each day in your arms and can't believe how lucky I am to have you." Their intimacy was heaven, hot, tight, wet. She moved against him, finding every sensitive spot. His fists tightened in all the silky hair tumbling around her face, pulling it back. He wanted, needed to see her. She looked so beautiful, her blue eyes looking up at him with so much love. He'd never considered that he would ever have a family, let alone a woman who would so generously give herself to him. She made these little sounds of joy, of satisfaction, as if giving him pleasure gave her so much more. Each time she made those throaty, sexy notes, intense sensations surged through his body, building a powerful desire. They shared a moment of intense connection. Streaks of fire raced through his body. He felt his control slipping. "Airiana," he warned. "I've got you, baby," she said softly. "You're safe with me. We're alone here. We're safe. Let yourself go. Give yourself to me." His heart went into overtime.
Journey. Male. What if he was too rough, too much for her? Did something she was afraid of? To just give in and let his body and mind go to that place freely, without restraint or worry, Airiana. Was he telling her yes? No? To be careful of what she wished for? Their intimacy deepened, sending him into another realm. "Give yourself to me, Max. Don't hold back. I don't want you to. I want all of you. I want you to belong to me the way I belong to you." He closed his eyes and let go, giving himself up to the sheer glory of their intimate connection. It was like leaping off a cliff and free-falling, the exhilaration mixed with joy and trepidation. His body responded, deepening their shared passion. Twice he held himself there, feeling their intense connection, watching her eyes, watching the sultry, smoky heat that only added to his building need. She'd lit a match to a stick of dynamite. He could see no fear or reluctance in her at all, only hunger, a deep hunger that matched his own. He gave her just enough time to catch her breath, but she never fought him, never did anything but love him, accepting his rougher side as if every moment gave her joy. He couldn't believe a woman could be so utterly generous. He knew he wasn't going to be able to last much longer, and he wanted the night with her. She deserved the night with him. With great reluctance, he began to withdraw. She deepened their intimacy, frowning a little, if that was actually possible. "Baby, enough. We've got the night, and I need to give back to you. This is your night. I'm giving it to you. My gift. I want this. I want this night for you, Max. This is for me, Airiana. I need to be close to you, sharing your skin." He did. He wanted to feel surrounded by her, to lose himself completely in her. He wanted to give her as much or more pleasure as she was bringing to him, because no man could have such a woman and not want to keep her always. He took his index finger and gently inserted it into the side of her mouth, ending their intimate connection. "Come here, honey. I need you right now." He didn't wait for her consent. He knew he had it. It was in the soft melting of her body, her eyes, so filled with love he was certain he didn't deserve. It was in the generosity of her mouth when she brought him nearly to his knees. Maxim lifted her into his arms, finding her mouth with his. His kiss was ferocious, demanding, much rougher than he had ever given her. He forced her head back to allow him to explore her mouth the way he wanted, taking his time, devouring the faint peach flavor that was essentially Airiana. She moaned softly, kissing him back, her mouth open to his, her tongue sliding along his tentatively, but giving him everything he insisted on. She had given herself to him, and he was taking what belonged to him. Her mouth was soft and hot and sheer paradise. He could kiss her forever and never tire of it. He kissed her over and over as he laid her on the soft bamboo sheets she'd covered the mattress in. One hand found her right breast, while the other spanned her throat. His appetite was voracious, insatiable. He could never get enough of kissing her. His hand cupped her soft breast, just holding the slight weight in his palm because he could. He felt her shiver. Her breasts were so sensitive, and he loved that about her. His fingers gently caressed her breast, heightening her arousal. He didn't allow her to catch her breath. He breathed for her, his lungs to hers, sharing their breath, exchanging it. He transferred his attention to her other breast, but already the sweet peach taste in her mouth had made him hungry for her, for the deep connection he knew awaited him. Maxim kissed his way down her throat to her breasts, pausing to caress them with his mouth, his tongue soothing. He continued his travels along the underside of her breasts and along the bruises on her ribs, now mostly healed. She felt so small, giving him a heady feeling of power. Every kiss, his hands stroking and caressing, left her panting, gasping, begging for more. She was vocal, letting him know by every gasping, ragged breath, every thrash and turn of her head, her passionate movements, that she belonged solely to him, that she enjoyed everything he was doing to her. His hands went to her thighs, and she shivered as he parted her legs, deepening their intimacy. He loved the fire in her. It was all his, all for him. This is mine, for me. He stated the fact, for the first time believing it. All yours, she agreed. I gave myself to you almost the first day I met you. I'm giving myself wholly to you, Airiana. As messed up and as far gone as I am, I'm yours and always will be. He meant his declaration from the bottom of his shredded soul. He bent his head to her as he lifted her hips. Their intimacy deepened and she screamed, the woven air around the gazebo containing the sound, keeping her cries of pleasure for his ears only. He took his time, wanting every drop of her passion, using his touch to draw it out, teasing her until she was writhing and pleading with him, until his own body made its savage demands. He moved up and over her swiftly, not waiting for her body to adjust, but connecting with her with one long, powerful movement, joining them as deep as he could possibly go so that he was surrounded by her. Her body gripped him tightly, so tight he felt the scorching hot burn he'd been waiting for. She was a vice surrounding him with living, moving silk, her body hotter than hell as they grasped at him. It took her body a moment to accommodate their union, and just as she was relaxing into him, he set a ferocious pace. He moved with her over and over, gripping her hips, adjusting her position so he could get deeper, so he could feel that moment when they were one, when her soul connected to his. It was beautiful, perfect. He was never going to stop. Their movements intensified. Her soft moans and breathless pleas began to rise into a crescendo. Still, he didn't stop. Her ragged breath and gasping cries became a counterpoint to each powerful movement. Sweat beaded on his body. There was a fine sheen on hers. The night air wrapped them up in warmth. The scent of her candles mingled with the scent of their shared passion, a heady aphrodisiac. Now, Airiana, come apart for me. He made it a command. I want everything you are. I'm giving you everything I am. Her muscles tightened around his, clamped down so hard that for a moment the sensation was close to pain, but then her body gripped him, drawing him deeper into their shared experience. He felt the powerful release, a hot surge of energy filling them both, while around him her body rippled with life, and that cleansing fire stormed through both of them. He allowed himself to rest on her for a moment before wrapping her tightly in his arms and rolling over so he wouldn't crush her. He couldn't bring himself to separate from her, and she lay on him, her cheek on his chest, over his heart. I love you, Maxim. I do. Thank you. I needed you. He stroked her hair. Maybe he could never give her the words out loud that she needed to hear, but he could say them with his body, whisper them intimately into her mind. He would always belong to this woman. He would always treasure her and care for her. His fingers tangled in all that silk. You know we're not finished out here, not by a long shot. I was hoping you'd say that. I brought some wonderful peppermint oil. It's quite edible, and when one uses it in interesting ways, well, she trailed off. He loved her laugh nearly as much as he loved her. The dress clung to her figure, her full breasts and small waist, the corset top emphasizing every curve. The skirt of the dress was full, falling over her hips to the ground. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Her body was graceful, fluid, an ethereal, elusive woman who always beckoned to him with a soft smile and a small hand gesture.
Journey. He wanted to follow her into the cool forest. He was Lycan. The wolf that lived inside of him preferred the forest to the open, but he couldn't move, not even for her. He stayed where he was and simply drank her in. He wasn't a man clever words came easily to, so he said nothing at all. She never approached him, never closed the distance between them, but somehow it never mattered. She was there. He wasn't alone. He found that as long as she was close to him, the terrible pain eased. For the first time, though, something disturbed his peaceful place. The booming beat found him, so loud now that the ground lifted and fell with an ominous, troubling thump. The water rippled again, but this time he knew it wasn't the wind causing the water to ring from the middle of the pool outward. The drumbeat throbbed through the earth, jarring not only his body, but everything else. The trees felt it. He heard the sap running deep in the trunk and branches. Leaves fluttered wildly, as if answering the deep, booming call. The sound of water grew louder, no longer a soft trickling over rocks, not a steady drip, but a rush that swelled with the same ebb and flow as the sap in the trees, like veins and arteries flowing beneath the very earth surrounding him, making its way toward every living thing. "You hear it now," she spoke for the first time. Her voice was soft and melodious, not carried on the wind, but rather on breath. One moment she was on the other side of that small pool of water, and the next she was sinking down into the tall grass, leaning over him, close to him, her lips nearly skimming his. He could taste cinnamon, spice, honey, all of it on her breath. Or was it her skin? His lichen senses, usually so good at scent, seemed confused. Her lashes were incredibly long and very dark, surrounding her emerald eyes. A true emerald, so green they were startling. He'd seen those eyes before. There was no mistaking them. Her bow of a mouth was a man's perfect fantasy, her lips full and naturally red. The booming continued, a steady, insistent beat. He felt it through his back and legs, a jarring pulse that refused to leave him alone. Through his skin, he seemed to follow the path of water running beneath him, bringing life-giving nutrients. "You feel it, don't you?" she insisted softly. He couldn't look away. Her gaze held his captive. He wasn't the kind of man to allow anything or anyone to ensnare him. He forced his head to work, that first movement that he knew would cost him dearly. He nodded. He waited for the pain to rip him apart, but aside from a little burst through his neck and temples that quickly subsided, the expected agony never came. "What is it?" He frowned, concentrating. The sound continued without a break, so steady, so strong and rhythmic, he would have said it was a heart, but the sound was too deep and too loud. Still, it was a pulse that called to him, just as it called to the trees and grass, as if they were all tied together. The trees, the grass, the water, the woman, and him. "You know what it is." Zev didn't want to tell her. If he said the words, he would have to face his life again, a cold, utterly lonely existence of blood and death. He was an elite hunter, a dealer of death to rogue packs, lichens turned werewolves, and preying on mankind, and he was very good at his job. The booming grew louder, more insistent, a dark heralding of life. There was nowhere to hide from it, nowhere to run even if he could run. He knew exactly what it was now. He knew where the sound originated as it spread out from a center deep beneath him. "Tell me, Han ku peshek kaikak, what is it you hear?" The melodic notes of her voice drifted through his pores and found their way into his body. He could feel the soft, musical sound wrapping itself around his heart and sinking into his bones. Her breath teased his face, warm and soft and so fresh, like the gentlest of breezes fanning his warm skin. His lungs seemed to follow the rhythm of hers, almost as if she breathed for him, not just with him. Han ku peshek kaikak. Where had he heard that before? She called him that as if she expected him to know what it meant, but it was in a language he was certain he didn't speak, and he knew he spoke many.
The drum beat sounded louder, closer, as if he were surrounded on all sides by many drums keeping the exact beat, but he knew that wasn't so. The pounding pulse came from below him, and it was summoning him. There was no way to ignore it, no matter how much he wanted to. He knew now that it wouldn't stop, not ever, not unless he answered the call. It is the heartbeat of the earth itself. She smiled, and her emerald eyes seemed to take on the multifaceted cut of the gems had seen adorning women, although 1,000 times more brilliant. She nodded her head very slowly. At long last, you are truly back with us. Mother Earth has called to you. You are being summoned to the Warriors' Council. Whispers drifted through his mind like fingers of fog. He couldn't seem to retain actual words, but male voices rose and fell all around him, as if he were surrounded. The sensation of heat hit him, real heat, choking, burning. His lungs refused to work, to pull in much-needed air. When he tried to open his eyes, nothing happened. He was locked in his mind, far from whatever was happening to his body. The woman leaned closer, her lips brushing against him. His heart stuttered. She barely touched him, feather-light, but it was the most intimate sensation he'd ever experienced. Her mouth was exquisite, perfection, a fantasy. Her lips moved over his again, soft and warm, melting into him. She breathed into his mouth, a soft, airy breath of clean, fresh air. Once again he tasted her, cinnamon, spice, honey. Breathe, Zev. You are both Lycan and Carpathian, and you can breathe anywhere when you choose. Just breathe. He was not Sangye Rao. No, not Sangye Rao. You are Hanku Pashek Kaikak. You are a guardian. The breath she had exchanged with him continued to move through his body. He could almost track its progress, as if that precious air was a stream of white, finding its way through a maze until it filled his lungs. He actually felt her breath enter his lungs, inflating them. I'm not dreaming, am I? She smiled at him. A man might kill for one of her smiles. No, Zev, you're not dreaming. You are in the sacred cave of warriors. Mother Earth called the ancients to witness your rebirth. He had no idea what she was talking about, but things were beginning to come back to him. Sangye Rao was a combination of rogue wolf and vampire blood mixed together. Hanku Peshek Kaikuk was Lycan and Carpathian blood mixed. He wasn't certain what or where the sacred caves of warriors was, and he didn't like the word rebirth. Why can't I move? You are coming to life. You have been locked away from us for some time. Not from you. She had been with him while he was locked in that dark place of pain and madness. If there was one thing he knew for absolute certain, it was that she had been there. He couldn't move on because he hadn't been able to leave her. He remembered that voice, soft and pleading. Stay, stay with me. Her voice had locked them both in a sea of agony that seemed endless. Not endless. You are awakening. He might be waking, but the pain was still there. He took a moment to let himself absorb it. She was correct. The pain was subsiding to a tolerable level, but the heat surrounding him was burning his body. Without the air she'd given him, he would be choking, strangling, desperate. Think what body temperature you wish. You are Carpathian. Embrace who you are. Her voice never changed. She didn't seem impatient with his lack of knowledge. Before, when she was a distance from him, she hadn't been aloof. She simply waited. Now she felt different, as if she expected something from him. What the hell? If she said to think about a different body temperature other than the one burning his flesh from his bones, he could give her that.
Journey. Male. He chose a normal temperature and held that in his mind. She spoke to him without words, telepathically, so she must be able to see he was doing as she asked. At once, the burning sensation ceased to be. He took a gasping breath. Heat filled his lungs, but there was air as well. He knew her. Only one woman could speak to him as she did, mind to mind. He knew her now. How could he have ever forgotten who she was, Branslava? How had she gotten trapped with him in such a terrible place? He sent up a small prayer of thanks that he hadn't left her there. She had been the one to whisper to him, "Stay, stay with me." He should have recognized her voice, a soft, sweet melody that was forever stamped into his bones. "You recognize me." She smiled at him again, and he felt her fingers brush along his jaw and then go up to his forehead, brushing back strands of hair falling into his face. Her touch brought pleasure, not pain. A small electrical current ran from his forehead down to his belly, tightening his muscles. The current went lower, stirring a powerful desire. He could feel something besides pain, and, wouldn't you know it, would be desire. It seemed absurd to him that he hadn't known all along who she was. She was the one woman, the only woman, the woman. Had known women, of course. He'd lived too long not to. He was a hunter, an elite hunter, and he was never in one place long. He didn't form attachments. Women didn't rob him of breath or put him under spells. He didn't think about them night and day, or fantasize, or want one for his own. Until her, Branslava. She wasn't Lycan. She didn't talk much. She looked like an angel and moved like a temptress. Her voice beckoned like a siren's call. She had looked at him with those unusual eyes and smiled with that perfect mouth, inciting all sorts of intense desires. When they danced just that one unforgettable time, her body had fit into his, melted into his, until she was imprinted there for all time, into his skin, into his bones. Every single rule he'd ever made about women in the long years he had lived had been broken with her. She'd robbed him of breath, put him under her spell. He thought of her day and night and fantasized far too much. He wanted her in every way possible, her body, her heart, her mind, her soul. He wanted her all for himself. How did you get here, in this place? It alarmed him that he might have somehow dragged her down into that sea of agony because he'd been so enamored with her. Could a man do that? Want a woman so much that when he died, he took her with him? The idea was appalling. Had lived honorably, at least he'd tried to, and he'd never hurt a woman who hadn't been a murdering rogue. The idea that he might have taken this woman into hell with him was disturbing on every level. "I chose to come with you," she replied, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Our spirits are woven together. Our fate is entwined. I don't understand. You were dying, and there was no other way to save your life. You are precious to us all, a man of honor, of great skill." Zev frowned. That made no sense. He had no family. He had his pack, but two of his pack members, friends for so many long years, had betrayed and tried to murder him. He was mixed blood now, and few of his kind would accept him. "Us all?" he echoed. "Who would that be?" "Do you hear them calling to you?" Zev stayed very still, tuning his acute hearing to get past the heartbeat of the earth, the flow of water beneath him, reaching for the distant voices. Men's voices. They seemed to be all around him. Some chanted to him in an ancient language, while others throat chanted as the monks from long ago had done. Each separate word or note vibrated through him, just as the heartbeat of the earth had. They summoned him, just as the earth had. It was time. He couldn't find any more excuses, and it seemed no one was going to let him vegetate right where he was. He forced himself to open his eyes. He was underground, in a cave. That much was evident immediately. There was heat and humidity surrounding him, although he didn't feel hot. It was more that he saw it, those bands of heat undulating throughout the immense chamber. Great stalactites hung from the high ceiling. They were enormous formations, great long rows of teeth of various sizes. Stalagmites rose from the floor with wide bases. Colors wound around the columns from the flaring bases to the pointed tips. The floor was worn smooth with centuries of feet walking on it. Zev recognized that he was deep beneath the earth. The chamber, although enormous, felt hollowed to him. He lay in the earth itself, his body covered by rich black loam. Minerals sparkled in the blanket of dirt over him. Hundreds of candles were lit, high up on the walls of the chamber,
illuminating the cavern, casting flicking lights across the stalagmites, bringing the muted color to life. His heart began to pound in alarm. He had no idea where he was or how he got there. He turned his head, and instantly his body settled. She was there, sitting beside him, Branislava. She was truly as beautiful as he remembered her. Her skin was pale and flawless. Her lashes were just as long, her lips as perfect as in his dream. Only her clothes were different. He was afraid if he spoke aloud, she would disappear. She looked as ethereal as ever, a creature from long ago, not meant for the world he resided in. The chanting swelled in volume, and he reached for her hand, dreading his fingers tightly through hers before he turned his head to try to find the source or sources of that summons. There were several men in the room, all warriors with faces that had seen too many battles. He felt comfortable with them, a part of them, as if, in that sacred chamber, they were a brotherhood. He knew their faces, although most had never met, but he knew the caliber of men they were. He recognized 4 men he knew well, although it felt as if 100 years had passed since he'd seen them. Fenris Delka was there. He should have known he would be. Fen was his friend, if someone like him could have friends. Beside him was Dmitri Tyrannel, Fen's brother, and that too wasn't surprising. The brothers were close. Their last name was different only because Fen had taken the last name of a lichen in order to better fit in during his years with them. 2 figures stood over another hole in the ground where a man lay looking around him, just as Zev was. The man, in what could have been an open grave, looked pale and worn, as if he'd been through hell and had come out the other side. Zev wondered idly if he looked the same way. It took a few moments before he recognized Gary Jansen. Gary was human and had waded through rogue wolves to get to Zev during a particularly fierce battle. Zev was very happy to see him alive. He was familiar with Grigory Daratrezanov. Usually Grigory wasn't far from his prince, but he hovered close to the man who struggled to sit up. Grigory immediately reached down and gently helped Gary into a sitting position. The man on the other side of the grave had the same look as Grigory. This had to be another Daratrezanov. On the other side of Grigory, a short distance from him, stood 2 of the Dela Cruz brothers, Zacharias and Manolito, both of whom he knew and who had joined with him in a battle of some kind. The actual facts were still a little fuzzy. A 3rd man stood between them. In the center of the room were several smaller columns made of crystals, forming a circle around a blood-red formation with what looked to be a razor-sharp kip. Standing beside it was Mikhail Dubrinsky, prince of the Carpathian people. He spoke very low, but his voice carried through the chamber with great authority. Mikhail spoke in an ancient language, the ritual words to call to their long-gone ancestors. Veri Isakanonkaveri, Ekakanonkaveri. To his absolute shock and astonishment, Zev understood the words. Blood of our fathers, blood of our brothers.
Journey, male. He knew that was the literal translation, but the language was an ancient one, not of the lichens. He had been born lichen. He had heard the language spoken by Carpathians down through the centuries, but he shouldn't have understood the words so clearly. Veri olen eled, blood is life. Zev's breath caught in his throat. He understood. He spoke many languages, but this was so ancient he couldn't have ever learned it. Why was he understanding it now? Nothing made sense, although his mind wasn't quite as foggy as it had been. Branislava tightened her fingers around his. He turned his head and looked at her. She was so beautiful, she took his breath away. Her eyes were on his face, and he felt her gaze penetrating deep, too deep. She was already branded in his mind. She was coming far too close to his heart. Andak veri enlitit Carpathiakank, ish veke sarna ku meke arva arvo, irgalom, hen ku agba, ish veke kutni ku manak verival, Mikhail continued. The power of his voice rang through the chamber, raw and elemental, bringing Zev's attention back to him. Zev interpreted the words. We offer that life to our people with a blood-sworn vow of honor, mercy, integrity, and endurance. What did that mean? This was a ritual or a ceremony that he felt part of, even though he didn't know what exactly was going on. The appearance of Fen and Dimitri was reassuring to him. The longer he was awake, the more his mind cleared. The two were of mixed blood, although both had been born Carpathian. Mikhail dropped his palm over the very sharp tip of the dark red column. At once, the crystals went from dark red to crimson, as if Mikhail's blood had brought them to life. Vering sokta, vering terad. Mikhail's voice swelled with power. Zev saw sparks light up the room. He frowned over the words Mikhail had uttered. Our blood mingles and calls to you. He was mingling his blood with someone of power. That much was obvious from the way the columns throughout the room began to come alive. Several gave off glowing colors, although still very muted. Akas ena ku esh yutas kuntatak, Zev interpreted again as the columns began to hum. Heed our summons and join with us now. The columns throughout the room rocked, the multicolored crystals illuminating, throwing vivid, bright colors across the ceiling and over the walls of the chamber. The colors were so dazzling, Zev had to shade his sensitive eyes. Crimson, emerald, a beautiful sapphire, the colors took on the strange phenomenon of the northern lights. The humming grew louder, and he realized each took on a different note, a different pitch, the tone perfect to his ear. He hadn't noticed that the columns appeared to be totems with faces of warriors carved into the mineral, but now they came to life, the color adding expression and character. Zev let out his breath slowly. These warriors were long dead. He was in a cave of the dead, and Mikhail had summoned the ancient warriors to him for some purpose. Zev had a very bad feeling that he was part of that purpose. Ite tikaikaik, sagayak ikakanket, kakatkanak med, kutenkanhunk ikakank tasa. Zev swallowed hard when he translated. We have brought before you our brothers, not born to us, but brothers just the same. Zev had been born Lycan and had served his people for many long years as an elite hunter who traveled the world seeking out and destroying rogue wolves who preyed on mankind. He was one of the few Lycans who could hunt alone and be comfortable and confident doing so. Still, he was Lycan, and he would always have the need to be part of a pack. His own kind despised those of mixed blood. It mattered little that he became mixed blood giving service to his people. He'd been wounded in hundreds of battles and had lost far too much blood. Carpathian warriors had more than once come to his aid, as they had done this last time. Zev looked up to find Fen on one side of him and Dimitri on the other. The two De la Cruz brothers stood with the stranger between them. Gregory and his brother stood on either side of Gary, who now was getting to his feet with Gregory's help. Zev took a breath. He would not be the only man sitting on his rear while the others stood. He was getting up, or would die trying. Zev let go of his lifeline, and the moment he did, he nearly panicked. Another thing men like him didn't do. He didn't want her to disappear. His eyes met hers. Don't you leave me. She gave him a smile that could allow a man to live for the rest of his existence on fantasies. We are tied together, Zev. Where you go, I go. Only the ancients can undo a weave of the spirits. Is that what this is about? He wasn't certain he wanted to continue if it was. Not even the prince can ask for such a release. Only me. Or you. She gave him the information, but he had the feeling she was a little reluctant. That suited him just fine. He wasn't willing to relinquish his bond with her just yet. Fen, I don't have a stitch on, and I want to stand up. I'm not going to lie in this grave like a baby. For the first time, he realized he was absolutely naked, and Branislava had been beside him the entire time, holding his hand. Even when his body had stirred to life, she hadn't run from him. At once, he was clean and clothed in soft trousers and an immaculate white shirt. He struggled to get to his feet. Fen and Dimitri both reached for him at the same time, preventing him from falling on his face and making a fool of himself. His legs were rubber, refusing to work properly. For a Lycan, that was embarrassing, but for an elite hunter, it was absolutely humiliating. Mikhail looked over at him and nodded his approval, Or maybe it was relief at him being alive. Zev wasn't certain yet if he was relieved or not. Aka sarnamad, en Carpathiakank, sageya kontaket, tainak aka arvank ish arvankank. Hear me, great ones, we bring these men to you, warriors all, deserving of our respect and honor. Zev translated the words carefully twice, just to make certain he was correctly interpreting the prince's discourse with the ancient warriors. Gary, standing between the two Daratrezanov brothers, straightened his shoulders as if feeling eyes on him. Zev was fairly certain that somehow those spirits of the dead were watching all of them, perhaps judging their worth. Colors swirled into various hues, and the notes blended together as if the ancient warriors questioned the prince. Gregori and Darius, katak Daratrezanafak, kantak saranak hen agba no kunta ikakankal, Geri Jansen, hen ku olenat kum, kutenken olenit Carpathiak. Hen pohopa kush Carpathiakanak, partiolenica ishkontaka, sageyak henet etetekaik. Gregory and Darius of the great house of Daratrezanov claim kinship with our brother, Gary Jansen, once human, now one of us. He has served our people tirelessly, both in research and in battle. We bring him before you. Zev knew that aside from actually fighting alongside the Carpathians, Gary had done a tremendous amount of work for the Carpathians and had lived among them for several years. It was obvious that every Carpathian in the chamber afforded him great respect, as did Zev. Gary had fought both valiantly and selflessly. Zacharias Ishmanlito katak de la Cruzak kakta ene wekeva kontak. Kontak saranak han agba no konta ikakankal, Louis Silva, hen ku olenat yakwar, ku tenken olenit Carpathiak. Louis menet en eledaket, kornat eledaket avio pela firtilak yakak. Sageyak henet etetekaik. Zacharias and Manolito from the house of De la Cruz, two of our mightiest warriors, claim kinship with our brother Louis Silva, once Jaguar, now Carpathian. Louis saved the lives of two of their life mates. We bring him before you. Zev knew nothing of Louis, but he had to admire anyone who could stand with Zacharias de la Cruz claiming kinship. Zacharias was not known for his kindness. Louis had to be a great warrior to run with that family of Carpathians. Then and Dmitri adva arvo katak saranak hen agba no konta ekakankal, Zev Hunter, hen ku olenat susikum, ku tenken olenit Carpathii.
Torat pela bela Carpati kuntankal, es pivta mekeni sarna kunta, yotkan susikunta, es Carpati kunta sage henet eketekaik. Fen and Dmitri from the noble house of Tiranul claim kinship with our brother, Zev Hunter, once Lycan, now Carpathian. He has fought side by side with our people and has sought to bring an alliance between Lycan and Carpathian. He is of mixed blood, like those who claim kinship. We bring him before you. There was no mistaking the translation. Mikhail had definitely called his name and indicated that Fen and Dmitri claimed brotherhood with him. He certainly had enough of their blood in him to be a brother. The humming grew in volume, and Mikhail nodded several times before turning to Gary. "Is it your wish to become fully a brother?" Gary nodded without hesitation. Zev was fairly certain that, like him, Gary hadn't been prepped ahead of time. The answer had to come from within at the precise moment of the acting. There was no prepping. He didn't know what his own answer would be. Grigori and Darius, with Gary between them, approached the crystal column, now swirling a dull red. Grigori dropped his hand, palm down, over the tip of the formation, allowing his blood to flow over that of the prince's. Place your hand over the sacred bloodstone and allow your blood to mingle with that of the ancients and that of your brothers, Mikhail instructed. Gary moved forward slowly, his feet following the path so many warriors had walked before him. He placed his hand over the sharp tip and allowed his palm to drop. His blood ran down the crystal column, mixing with Grigori's. Darius glided just behind him in the same silent, deadly way of his brother,
And when Gary stepped back, Darius placed his palm over the tip of the bloodstone, allowing his blood to mingle with Michael's, Grigory's, Gary's, and the ancient warriors who had gone before. The hum grew louder, filling the chamber. Colors swirled, this time taking on hues of blue, green, and purple. Gary gave a little gasp and went silent, nodding his head as if he heard something Zev couldn't. Within minutes, he stepped back and glanced over to the prince. "It is done," Michael affirmed. "So be it." The humming ceased, all those beautiful notes that created a melody of words only the prince could understand. The chamber went silent. Zev became aware of his heart beating too fast. He consciously took a breath and let it out. The tension and sense of anticipation grew. "Is it your wish, Louise, to become fully a brother?" Michael asked. Zev took a long look at Zacharias and Manolito. The Dela Cruz brothers were rather infamous. Taking on their family as kin would be daunting. Only a very confident and strong man would ever agree. Louise inclined his head and walked to the crystal bloodstone on his own, Zacharias and Manolito behind him. Clearly, Louise had not been wounded. He was physically fit and moved with the flow of a jungle cat. Zacharias pierced his palm first, allowing his blood to flow down the stone, joining with the ancient warriors. At once, the hum began, a low call of greeting, of recognition and honor. Colors swirled around the room, as if the ancients knew Zacharias and his legendary reputation. They seemed to greet him as an old friend. There was no doubt in Zev's mind that the ancient warriors were paying tribute to Zacharias. Many had probably known him. When the humming died down, Louise stepped close to the stone and pierced his palm, his blood flowing into that of the eldest de la Cruz. Manolito came next and did the same, so that the blood of all three mingled with that of the ancient warriors. At once, the humming of approval began again, and the great columns of both stalagmites and stalactites banded with colors of white and yellow and bright red. Louise stood silent, very still, much as Gary had before him. And just as Gary, Louise nodded his head several times. He looked up at Zacharias and Manolito and smiled for the first time. "It is done," Michael murmured in a low tone of power that seemed to fill the chamber. "So be it." The humming ceased, all those beautiful notes that created a melody of words only the prince could understand. The chamber went silent. Zev became aware of his heart beating too fast. He consciously took a breath and let it out. The tension and sense of anticipation grew. "Is it your wish, Louise, to become fully a brother?" Michael asked. Zev took a long look at Zacharias and Manolito. The Dela Cruz brothers were rather infamous. Taking on their family as kin would be daunting. Only a very confident and strong man would ever agree. Louise inclined his head and walked to the crystal bloodstone on his own, Zacharias and Manolito behind him. Clearly, Louise had not been wounded. He was physically fit and moved with the flow of a jungle cat. Zacharias pierced his palm first, allowing his blood to flow down the stone, joining with the ancient warriors. At once, the hum began, a low call of greeting, of recognition and honor. Colors swirled around the room, as if the ancients knew Zacharias and his legendary reputation. They seemed to greet him as an old friend. There was no doubt in Zev's mind that the ancient warriors were paying tribute to Zacharias. Many had probably known him. When the humming died down, Louise stepped close to the stone and pierced his palm, his blood flowing into that of the eldest de la Cruz. Manolito came next and did the same, so that the blood of all three mingled with that of the ancient warriors. At once, the humming of approval began again, and the great columns of both stalagmites and stalactites banded with colors of white and yellow and bright red. Louise stood silent, very still, much as Gary had before him. And just as Gary, Louise nodded his head several times. He looked up at Zacharias and Manolito and smiled for the first time. "It is done," Michael murmured in a low tone of power that seemed to fill the chamber. "So be it." Zev's mouth went dry. His heart began to pound. He felt tension gather low in his belly, great knots forming that he couldn't prevent. There was acceptance here, but there could also be rejection. He wasn't born Carpathian, but Fen and Dimitri were offering him so much more than that. They stood for him, called him brother. If these ancient warriors accepted him, he would be truly both Carpathian and Lycan. He would have a pack of his own again. He would belong somewhere. The feeling in the great chamber was very somber. The eloquence of the long dead slowly faded, and he knew it was time. He had no idea what he would do when asked. None. He wasn't even certain his legs would carry him the distance, and he wasn't going to be carried to the bloodstone. "Is it your wish, Zev, to become fully a brother?" Mikhael asked. He felt the weight of every stare. Warriors all, good men who knew battle, men he respected. His feet wanted to move forward. He wanted to be a part of them. He was physically still very weak. What if he didn't measure up in their eyes? "You aren't weak, Zev. There is nothing weak about you." Her voice moved through him like a breath of fresh air. He hadn't realized he was holding his breath until she spoke, so intimately to him. He let it out, braced himself, and made his first move. Fen and Dimitri stayed close, not just to walk him to the bloodstone, but to make absolute certain he didn't fall on his face. Still, he was determined it wouldn't happen. With every step he took on that worn stone floor, he seemed to absorb the ancients who had gone before him. Their wisdom, their technique in battle, their great determination and sense of honor and duty. He felt information gathering in his mind, yet he couldn't quite process it. It was a great gift, but he couldn't access the data, and that left him even more concerned that he might be rejected. Somewhere, sometime, long ago, he felt he'd been in this sacred chamber. The longer he was in it, the more familiar to him it felt. As he approached the crystal column, his heart accelerated even more. He felt sheer raw power emanating from the bloodstone. The formation pulsed with power, and each time it did, color banded. Ropes of various shades of red, blood he knew had been collected from all the great warriors who were long gone from the Carpathian world, yet who, through the prince, could still aid their people. Mikhael understood their voices through those perfectly pitched notes. Fen dropped his palm over the tip of the stalagmite. His blood ran down the sacred stone. The colors changed instantly, swirling with deep purple and dark red. He stepped back to allow Zev to approach the column. Zev wasn't going to dry it out. Either they accepted him or they didn't. In his life, he couldn't remember a single time when he cared what others thought of him. But here, in the sacred chamber of warriors, he found it mattered much more than he wanted to admit. He dropped his palm over the sharp tip so that it pierced his skin, and blood flowed over Fen's, mingling with the one who would be his brother, and with the great warriors of the past. His soul stretched to meet those who had gone before. He was surrounded, filled with camaraderie, with acceptance, with belonging. His community dated back to ancient times, and those warriors of old called out to him in greeting. As they did, the flood of information through his brain, adhering to his memories, was both astonishing and overwhelming. Zev was a man who observed every detail of his surroundings. It was one of the characteristics.
Journey. Male. Dimitri dropped his palm over the crystal, and at once Zev felt the mingling of their blood, the kinship that ran deeper than friendship. His history and their history became one, stretching back to ancient times. Information was cumulative, amassing in his mind at a rapid rate. With it came the heavy responsibility of his kind. The humming grew loud, and he recognized now what those notes meant: approval, acceptance without reserve. Colors swirled and banded throughout the room. Those ancient warriors recognized him, recognized his bloodline. Not just the blood of Fen and Dimitri who claimed kinship, but his own, born of a union not all Lycan. Burtul ekimet kuntamak. The voices of the ancestors filled his mind with greetings. Well met, brotherkin. Ella's Yelabam Einak. Long may you live in the light.
Zev had no knowledge of his lineage being anything but pure lichen. His mother had died long before he had memory of her. Why would these warriors claim kinship with him through his own bloodline and not Fen and Demetrius? That made no sense to him. Our lives are tied together by our blood. They spoke to him in their own ancient language, and he had no trouble translating it, as if the language had always been a part of him, and he had just needed the ancients to bridge some gap in his memory for it all to unfold. I don't understand. That was an understatement. He was more confused than ever. Everything, including one's life mate, is determined by the blood flowing in our veins. Your blood is dark blood. You now are of mixed blood, but you are one of us. You are Kont Osivanak, strong heart, heart of a warrior. It was a tribute, but it didn't tell him what he needed to know. Who was my mother? That was the question he needed answered. If Carpathian blood already flowed in his veins, how was it he hadn't known? Your mother's mother was fully Carpathian. Lichens killed her for being Sanja Rao. Her daughter, your mother, was raised wholly lichen. She mated with a lichen and gave birth to you, a dark blood. You are Kunta, family, he interpreted. From what bloodline? How? Zev knew he was taking far longer than either Gary or Louise had, but he didn't want to leave this source of information. His father never once let on that there was any Carpathian blood in their family. Had he known? Had his mother even known? If his grandmother had been murdered by the lichens for her mixed blood, no one would ever admit that his mother had been the child of a mixed blood. The family would have hidden her from the others. Most likely, her father had left his pack and found another one to protect her. The humming began to fade, and Zev found himself reaching out, needing more. Wait, who was she? It is there, in your memories, everything you need, everything you are. Blood calls to blood, and you are whole again. The humming faded away. It is done, Mikkel said formally. So be it.